The lore of Elden Ring is fascinating, and yet its sheer size and complexity, whether looking at the actions of individuals like Marika and her demigod family, or piecing together the fabric of the magical universe itself, mean there are still a ton of mysteries and secrets yet to be answered. Our thoughts are still evolving even after years of work. This lore video is a compilation of all our dives into the world of Elden Ring, perfect for slow work days or to sleep to. We have even added a couple of our more relaxed lore before bed episodes at the end, and hopefully it can help you find some of the answers to the lore you've been looking for. In this video, we cover various fundamentals of the structure of the Lands Between, such as the importance of colour, snakes or the Erdtree, some unique factions such as the Perfumers, as well as the tales of various unique characters. If you love Elden Ring and Souls lore, consider liking the video and subscribing, as it really helps. What makes us tarnished? Being dull of colour. The grace of gold blessed those who were first to serve it with most vivid coloration. Morgott's sword, his sealed omen blood, is of shifting hue. The mirror helm reflects all light and colours. Marika is a carrier of the Elden Ring's vision. The Greater Will and its vassals are masters of the language of light. The fallen leaves tell a story, and it is a story of colour. Colour is so variable in our world, we didn't see what was in plain sight. In the Lands Between, colour means much more, and once you start to see, you cannot stop. The mad taint of their newfound strength, the night of black knives, scarlet rot, amber eggs, purple mariners, blood dynasties, omens, albinorics, giants, gods. Colour takes centre place wherever you look. It is also a focus in a sea of item descriptions. The word colour is mentioned over and over, hue even more often. Reds, yellows, greens, purples, blues, every tone, every hue. Colour again and again and again, like an obsession, and more than anything, an infatuation with gold. Colour, the pillars of the world of Elden Ring. Colour is connected with all fundamental aspects of the Lands Between, and these connections are in a discoverable pattern. All things physical, energetic, informational, emotional, and spiritual in the Elden Ring world are paired with colour, a unifying, natural law. These base natures are what's being represented by the Elden Ring and these overlapping and intersecting runes. It gets a little bit more complicated than that, and we are going to get into it. Because if we understand colour as a foundation, we can understand the entire lore of Elden Ring more clearly. How will we solve the mystery of colour? It is clear alchemy was an influence. Colour holds great importance in alchemy, as does gold. One famous alchemist gave us the splitting of colours and their relations. Blue borders green, which goes to yellow, to red, to purple, always moving through all possible shades. Another renowned scientist, James Clerk Maxwell, discovered that, unlike the mixing of paints that artists use, the fundamental colours of light registered in the human eye are red, green, and blue. This gave him the insight to make the first colour photograph. Modern science has since proven the eye's sensitivity to these three base colours, and it is the combinations of red, green, and blue that make every colour on the digital screens you're watching on. The system of additive colour, how the colours of light work, and how colours mix within light, that Maxwell is credited as having a founding role in, is the colour system we use here. While the paint colour relations are mostly similar to light colour relations, light colour mixing is additive, whereas paints are not. Show all colours at once in light, and you get white, unlike with paints. But it is light we deal with in the Lands Between, languages of light and obsessions with what the eyes see. So we will use the true light-colour relations in this analysis. How different perceptions of colour may change perceptions of reality, or reality itself, is worthy of speculation. With that, we will look at the Lands Between itself for evidence, since inspirations only go so far, and they are numerous and mix unpredictably. We have to begin as if we have woken up in the Lands Between, and use what we see around us to guide us. One difficulty is that there are other foundational laws in Elden Ring, which all mix and interfere. Another challenge is that colour isn't surface deep. We will have to isolate and simplify. We must find colours in basic and simple forms to understand. Then, we will earn a key to the complex lore. Colours are of course a useful tool in game design, used to form associations for the player and help the understandability of the world. This is why health, mana, and stamina are almost always depicted in games as red, blue, and green respectively. However, in Elden Ring, colours are far more important, featuring heavily in the lore, and may in fact be an integral part of the rules of the world, rather than just a symptom of them. Eventually, we will understand why looking into another's eyes is so intimate, why we cannot dye our clothes another colour, why Radagon was ashamed of his hair, why Godfrey needed Sarosh to be a lord, why the Albinaurics are so weak, why Malenia's rot is scarlet, why Radahn needs purple to keep his beloved horse, why the Frenzy Flame is yellow, why multicoloured is so vital, and understand the enigma of gold, the obsession that haunts madmen, nobles, and gods. All this colour will lead out of the Lands Between, past the stars, past the void, past even the gods. It leads beyond the creative work itself, to ourselves. After all, what if the Lands Between was an inner world? If this work of art is about what it feels to be human, body, mind, and soul, then by learning about colour, we can learn about ourselves. And with learning and the grace of good fortune, we ourselves may rise to a future that is bathed in gold. Red, crimson, scarlet, flame, giants, rot, and blood. What is this colour's place in the rules of the world? What effects, magics, emotions is it connected with? For this first colour, we will take a deep dive into the proof in the world. As we move through the colours, we will not be so exhaustive, but those who are curious can search to find what we have. The first place to look is where we can find red's nature the clearest. Where is red in a pure form, an unmixed form away from interference? In the simplest items we use most often. One of the first items is Flask of Crimson Tears. Tears, like all blessings from the Erdtree, come in different colours, but the red tears we couldn't live without. They replenish your HP, the vitality of your player character. We can also bring Torrent back to life with Crimson Tears. Other crimson things in-game also affect HP, Crimson Amber Medallion, Red Scarabs, and Crimson Seeds, among others. Exalted Flesh, treasured by heroes, is red meat in a medicinal solution of fiery red spices. It gives you the raw power of a beast, boosting your attack output. These things taken together make us think of bodily vitality. Red is needed to have a healthy body. Red is physical life. To interact with the physical world via physical means, you need red to restore that energy. Red is a colour our own world associates with health, youth, and strength. In alchemy, red was believed to have these properties, and the coveted Philosopher's Stone, which gave eternal life, is depicted as a vivid crimson. Other items in Elden Ring link to this idea of vitality. The red feathered branch sword raises the power of your attacks. All types of invigorating meat, which are always pickled in a red medicinal solution, boost our robustness, which help against build-ups of frost and blood loss. Now, if a doctor in our world had matching coloured medicines for symptoms, you would choose to go to a different doctor. But in Elden Ring it really works. The correlation between red and the same boosting effects even carries across cultures. Horn charms made by the Ancestral Followers, a different society to the Erdtree, come in many colours. The one that is pure red boosts robustness. Red has a true nature and is a fundamental aspect of the world regardless of culture. What is the next red that is essential in Elden Ring? Essential yet forbidden. Fire. Fire is diverse in Elden Ring, but in one way more than any other: colour. Some flames are more like lightning, some are lilac, some are ghostly, yellow or black. All the flames have different attributes that once again match with colour. For now though, we will look at red fire. Red fire in Elden Ring is more like fire in our world: intense, destructive, life-giving, essential, beautiful, tempting. Fire itself is not unlike bodily vitality, the warmth of a champion. Both carry increasing heat with increasing energy. After all, we seem to reanimate the ancestor spirits with fire. Both are hard to control as they increase in energy, but is red fire just as fire is red? Is colour a true law of the world, as opposed to a correlation? Let's look at the clues left in-game. Starting with medicines, made often via cookbooks, we can isolate the ingredients. Many medicines are heart and liver based, another alchemy-inspired rule. Eat liver to purify, hearts for vigour, and so on. You will gain the nature of what you eat. So too in Elden Ring. Of the various coloured cured livers in game, one is called Fireproof Dried Liver, and it is made with red medicinal solution. Another set of items with sets of colours are the Drake Talismans. They all have a different colour, but the one that boosts fire damage negation is red. What about the Giants? They were the protectors of perhaps the most important fire in game, the Giant's Forge. Their fire nature is within them. Their hair and eyes are red. This is not only as a representation. The fire and redness is truly within them, within the redness. We can find and hold this hair in our hands, Giant's red braid, and it does fire damage. Fire grease, of course, adds damage to a weapon and is a vivid red. In our world, flammable grease or oil would be unlikely to follow these colour patterns, and it doesn't. But in Elden Ring they always match, and across other coloured greases and their natures. Another notorious connection to red is blood. Blood is one of the engines of bodily vigour. In our world, eating red fruits wouldn't change your amount of blood or energy more than any other fruit. Yet this is not what we find in Elden Ring. Consumables, when they are minimal and simplistic, once again follow a pattern. Staunching boluses, which alleviate impending blood loss, are red. Blood sorcery and blood magic are red. Blood grease is blood coloured, and blood will take us to more colour insights. What has strong blood? Rich, red blood. Beasts. Rich, untamed life is red. Vigorous life is deep red. Red is the beast, the animal, the flesh side of the human. Those deep red, or built of a red closer to wildness, exhibit beast-like transformations. Mog sprouts wings. Crucible Knights, who are infamously red-tinted, sprout horns, wings, and can use the power of many beasts. Certain reds link these aspects together all at once. Red glintstone boosts thorn sorceries and lava sorceries, blood and fire. Blood flame is the same pairing of reds, and Mog's own blood bursts into flame in his boss fight. This also happened when he stood before the Formless Mother. His accursed blood erupted with fire. Blood and fire, both red, are not so different in nature. Red pairs up blood and heat in the trait of robustness. All the medicinal solutions that help robustness are red. What is the use of robustness? It helps prevent build-up of frost and blood loss. The Giants are fire, and with such internal heat they can survive cold regions. And with abundant vitality, blood loss is more manageable. If we join Mog's blood cult, we have a colour affect our own character. Our eyes glow red. It may also affect our view of the world, as a true follower's hunt for blood will become a mental obsession. This eye colour, just like the colour of armours, medicines, spells, has a causative connection in the game. It is a law of the world. It therefore is not a fashion option. We cannot change it at will. It would change the law of the game fundamentally. Our eyes become our nature, which is paired in Elden Ring with colour. Yet, red doesn't only link with flame, blood, vitality, and so on. It also connects with harder to define things. Red has a shared quality with emotions, desires, sensations. Emotions are enormously important in Elden Ring. Nearly every ending is defined most by its emotion. Fear, doubt, loneliness, grief, despair, mania. What emotions would be paired with red in Elden Ring? Emotions that are instinctive, primal, animal, beast-like emotions. These emotions are messy, hard to control, and ill-adapted to society. If colour was only colour, would a god be ashamed of his red hair? Beast blood is a rich red, and beasts are red-natured. Those closer to animal emotions are closer to red emotions. They lack self-control or regulation. They do not possess enough intelligence to understand or override their instinct. Beasts are aggressive. As well as the obvious signs of aggression in battle, they also roar when they fight, something very unique to beasts and those of a beast-like nature. Runebears roar, but so too do the red fire giants Malekith or Garank, and Sarosh roars, until he is made silent. These types of nature are also useful. There are benefits, such as in battle.
Well, thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins.
After all, Radagon's glory burned as red as his hair, which leads us to another success story that drew from a well of red. Godfrey. He waged war all the way to become Elden Lord. His strength was unmatched, but these emotions had their time and place, and once Elden Lord they no longer had a place in the capital. When we meet him, Godfrey maintains his lordly nature at first. He does not roar, his wildness contained in his bestial other half. This side of him, Sarosh, does roar, but Godfrey talks to us relatively calmly before the fight. When he is pushed to his limit, however, red has a place once more. He is then not content to have his beast, his aggressive side, held separate to him. He wants his bestial nature within him. He slays Sarosh, becoming his true nature once more. The deep red blood splashes all over him, staining him. Now, bestial and blood red, he roars. His breath and body so hot they steam even in the air of the burning Erdtree. He charges us like a beast, using only his bare hands. So, another red emotion is aggression. A clear sign of this is the jellyfish. These young sisters change colour when they become aggressive, to red. Aggressive invaders have always been red. Blood Boil Aromatic, from a totally different sector beasts, is rich red. Consuming it increases your damage output, but also your damage taken. At first this seems to be odd, until you read the description. It puts those who consume it into a frenzy, berserker-like, beast-like. Linked to aggression is the competitive urge, ambition, the desire for power, dominance, possession. Competitive summon signs are red. The red effigy is competitive. The true Hoaraloo fought for a crown, and on defeat tells us our strength deserves one.
Brave, tarnished, thy strength befits a crown.
We were told this lore before the game came out.
Emboldened by the flame of ambition, someone must extinguish thy flame.
Aggressive competitiveness that puts the person at risk cannot be unlocked without the red emotion of confidence, unquestioned by intellect. Innate and animal confidence is red. Godfrey doesn't worry about his enemies, he seeks them out. He even strips his own armour. This confidence doesn't question, it knows. And confidence brings us to another emotion, faith. What is knowing confidently, a knowing you feel within you, instinctively? What is knowing without thought, intellect, or proof? Faith. This deep feeling, or trust, we believe is a red emotion. It is confidence not only in oneself, but in things that are outer, fate, gods, magic. The Red Wolf of Radagon can use typical sorceries, but also red sorceries. Red sorceries draw on the power of faith. These spells are reviled by other sorcerers, who prefer intelligence as a casting source. Red Glintstone itself draws from faith, not intelligence. Radagon holds faith to this day, while Radagon's wife announces,
"Those blissful early days of blind belief are long past."
He has faith to the very end. He tries to hammer the Elden Ring back together, and dies protecting it. Faith is having a gut feeling. It is red. Unquestioned and unreasoned belief is the opposite to reason-based intelligence. Faith can also be a celebration of an object of faith, but we will get to those incantations later. One emotion, supposedly absent in the lands between, must be red. Lust. The urge to reproduce. It is primal and instinctive, and it has waned since long ago. The food for boosting virility is an untreated bright red, blood and flesh. No bloodless meat for this effect. This can bring back the feelings those in the lands between had long ago, a more animal nature. But now things red have faded, and red emotions have gone the way of the Crucible Knights. Once useful and essential, the knights, coloured a red of the past, represent that mix of life and vitality. Now, red is looked down upon, and viewed as uncultured. Urges are repressed or simply cease to be, as society develops beyond their need. These red emotions form a pattern. They go against civilization. Aggression, ruthless competitive desire, anger, physical power, raw, blind confidence, these are not so useful in developed society. To quote Elden Ring's own assessment in Ruler's Mask, such a mask illustrates the qualities of an ideal lord, chiefly wise and possessing a certain defanged geniality. Red is certainly not defanged, and a lord is a representation of high society. Red emotions will get you in trouble if left unchecked. Those in society show their disregard for red with their clothes. It is a symbol of wildness, just as vestiges of the Crucible are. Both are now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced. Those in the capital do not want to wear things that boost their bestial nature. Those who are exiled, however, are given clothes to wear that mark them as not fit for society. What is the colour of the exile robe? Red. The exile hood? Red. What is the colour of those exiled for heresy? A deep red. Sagehood is burgundy, and is literally evidence the wearer was driven from town. Red is a signal of a social reject. There are more mysterious uses of red. Why is the bolt that pierces Marika red? Is this because her physical body must be pinned down by red, by the bodily and physical nature of red? And what does the red of the two fingers tell us? What can we draw from the red that spills out after Ranni slays her two fingers? Are the two fingers the physical aspect of something greater, the body of the greater will? Yet for all the risks of red, who could do without it? For many, a life without red wouldn't be worth living. In its most wild state, red is similar to, and in fact borders, another infamous colour. But first, red's opposite, blue. Blue in any Miyazaki game brings one thing to mind: sorcery. The colour of sorceries are, like all of Elden Ring, very varied. Some sorceries are cast with faith, but almost all are cast with intelligence. These intelligent spells are ranges of blue. The first thought is that blue is the colour of the mind, of the intellect, and perhaps of the soul. Let's see if this intuition is right, and if so, what else does this colour do? What does this colour help, harm, and what are the blue emotions? Blue makes its appearance as one of the first items we find, Flask of Cerulean Tears. It replenishes your focus points. Focus is the engine of the intellect. Focus points are used to cast spells, activate skills, and much more. The navy blue hood, simply from its colour, increases mind. Magic Grease, Magic Scorpion, Blue Liver, Shimmering Hearts, all affect magic damage. All are blue. The blue Carian Regal Scepter enhances full moon sorceries, and only those of the highest intelligence can wield it. It is all mental power. Blue is the colour of the mind, intellect, focus. The characters of the world confirm this. As they become more and more intellect focused, it reflects in their colours. Ranni is no longer connected to her body, and she is permanently blue. She is also cold, with literal ice crystals under her hat. Lusat's brain has become almost inorganic, it is so far from red life. His new head has a deep blue within it. The mind's eye of Astel, a star being, is blue. Of course, the centre of blue on the map is the Academy, surrounded by mists and waters, bathing in a night sky of the moon. Their robes are blue. Their spells are blue. The very mist and air around the Academy has a blue tint. Renala's robe is blue. The realm we are taken to in the boss fight is a realm of water, star and moon, all of it shades of blue. The nature of the place? Designed for intellectual growth and learning. The other heads of sorcery, the Carian royal family, even have their own shade, Carian blue. Their royal castle is lit with blue flame, with blue crystals growing in an air alive with blue sparks. Just as red is organic life, blue is intellectual life, but inorganic. We see this clearly in the nature of glintstone, hard, inert, yet able to spring forth action and energy. The inert, non-living nature of the mind is shown by Lusat. As he descends more and more into a meditative, intellectual world, he becomes physically different, and less like typical animal life. Lusat's glintstone crown says, "This crown replaced Lusat's brain and skull altogether, and now, removed from his body, it is all but dead." It looks like a large, polished crystal. Lusat's manchettes tell us Lusat had reached a near inorganic state. Lusat leads the mind directly to crystallians, magical and mysterious beings with almost inorganic bodies, perhaps not entirely, but they wear red to boost this as much as they can. The crystallians are shades of blue. The inscrutable crystallians have their own culture, creator, and clearly a deep intelligence. The mind is the seat of thought, and therefore of character. Instincts are one thing, but when someone tries to self-control and choose their actions, we say it is their true selves. We may say it is their soul. The mind is therefore linked to spirit. Your true self is your soul. The soul can have different natures itself, but blue is intimately linked with the soul. Indeed, the blue primal glintstone of Selen states that this is, in essence, her soul. Ranni died in body alone, and her soul lives on. Torrent is a spirit steed, and as we summon him, he appears in blue. If red was wild heat and energy, blue is cool and calm, and at extremes, cold and ice. If red is fire, blue is water, the sun to the moon. The cold is intimately connected with blue, and there is a pattern here too. As the nature becomes more cold, the blue becomes paler. Paler blue brings frost damage and frost protection. Coldness and the mind combined gives logic. diligent thought, free from emotion. Blue is this cold mental operation. Instead of needing to be tamed like instinct, it is the taming energy, the guiding reason. This form of mind is used by sorcerers to unlock secrets about the world, new spells, the understanding of the stars, and of themselves. It is extremely powerful, if limited, just as instinct is. We see the power of this form of mind in-game. Ranni is the epitome of it. If we attack her on first meeting, what happens? No indignation, no damaged pride.
What hopest thou to profit?
She doesn't even physically respond. There is no logical reason to, nothing to gain by it. She dissolves this temporary spiritual body into the air in a shimmer of blue. Even if we try to kill her after being her loyal ally, after placing an engagement ring on her finger and swearing to become her consort, how does she respond? No rage or aggression.
What hopest thou to profit?
She asks us why we would do this, a logical question, then reflects on her behaviour and how she may have caused her own downfall.
So this is the measure of my lord. Perhaps it is precisely what I deserve, for surrendering myself to delusion.
The blueness of these cold, logical forms of mind, and Ranni's behaviour may lead us to believe there are no blue emotions, but this is not true. They exist, they are just drastically different to red ones. What emotions might blue feel? What emotions come with coldness, with logic? Ranni tells us when talking about her planned form of order. She will take us
into fear, doubt, and loneliness.
Blue emotions include all of these. A rational mind that analyses and looks at evidence will always carry doubt. The world is full of the unknown, of chaos and randomness. A blue mind will think about the limitations of knowledge, how knowledge can be an illusion. Even Gideon, the all-knowing, has gaps in knowledge and makes mistakes. A blue mind doubts. Fear comes next, and directly from doubt. It is a fear of the unknown, not the known. The fearless are usually those who don't know enough, the red and foolishly confident. Loneliness, for a cold, rational mind, is almost a guarantee. Less animal, less instinctive, less social. More introspective, wanting to understand more than feel. Loneliness is a complete match with blue. The mind struggles to connect with others as easily as the body can, and mental pursuits have their costs. Many of the sorcerers we find in-game have receded into thought so deeply they have stopped being social entirely. They do not even talk to us. Disconnected sorcerers are spread out across the world, and are quite content in their solitude. Other blue emotions are more positive. Calmness, ease in one's own company, pleasure in learning and erudition, self-awareness. It may not sound exciting, but it can do very well, which is why blue has a premier place in society. Blue is the colour of the effective members of developed society. Bestial constitution informs us of society's shift to blue. Having gained intelligence, the beasts must have felt how their wildness slipped away as civilization took hold. It is not chaotic like the red of the animal. It does what should be done. It self-controls for success. Blue is ever present in the clothes of those in society to display this commitment to self-control for the greater good. What does Godfrey, the Lord, wear? Not Hoaraloo. Blue. Not only Godfrey, lords and royals of all kinds all wear blue. Royalty following the guidance of grace, serving the greater good on missions away from the capital, wear a navy hood, unlike the exile red hood, marking them as social outcasts. Royals display their respect of society and their adaptation to it. Officials' attire is blue, worn by magisterial officers to carry out grim but necessary tasks that drive the wheels of mankind. Devotion to society is what is on display with these robes. blue's true nature once again extends to other cultures. Ruler's robe states, luxurious robe worn by lords in a smaller nation. Its fine blue mantle serves to prove its wearer's status. Blue proves status in society. Even the Mogwin nobles, despite blood being the foundation of their dynasty, wear blue. Red would only prove one's strength and dominance in animalistic hierarchies. Societal status is gained another way, with a blue mind and blue approach. Returning to Godfrey and his blue attire, we will find perhaps the most beautiful illustration in-game of the natures of colour, and how they can unlock the rules of this world. While Godfrey still controls his bestial nature, contained in Sarosh, a regal blue is on display. He wields his axe, symbolic of his vow to conduct himself as a lord. He is very calm. He treats us with courtesy when we meet him. He remarks how strong we must be to make it this far. He peacefully says goodbye to the corpse of his own son, the son we killed, and does not insult us. Only Sarosh roars. Godfrey is angry, but self-control keeps it within Sarosh. Finally, his self-control gives way, and Hoarah emerges. He rips open Sarosh, releasing the deep red blood which spills all over him, making himself his true nature, predominantly red. The regal blue attire now hangs shredded, drenched in red blood, irrelevant, forgotten. He then says,
I've given thee courtesy enough.
Courtesy, the blue of a lord, is done with. With that, he roars. All these socially productive behaviours help to keep out one very dangerous thing, which leads us to yellow. Perhaps the most notorious colour in the world of Elden Ring, the colour of chaos. Yellow is the end of form or order of any kind. Beyond the animal wildness of red, beyond even extreme motion or manic thought, it is pure chaos. No society can endure, no emotion sustain, no being survive. All of these things are patterns which cannot exist in chaos. The mind cannot witness chaos without madness. The eye cannot even process it without destruction. Chaos, like all fundamental aspects of nature in the Elden Ring universe, is paired with a colour, yellow. The frenzy flame does not only look yellow, it is explicitly called yellow again and again in spell descriptions. In fact, all but one of the frenzy spells mention the specific quality of yellow, and the one exception doesn't even summon the flame. As well as yellowness being explicit to its nature, so is chaos. The Lord of the Flame of Frenzy is called the Lord of Chaos. Chaos and yellow pair up throughout the game. Things that possess aspects of chaos take the colour yellow, with only certain things going a deep yellow. The pattern is very consistent, from yellow boluses, Eye of Yellow grown in frenzy-afflicted lands, to the Frenzy Flame Stone, which swaps yellow in place of the gold of its gentler cousin. Even our eyes, when we have accepted the flame, turn a vivid yellow, reflecting the chaos within us, the chaos which will eventually consume us. So what is chaos? In typical language, it is complete disorder and confusion. In science, it is more about total unpredictability. Disorder, of course, contrasts with order. It is therefore a fundamental aspect of the world. It may be a lie, but Shabriri says, Shabriri is
Chaos incarnate. I cannot die.
Whether or not Shabriri can be destroyed, chaos certainly cannot be. It is the bottom on a scale of order, or a peak on the scale of chaos. Order is structure, patterns, divisions. Chaos is its opposite. It cannot be destroyed any more than you can permanently destroy a temperature. However, this does not mean that chaos doesn't have a very real effect on anything non-chaotic. Shabriri wishes for the yellow flame to
incinerate all that divides and distinguishes.
Yellow is disordered, but yellow has an effect on other things too. Like acid changes what it comes into contact with. It brings things to chaos. It burns up order. Carle's cut dialogue states that a frenzied flame can
melt away the curses, suffering and despair, and the order entire.
The reverse is true. Order is destructive to chaos. Look at how the nomads are locked away, sealed and rejected by order. Look how thick, heavy doors, a simple physical order, seal the three fingers. Look how the flame of frenzy decays to red once we cast. In a domain of non-chaos, it becomes its red, less chaotic neighbour, before fading away. Neither order or chaos can survive in an environment which is overwhelmingly the opposite. Shabriri has been working on his plan for a long, long time.
May chaos take the world.
But until our influence, the frenzy flame is still so irrelevant it can be totally missed in a playthrough. It is not much easier being an anarchist than someone trying to progress order in society. To move the scale long term is an enormous challenge. Hard to believe? Imagine adding as much chaos as you could to the world. How long would one last before being locked up, or saying farewell to the world oneself? The damage chaos does to the order that accepts it is obvious. Our yellow eyes will eventually become yellow embers, burst and broken from suffering the flame of chaos. Simply seeing the dazzling glare of frenzy for too long is too much for the order of our eyes. The merchants suffer. The three fingers seems injured or heavily fatigued, but it may not be from outside influences. It is just the cost of holding chaos within it. Finally, it burns up. Even channeling chaos is not free. It means damage to anything with order. We ourselves are a lot of order, and the pain we feel casting a frenzy spell is obvious. Even just the sight of the flame of frenzy drives the enemy and ourselves mad. All this summoning time and agony merely to summon frenzy in the most random and inaccurate way. Frenzied Burst is one exception. This spell manages to direct chaos in a generally straight direction, yet the frenzy flame shows its nature as it flies, wildly spiraling as it rebels against this control. The spell's description matches our understanding of frenzy. In times past, every single person who attempted to control the flame of frenzy succumbed to madness after a desperate internal struggle. This incantation is testament to a meagre victory. What else is yellow in game, and does it fit with the fundamental nature of chaos? There is one thing we can encounter at random in the plains as we ride: lightning. Randomness is a clue. Just like the flame of frenzy, it bursts forth, chaotically and seemingly unpredictably. The match between yellow and lightning is more than just the colour of lightning. If we pickle liver in a yellow medicinal solution, it boosts lightning damage negation. Fulgur Bloom itself is yellow. Lightning grease is a bright yellow. So lightning has a yellow nature, a chaotic, sudden, unpredictable nature. Of course, lightning isn't always yellow, which may hint to how exactly lightning works, and what brings it into existence. If they exist, yellow emotions would be quite a thing to feel. What do we feel when our inner order is troubled by yellow? Pure yellow is beyond emotion, but we can be riddled with chaos before we disappear, and so too can emotions. The simplest emotions are the unavoidable ones. Ravaged by internal chaos, one emotion is inevitable: fatigue. Have you noticed that all the nomadic merchants are seated? When Carle or an aggressed merchant does stand, they have very hunched shoulders. They slouch even more than the use of their cane requires. As skinny as his donkey, Carle helps to hold up his own coat with one arm. The posture is of someone suffering from fatigue, reminiscent of a teenager. Villagers of the frenzied village are brought to their knees by the frenzy. The three fingers is too alien to be certain, but it seems to be exhausted. In comparison, even the old two fingers, described repeatedly as having lost all vigour, stands upright and present until death. Posture is very carefully designed in Elden Ring. Raya is snake-like, Patches squats. Those who are learning discipline or lack discipline sit slouching or lie down. Millicent lies down when suffering from rot, then stands tall and elegant as a swordmaster once revived. Physical posture is chosen with care, and the merchants have been given this gait by design. It is not only when using their canes, but also when they sit that they hunch over. Others, such as Bernal, sit straight upright despite a ton of steel armour. Hyetta, as blind as the merchants, stands tall when she has not yet taken the flame of frenzy within her. Fatigue will be felt by those who harbour yellow, even if it itself is not directly yellow. Fatigue correlates heavily with one thing that is certainly yellow: creativity. Thops, despite being ill-disciplined at school, a bluntstone who can't sit upright, create something worthy of a new conspectus. Millicent and others who are weakened and exhausted by rot, yet have a creative fire within them. It exhausts them as it burns them up, yet it is a great driving force. Roderica has a remarkable gift. The merchants are enterprising, musically talented, devise solutions to blindness, and have a remarkable fashion sense. Yellow is creative because it doesn't respect any borders. It doesn't have any filters or rules. It is unpredictable. Could the world survive without some chaos? Could a lands between flourish if only two fingers had their way? Or would no chaos be as destructive as no order? All creativity must have some yellow in it, but pure yellow is extreme creativity. Delinked from order, the mind whirls about manically. It might discover anything. But this yellow creativity is once again so manic it is damaging to the mind. No sooner is an idea had before another crowds it out. Creativity beyond all function, beyond all capture, all memory, all use. A living torment of possibilities. But great creativity usually doesn't come without some madness. The thumb is a fitting example. It is the most important and creative part of the hand, but it is creative because it is so much more unhinged. Shabriri gives us the next emotion.
And incinerate all that divides and distinguishes.
The yellow emotion of rebellion. Yellow doesn't want to be controlled. Yellow doesn't want to follow rules. Red might be willful, but yellow will rebel even if it is against its own interests to do so. Rebellion is innate to it. It will not be contained. Shabriri himself is reviled, yet he does not let the opinions of others constrain his behaviour. How are the yellow materials that make lightning described? Fulminating. What a profoundly odd and specific word for a Japanese game. Fulminating can mean to explode violently, or flash like lightning, but this is a literary definition. Its primary definition means to express vehement protest. Yellow is a constant revolution against order. Shabriri laughs at our judgment. Nomadic merchants were cast out for heretical beliefs, only for them to summon the flame of frenzy. To this day they live outside of society, nomads who live under their own rules. Lightning itself is willful and hard to direct. Even the masters of lightning receive heavy lightning damage. Perhaps they are only channelers of it, and not rulers. How does the flame of frenzy itself behave when we try to channel it? It writhes furiously against direction. The sheer time to summon it is something any frenzy flame spellcaster has suffered. A further example of the rebellious nature of frenzy is, counterintuitively, the spell Gelmir's Fury. It looks uncannily like the behaviour of the flame of frenzy. Why? Because both are physically rebelling. Neither want to be summoned. Gelmir's Fury is held to represent the fury of the volcano Gelmir itself. However, the arrogance of attempting to harness it is solely that of men and serpents. It is not the place of men and serpents to try and tame a volcano, so the magma bursts chaotically from the ground, rebellious, frenzy-like. The most heavily referenced yellow emotion is madness. This may be more what happens with chaotic thoughts and emotions, a lack of inner order so extreme your mind breaks down. If all thoughts and emotions can never rest or settle, they cannot be put into action or even remembered effectively. How can one sleep with a chaotic mind? How can one resist the tides of euphoria, paranoia, hysteria? So intense it corrodes our mind to madness. A final relatable emotion is the glee taken in chaos, a desire and joy for surprise, mess, unpredictability.
May chaos take the world. May chaos take the world!
Many experience a love of chaos while young. If you can feel what we're talking about, you might have some frenzy in you. Just like inner chaos taken too far can drive you mad, outer chaos taken too far leads inevitably to self-destruction. And yet, there is nothing else like it. What about Yellow's place in society? Practically speaking, it has none. Aside from the odd flash of creativity that might be viewed as acceptable, Yellow isn't welcome. Even then, society doesn't want creatives coming and disrupting the hierarchy. Rebellion doesn't work well in society. Rules must be followed, not only at the large scale, law, religion, or customs, but at the smaller, social scale. Nomads are solitary when they aren't rounded up and locked away. Yellow isn't good at social niceties and rules of courtesy. Kale himself says,
I've always preferred my own company to that of other people's.
On top of that, Kale doesn't hold back the truth.
Ah, then you met Blythe, did you? Wonderful. I'm glad I pointed you in his direction. He's boorish, blunt, and couldn't find his nose with both hands. But he's a good egg. I think the two of you are sure to find the best in one another.
Calling Blythe a good egg doesn't undo the insult, but Yellow doesn't play the courtesy game.
The kit costs a bundle, and I admit I do take my cut. But the important thing is that you survive. Every customer counts, after all.
Unfiltered, honest, but not tactful. At large scales, not only the social, but the individual and whole society are destroyed in chaos. The ending, in typically obscure fashion, shows this. The Lord of Frenzy ending is the only one without any context. There is no dialogue, no description of the age, no story of how it will be remembered. Everything has been destroyed. Finally, chaos is linked to time, predictability, chaos, order. Without time, do these make sense? Order is in some sense predictable or patterned over time, and chaos has no predictability at any time. Yet chaos cannot die, therefore chaos is immortal. It lives forever, yet has no duration to its existence moment to moment. How peculiar. How peculiar too that on becoming mad, or within a great frenzied spell, or the great frenzied sun, and ourselves as the Lord of Chaos, have a core of black. Black is a remarkable colour in Elden Ring, and we believe that it is paired with time. Time is referenced heavily in-game. A god is supposed to live a life eternal. The Dragon Lord lives beyond time. We can stop the meddling of an outer god, but only when beyond time. Ancient dragon smithing stones lightly twist time, which allow the creation of a weapon capable of slaying a god. Time is an essential aspect of everything, and it is very linked to gods, life, death, entropy, and much more. Time, after all, dictates the duration of your existence. However, time is not directly part of existence in the same way red or blue is. In a similar way, it might be said that black is not truly a colour. Instead, there is a scale on which black and white are the extremes, darkness to lightness, and all colours can be shifted along this scale. To clarify this, it is easiest to look at one end of that scale. What is black? Black is one extreme end of time rates. time stopping. When something stops progressing in time, it turns black. An obvious and simple example is death.
The lands between are shrouded by death's dark fate.
Fate becoming dark is a fate that stops. One form of death, though there are many forms, is if a being stops continuing in time. Black is death lightning. Death blight. Part of the god-slaying black flame.
The forbidden shadow plucked from the golden order upon its creation.
And the black that ends Radagon's life eternal. The boluses we consume to robust ourselves against Deathblight are black. Time is so essential to death that, to those beyond time, death may not apply. Black may help boost the effectiveness of killing in and of itself. The Night Riders are dressed all in black, and their weapons are jet black. They were deliverers of death for great warriors, knights, and champions. The black could be more than symbolic, given their aim. Of note here are the Evergaols and Ordina the liturgical town. For both of these we can enter another realm, and we find the world beyond shrouded in darkness. Yet this does not seem to be a new place, at least not entirely. After all, the runes we drop on death are findable in our reality. So are Evergaols in fact the ultimate prison? A jail that holds its prisoners by freezing time? They are called Evergaols after all. There are more complicated aspects of time stopping, for which Miyazaki seems to have been partly inspired by scientific theories about the universe. Time, or any meaning of time, stops at the centre of chaos. What do we see at the centre of the flame of frenzy when it is intense enough? A black core. As we have mentioned, chaos is eternal but has no duration, therefore paradoxically, its time state does not progress. Another place where time slows and eventually stops is areas of deep gravity, and black is exactly what we see in the centre of powerful gravity spells. The other end of the scale is white. All colours can lighten by adding white, but what is full white? Where black is the current of time completely stopping, white is deep time duration. A maximum time duration is infinite. So too deep a colour and it ceases to move in time. Too diluted and pale, it lasts and lasts. But what is the only thing that truly lasts forever? Nothingness. The permanent background in which all things come and go. So depth of colour is more intense in its existence but has less duration, and as things become whiter they last longer but are less intense. This scale is actually therefore simply an aspect of all colours. The world of Elden Ring confirms this. Whiteness increases time duration but at a cost. All items we make with white meat say this clearly. Lasts longer than traditional cured meat, but with reduced effectiveness. Albinaurics show this too. However, colour is not surface deep, so we have to be careful as we move to more complicated things in the world, such as creatures. Everything inside and out has a colour and an influence. Something may be as much skin as clothing, and we only discover the colour of blood in battle. Luckily, Albinaurics do not only have white skin, but also white blood. What is their nature? As we expect for something so pale to the core, they are extremely weak. Their bows are specifically designed to require dexterity over strength to master. They need wolves to help them move in battle. When we summon Latenna, she has exceptionally low health for a summon. Only young Albinaurics manage carrying the shield of their namesake. Yet for all this weakness, whiteness makes them last and last. As deep time goes by, Albinaurics wash out their colour and become nothing.
My legs will soon fade, and with them my life.
Fade. So what is health in terms of time duration? Not grey, which is time itself, disordered and messy. Health cannot function without good timekeeping. Not black, which is stalling the stream, clogging it unhealthily like a sludge. Nor too pale, which is like butter spread over too much bread. Health is surely somewhere in between. This is what those in the know wish for, healthy colour. and to some it was gifted long ago. The grace of gold blessed those who were first to serve it with the most vivid coloration. To be healthy, whatever your mixes of colour, is to be vivid. Just as all the ranges of the scale have an impact, the two extremes, black and white, have an important relation. What has ceased to exist, and what lasts and lasts? Is the eye, the window to the soul and mind, representative of the departure of intelligence in later generation Albinaurics, but the whiteness of their longevity is still shown in the body? The two extremes of the scale are very useful individually, but they are also useful together. You can kill with white too, just as with black, and the mix of stopping something with black and then making that moment last forever with white is deadly. Or making an aspect of something sustain indefinitely, which will eventually kill, works too. Stopping scarlet rot is simply halting its progression in time, but if time is recontinued, it means death. Dark emotions are intense and consuming, but they move on fast, like a child's. Paler emotions are calmer, but last longer. In raw nature, white emotions might be long-term gratitude or regret, while black is more likely to be brief but consuming anger or elation. But any emotion can be light or dark. It is defined by intensity and duration. What we can be sure about is that emotions which are inextricably linked with eternity will be black or white. Despair, according to Eternal Darkness, has a core of black. Despair is the complete loss or absence of hope. You know what you hope for can never come to pass, and never is black in its time state. Is there an emotion that is the opposite, that matches something existing eternally? Perhaps if hope springs eternal, it is itself white. Purple. Purple has always been a remarkable colour in our world. Extremely hard to find in nature, it was a rare sight before the modern day. Thanks to this unique obscurity, it has been consistently associated with similar ideas across cultures, from east to west. Wealth is a frequent one. Anything hard to obtain will have this connotation. More interestingly, there are the associations of spirituality, the subconscious, and imagination. In general, of the border between worlds. This is one case where evidence in-game seems to match with our real-world notions, something not always the case. The colour of sleep in-game is purple. We know this from numerous items of St. Trina, to perhaps even the first meeting with Rani. What happens when we sleep in our world? It feels like we leave our bodies, or at the very least, the time vanishes. It is certainly a place where the subconscious continues to live, and while opinions vary, no one can deny that there is something magical about dreams. In Elden Ring, dreams achieve great things, sustain generations of warriors in their jars, may even be that which motivates a tarnished. Yet in Elden Ring, the sense of dreams being truly another world is very real.
I dreamt for so long.
Sleep is the gateway to dreams, and the realm of dreams is a real place. Some may seem to be sleeping, but be quite busy in this dream world. We ourselves enter Fia's dream as she sleeps. We fight Fortisax in her deathbed dream. The surface of the boss fight, a quagmire of purple. Perhaps she uses a sleep pot to put herself to sleep. And yet the events of this shared dream have enormous real-world consequences. Trina's torch burns with a purple flame, and these purple flames cause sleep. But Trina is involved in more than just sleep. Trina is clearly depicted with a third eye in the centre of the forehead. The third eye is to see beyond, to see across boundaries into other worlds. Sleep is simply one of these many borders between worlds. Trina may be a saint of journeying into the subconscious, the dream world, the spiritual world. The energy to bridge these gaps is purple. What is the energy that brings more classical, physical worlds together? The force that defines the border of a world, star, or galaxy? Gravity. that which makes physical bodies move almost with a mind of their own. Indeed, when one thinks that interfering with it causes small lightning sparks, it may be that the matter rebels at our meddling. Gravity is much stronger and much more relevant to physical bodies, and so gravity is a deep purple. In Elden Ring, how do we bring meteorites into a battle? With gravity, preferably with glintstones that boost gravity sorceries, which are, of course, purple. Gravity in Elden Ring pulls, but not merely from distances, but pierces to completely different regions. We don't have to wait for the meteorites to come from space. Gravity can open a door or bridge between worlds as sleep does, bringing collapsing stars or meteorites from nothing, and even pulling objects from the mysterious void. Astal, the leveler of the Eternal City, is very talented at moving through gravity doorways. But the master of moving between worlds is the Elden Beast. What colour does the Elden Beast emit when transporting us to another realm? Deep gravity purple. Both gravity and sleep are dragging, sinking forces. One weighs down focus and presence, the other weighs you down physically and exhausts you. This shared sinking effect, in different intensities and across different planes, are represented by their shades of purple. It once again fits the pattern of darkness and lightness of colour. Dark purple is more intense, has a stronger physical effect, but it doesn't last as long. At its most intense it goes black, and as in our world, time stops. Indeed, with stars seeming to dictate fate, this hints at how time, fate and gravity are connected. Meanwhile, light purple lasts much longer, is gentler, doesn't pierce so deeply as the physical, but nonetheless drags us to the world of dreams. What is the most important border to being human? Whether you're a dreamer or purely practical, it is surely the border between the mind and the body. Red is the body, blue is the mind. Red and blue gives purple. Both weaken each other in a way, the body exhausting the mind questioning and tempering the body. But it is this costly relationship that gives rise to great things. Imagination, dreams, the subconscious, the deep invisible wisdom of the third eye. Purple is this border. Neither enough presence to be fully blue, yet not all raw instincts and animal unconsciousness to be red. This mysterious middle is what makes us human. Exist too imbalanced in any direction, and the humanity fades away. We have mentioned there are many ways to die in Elden Ring, but total destruction is quite rare. Instead, destroying an essential border that makes us human is one solution. Before the Erdtree, there was a different system for dealing with the dead. They were burnt in ghost flame. Interestingly, we know from the spirits that resulted from this process that it was not a destruction of everything. The bodies may have been destroyed, raked as ashes, but the spirits lived on, sometimes with great bitterness. But they were no longer human. How did they separate these minds, or souls, from their bodies? With ghost flame. Ghost flame burnt this border between the two worlds. What colour is ghost flame? Despite the appearance of the magic in the current day, its colour is violet, a purple flower that blooms in graveyards, the hue of ghost flame. And we see this purple used by a master, the Tibia Mariner, as he brings back dead from their world. He himself fades in and out of this world, likely to the world of the dead, wrapped in purple the whole time. It is unclear why the current ghost flame magic and its users are a different hue, however. Is this the remaining colour once all that is purple has burnt away, the body left as ashes? Or maybe only in this later order has ghost flame lost its hue. The purple consumables, staffs, grease, plants, all patterned to sleep, gravity and borders to other worlds. Purple cured meat, called clarifying, prevents the build-up of sleep and madness. Sleep of course prevents focus, but madness is interesting because purple is not the opposite of chaos. Perhaps if the third eye becomes too dominant, we begin to see things in the random chance of the world that simply aren't there. It is a fine line between intuition and madness, the subconscious and its interpretation, dreams and understanding, the outside world and its patterns. It is so easy to fall into superstition and fantasy. Imagination can run wild. You might end up believing in what simply doesn't exist. And yet, the mysteries of purple are so seductive. Green is a more abstract colour than red or blue, but it is essential to both in the lands between. In our playthrough, green might be seen as less important, as it is less relatable than red, but it is just as fundamental. We meet green time and time again in game when it helps us as stamina and hinders us as poison, but it is more complicated than that. For stamina, there are many items which show the pattern. Green Spill Crystal Tear raises max stamina, its Green Burst cousin raises stamina recovery, and Green Turtle Talisman does the same. A turtle neck pickled in green also boosts stamina recovery, a completely different effect to the red, unpickled neck from the same creature. But what is stamina? Stamina is defined as the ability to sustain prolonged physical or mental effort. But what gives that ability in essence? What is physical and mental activity, really? It seems to be reducible to motion in the physical world, and in the mental, the more abstract, animation. Green is therefore the animating energy for the body or mind. It is in that which moves, animates, progresses, cycles, rises, grows. It is in nature certainly, but so too in the racing mind. And the body is full of energy. Green in isolation has another clear effect in game. A green medicinal solution creates various cured meats that boost immunity. Immunity helps fight poison. We consume it like a small dose of poison to strengthen our resistances for the future. Neutralizing boluses made from nothing but cave moss, but this time naturally green, also boosts your immunity against poisons. Poison bone darts and arrows poison your enemy, and their tips drip in green liquid. The various horn charms have various effects, patterned by their colour. The one that boosts immunity has green on the horns. And of course, everything that causes typical poison follows the same pattern. The pattern goes on well beyond this, but is this the other side of the same coin? Could animation itself be poison? And if so, how? The first hint to green's nature is the fact that the green rule for poison, not rot, which we will come to, continues across plants to inanimate stones, to medicine. The second is that there is a consistent colour difference, a consistent shade of green that differentiates stamina, or healthy animation, with unhealthy animation, poison. Poisons in our world are not a specific shade of green. Stamina green is consistently a rich, vivid green, sitting healthily in the range of the colour. But poison is a shade of green that moves towards yellow. Why is unhealthy animation towards the shade of yellow? Because it becomes disordered, or by another name, chaotic. Better to have ordered motion, even if it is a little slower than desired, over chaotic motion. Animation going wrong in the body is very linked to timing going wrong, movement being paired with time. We know from black and white that grey timekeeping doesn't do well for health. What about chaotic movement or animation within our bodies? What can happen if the body's processes go out of sync? How fast might we last with a sped up heart and a slowed down liver? Or a metabolism many times too fast? Chaotic bodily processes are deadly. Even slight rhythm errors between them over long periods of time causes huge problems in the organs. Therefore, if the green is not the right shade and it gets in your system, it is poison. Green has simpler emotions than red or blue, and while it has its highs and lows, its place is the animation of things, of emotions and thoughts too, the rate of change, whether they cycle or not, how fast they come and go. green also has its own mysteries. Is the light green Celadon blade of the Godskin Apostles simply for increasing the thrust speed? It works. The thrusts from specifically the weapon, regardless of wielder, are swifter than the eye can follow. But is there some other secret? Is Selen's glintstone a sickly poison green, evidence of her twisted mind? She was the Graven Witch, after all. And how to explain this remarkable green sky on that fateful night of the Black Knives? Perhaps you have spotted a similar sky in your playthrough too. There is one poison in game that is not green, that is called rot. What is Scarlet Rot? Once again it is named by colour, and from its name we have the answer. If there is more and more energy, green, in life and bodies, red, what happens? What did we say was the colour more energetic life moved to, as it became more madly mobile, more chaotic? Red trends to yellow, which is exactly what you get when you mix red and green, and one of the closest shades of red to the border of yellow, or chaos, is scarlet. Scarlet is life, but too manically energetic. It grows and lives too vigorously and chaotically, consuming and destroying its host. Life out of control. Scarlet brings us to the idea of colours being similar, being neighbours. Of course, there is no one nature for any colour, it is all hues. What is the order and relationship of colour? In a natural splitting of colours from white light, we can see it clearly. Red is on one side of the split, leading to yellow, to green, to blue, and then to purple. The shades of these colours are infinitely varied as it goes between them. Every colour can be made by the two that border it on either side. So a wheel can be formed, as a famous alchemist did long ago. More than the darkness or lightness, where is the colour exactly? How close is it to others? The hue, as we have mentioned, may divide gravity nature from sleep, but there is no strict border in any of their natures. Everything can approach and mix.
Heresy is not native to the world. It is but a contrivance. All things can be conjoined.
So, red going too close to yellow gives scarlet. Chaotic life is scarlet rot. Blue gains some green and it becomes energized, full of innovation and impact on the real world. But too much green and the mind cannot keep the stability for things like attention or memory. Become too green, a shade of turquoise, and you might be called a bluntstone. Perhaps being this hue his whole life led Thops to a great insight. A mind that is internally over-animated repels the entry of external mental influence. It raises the question of whether sorcery damage really arises simply from strong mental belief. Moving further away from blue moves further away from sentience and more into the automatic animations of the natural world. Comets represent this, always much more green than the bluer stars, and are never referred to as sentient. Stars, on the other hand, are referred to repeatedly as active, conscious agents. Green animation moved towards yellow is poison. Mind and body mix into the purple worlds of sleep, dreams, and the mystic, and inanimate bodies moving with what seems to be minds of their own is purple gravity. Most interestingly, and what really shows the purposeful nature of Elden Ring's colour design, is in opposites. Colours may have associations in our world, but their opposite associations do not match to their colour opposites. What do we mean by that? Well, for most colour systems, opposite associations do not have opposite colours or light wavelengths, and vice versa. Thus, we do not find in our world that the associations of purple are the opposite of the associations of green. The odds of them doing so is remarkably low. If they did, you might start to say that it was a natural law. But what do we find in Elden Ring? White and black are the two opposites of time, but it is a scale for all colours. And grey, the mess and mix of time states, when inverted, is still grey. It has no time opposite, unlike black or white. So what about true hues? The opposite of red, heat, is ice-hued blue. The opposite of chaos, the rational mind, regulating and maintaining control. The opposite of purple, the sinking, dragging sleep and gravity force, is green, the animating, uplifting energy of stamina and cycles. Clearly, this is a conscious design for the lore of Elden Ring. Let's move on to some more nuanced colours. There are some unique colours, some more common, some rare, but all mysterious. Silver, whether in the real world or Elden Ring, always takes second place to gold. Often the name for money in various cultures, it is much more practical than the hard-to-come-by gold. Silver is the most reflective metal, and the best conductor of electricity and heat. It really can seem to become one with things, visually and energetically. In Elden Ring, the nature of silver is similar, but much more magical. Silver seems in nature quite similar to quicksilver, or its other name, mercury. While this metal is not referenced in-game, the silver we find seems to flow and run like liquid. Silver tears are liquid. Nox weapons stretch and warp, formed from this same tear. The centre of this creature is a larval tear, within which we can see the apparent liquid flow of silver under its surface. In alchemy, silver is associated with the moon and snakes. Silver doesn't appear in any of the all-colour or multicolour items. It doesn't seem to be part of the mainstream world and arrangement of colours. Mercury, being a liquid metal, is perceived in alchemy as being able to cross natures and borders. It also competes with silver for its reflectivity, and has been used in telescopes for this property. Most interestingly, almost all elements can combine with mercury in a process called amalgamation. Both silver and quicksilver seem to have the ability to take on the properties of other things, whether visually or physically absorbing, or in its heat or electric nature. In Elden Ring, silver truly takes on the nature of others. We can even birth ourselves anew with this silver, and it is hinted that maybe a lord can be made by a silver imitation. While this nature of silver seems to be a pattern, it is still a mystery. Why is the metal of Trina's sword full of purple magic silver? To conduct the realm of dreams? Is Oracle Envoy blood silver? They look somewhat similar, white and blue, to the white-blooded Albinaurics, and Albinaurics were formed from a sacred drop of dew. Was that dew as silver as the shield that represents it? And what is blue silver? A mysterious metal born from the same mother as Albinaurics themselves. Amber is perplexing. Amber in our world is fossilized tree resin. Different colour ambers form from the Erdtree's old sap. As in our world, sap and thyme are the ingredients. The various hues of amber match the various natures of colour. However, most important is the traditional colour of amber. It is very connected to the process of rebirth. The amber egg of Renala is a beautiful example. Why is rebirth this colour? And more confusingly, why does it need silver to operate? The sacred dewdrop tear represented in the silver mirror shield has amber atop it, another strange relation. Amber Starlight says that amber-hued stars must command the gods. The draft made to attempt to control Rani is an amber draft. This colour seems to have something to do with formation of life, formation of a future and fate. But it is a colour of mystery we need to explore. What is gloam? Gloam is twilight, or the darker part of twilight. Gloom, shade. Given what we know about the colours and relation to death, gloam would be a fitting colour for the Queen's eyes. Who it might be remains in the dark. Copper is another colour that is also a metal. Copper appears vividly in certain swords. Regalia of Aoke says that the copper coloration of the blade is a conduit for its wielder to move it by their will alone. We believe copper is therefore the colour of the will. The region that uses this sword also gave us Elema of the Briar. His shield from a foreign land is the land of Aoke, a land of proudly solitary ascetics. Ascetic is defined as characterised by severe self-discipline and abstention from all forms of indulgence. This sword is from a region where willpower is immensely important and practiced daily. The will is the colour of copper. Bronze seems to support this. Bronze is an alloy mostly of copper and a little tin. The gargoyles seem to be operated from afar. Their swords are made of bronze, as are the hoops on their ankles and wrists, almost like a puppet. Tin men moved by the will at distance. Additionally, how does one make copper colour? You mix a lot of yellow, chaos, a lot of red, animal life and raw instincts, with a little blue. What could better represent willpower than copper? When a little bit of mind or spirit has to fight as the underdog against the chaos of the world and the baser desires to do what you truly wish to do. Will is found in this hardship, where one must compete against these two natures and win. There is one remarkable colour in-game that is not truly a colour: drained of colour. According to the natures of colour, this type of colour should be defined by its emptiness of nature, and this is just what we see. Eclipse Crest Greatshield says, "The eclipsed sun, drained of colour, is the protective star of soulless demigods." It is an emptiness that matters here. The edge is the symbol that matters. Soulless demigods have lost their natures. Their bodies lie drained of red vigour. The animation, the mind, the character, the soul has left this plane. They are colourless. Nascent butterfly, an important ingredient in many consumables, has translucent wings. It appears as if it has just emerged from its cocoon for its entire life. It has very little nature. Colourlessness can be filled. It is pure potential. Nascent butterfly makes dappled, multicoloured meat. It doesn't interfere with these hues. It is colourless, and can take on varieties of colours without staining it with its own. This concept comes again with sombre smithing stone, sombre being defined as dull in colour or tone. The description of the stone again reminds us that colour is an essential building block of the world. Shard of smithing stone drained of colour. What a peculiar thing for a blacksmith to find important. Finally, it says, special armament with unique characteristics cannot be strengthened with coloured smithing stones. Colour has nature intrinsically and irremovably. If something is a unique and balanced mix of colours, to use a coloured stone would literally change its nature. Therefore, to maintain its uniqueness of nature, which in Elden Ring means its remarkable uniqueness of colour, you need to use a colourless smithing stone. So, multicoloured. Now we know the basics, we can approach these remarkable dappled patterns. There are of course many base colours. We can therefore make a prediction before looking in-game. Multicoloured consumables in Elden Ring should have the same effect as its constituent colours. Indeed, multicoloured is achieved by the most basic function of something else. These colours, after all, are not mixing. But first, dappled, rainbow, mottled. It goes by many names. The mottled necklace, from an entirely different culture to the Erdtree, has very clearly 3 colours on it: poison green, purple, and red. The exact colours of the more ordinary immunising, clarifying, and stalwart charms. What is the effect of this vividly coloured accoutrement, precious to the Ancestral Followers? It raises robustness, immunity, and focus, just like our colours would dictate, and a combination of the more regular coloured horn charms. Our prediction is right. This pattern fits across many items: Flask of Wondrous Physic, a relic of the physic chemists, priests of the Erdtree. What a curious profession for priests, to focus on the mixing and combinations of base natures. harnesses the power of crystal tears, which only form after the passage of many moons. Various special effects are bestowed upon the drinker, dependent on the specific mixture of crystal tears. Of course, there are many colours of tears, crimson and green and so on, and with custom combinations, the vision of their effect is multicoloured. One special tear is the opaline hard tear. Opaline is another word for opalescent, defined as showing many small points of shifting colour against a pale or dark ground. Opal is famous for being able to display every colour of the rainbow. If crimson tears and green tears affect HP and stamina, what does this multicoloured tear do? It boosts all forms of damage negation. The dappled cured meat we make, upon closer inspection, has 3 colours that stain it: red, purple, and poison green. And what do these cured meats do when we consume them? Dappled cured meat boosts immunity, robustness, and focus, exactly what the colours red, purple, and off-green do when alone in a cured meat. What is remarkable too is how we make dappled cured meat. The medicinal solution we cure it in doesn't have a combination of the essential ingredients of other meats. The invigorating cured meat, red, has a land octopus ovary in it, but it is not in dappled meat. We don't find a slumbering egg for the sleep resistance, nor a head of a poison-resistant dragonfly. There is one item that seems to give all the variety of colour to the dappled meat: a budding horn. This horn began to sprout on a beast that typically bears no horn. Perhaps it's a vestige of the primordial crucible. This horn gives rise to many colours. What is the primordial crucible? Where all life was once blended together. All life, all natures, and therefore all colours. With the nature of multicoloured established, we can look at where it appears in the lore. We can understand why the rarest and most prized of Miranda flowers are the most varied in colour. There is a great power in the diversity of uses. Astal, formed of many colours together, can cast various forms of magic, and indeed, amongst all this varied colour appear rings. Why are the celebrants in the windmill village armed with multicoloured rakes, skulls, and sickles? The merchants wear gorgeous multicoloured garments, their famously suave hats studded with many coloured gemstones. Is this the lie of the 3 fingers? That removing division will bring together this diversity in beauty instead of destruction in chaos? The gods themselves seem to be a multicoloured set. The outer god of scarlet rot, the god of Rani's order, the formless mother, and so on. Perhaps white and black is like a many-faced god, acting as many colours, but in fact is one. Colours are so fundamental that the very gods seem to be divided by them, and one god, the greater will, is recognised by one exceptional colour. But nothing is so important in the lore of the multicoloured than the crucible and the omens. Omens, with the nature of all creatures emerging, have much more than a vestige of the primordial crucible. If yellow is a chaos of everything mixing, multicoloured is something to be nervous of. How things can be multicoloured without mixing to chaos is the place of a most famous colour, and omens are evidence of the breakdown of this colour. As the boundaries of colour begin to weaken and stir up, how close we come to chaos. Morgott is an omen who knows he is a risk. He is ashamed of his curse. He recanted it and sealed it away in his cursed sword, a beautiful lore item. Warped blade of shifting hue. The colours tell us his story. What is an omen but a warped being with many coloured natures shifting and emerging? The accursed blood that Morgott recanted and sealed away reformed into this blade. When this blood becomes unbound, it emerges. It explodes and mixes in a filthy, off-yellow, staining the thrones. staining, an important word, explicitly a word for colour. Omens and omen blood, and all that trends towards the primordial crucible, risk blending in a stew of mess, one step from pure chaos. But it is kept at bay by one thing: gold. In our world, gold is formed in stars and is believed to have fallen to the earth in meteorites long ago. It is unreactive and one of the most stable elements. It is very hard to destroy and very hard to make. And of course, it has a unique colour. In alchemy, it is viewed as the highest form of matter, but not only matter, also body, mind and soul. To turn base metals, matter, or our own nature into gold takes many stages, but gold is the final form. This transformation has been undertaken by many great minds in history, but while they gave us many other gifts, gold was never made. In Elden Ring, we need to look at the world and what is in it to see gold's place in the universe. Gold is seen all around us, but it is hard to find on its own, removed from complex systems. Religion, characters, obscure dialogue, none of these help us as gold beginners. Complexity will lead to confusion. We need to find where gold is in the world, simply. And there are 3 items which are natural, simple, and, importantly, ignored. There won't be any preconceptions about what has been passed by. Golden roa, gold-tinged excrement, and beast blood. First, golden roa. Red roa, as we have dealt with, is heavily involved in red nature boosting. Gold roa is a rarer thing, though it is easily found near the Erdtree. Gold is easier to find in general near the Erdtree. More than colour, how does this gold roa differ from a typical roa? In what we can make. Red roa and rhymed roa cannot make any dappled meats. Dappled, as we have addressed, are multicoloured. They have the effects of each colour, yet the meat has identifiable, separate colours in its dappling. Why can the preserving effects of a normal roa not do what is required to make dappled meat, but gold roa can? Gold is required to stop the colours from mixing. It contains the colours in the meat, together yet separate. Gold-tinged excrement is next. Once again, it has a unique appearance. It has a golden tinge. But we have an enormous clue in this highly ignored substance. Gold-tinged excrement is a highly stable substance. It doesn't dry out, nor does it lose its customary warmth or scent. For better or worse, it remains as it is. Goldness maintains the nature of the thing. Finally, we have fresh beast blood, glinting with gold. This glimmering blood never rots or decays. Between these items, the essential nature of gold reveals itself. Gold is order. Gold has the power to hold things in a state or condition that otherwise might change. In a universe where the natures of things are linked with colour, gold is what can hold them in relation. Gold dictates whether they overlap, mix, or are held at a great remove. Without gold, dappled meat would be very dangerous to eat, as its colours would interfere with each other. Without gold, things rot. Without gold, for better or worse, things change unpredictably. Each colour has its opposite in nature, but gold is not a base colour. It is an emergent property and an emergent colour, just like chaos. And yellow is the shadow of gold. Gold is what can divide and distinguish, and yellow destroys divisions. Interestingly, what is one thing that can break gold down in the real world? Aqua regia dissolves gold away, its colour a vivid yellow. Gold and order is like yellow and chaos. It exists and doesn't exist. It is an emergent colour when all colours are in certain orders. You have faith in gold, you can see it, feel it, but it doesn't exist in the way green does. Break the structure, and gold vanishes into its constituent parts, with the true colours within revealing themselves. If gold is order, gold may have the power of influencing the basic rules of the universe. After all, what are rules, whether in society or the laws of nature, other than order? With enough gold, you can guide these laws as you see fit. You can make things rise or fall. You can make them burn, freeze, reverse in time. You can temper your own being with blue. You can choose how long red lasts, how much green, your amount of purple. The enigmatic Miyazaki told us so before the game's release. The rings you're looking at in the logo are more a representation of the law of the world, the rules and the order. It's more about how you apply those rules and how you enforce them on the physical world and what effects they have on it. That's what's being represented by the Elden Ring and these overlapping and intersecting rings. It gets a little bit more complicated than that, but I'll leave it there for now. Like dams in rivers, with gold you can direct nature itself. Whether it helps the world in general, or only yourself, depends on your understanding and your choices. The current imperfection of the Golden Order, or instability of ideology, can be blamed upon the fickleness of the gods, no better than men. Let us now look at more complicated aspects of gold and see if things fall into place. The shackles for omens have golden symbols on them, and they are bathed in golden magic. They confine omens. Confinement is a form of order. And now we have learnt the multicoloured nature of omens, isn't this just dappled meat and golden roa, but played at a much larger scale? Omens, the same as anything else, are defined by their colours. Omens are too primordial, too verging on the chaotic. If let out to mix, it becomes disordered. Gold, like the golden roa, keeps these shifting hues in place. Morgott has the nature of what seems to be rats, goats, and many other creatures growing from him, and when the seal he imposed on his own blood seems to break, it is splinters of gold he coughs out first, before the emergence of a muddy, mixed colour. Order is very linked to time. If order is buffeted by non-order, it dissipates over time. This is why Morgott's shackle, which lacks power, only holds Morgott for a short time. This is why with time, gold seems to decay to a muddy yellow. Colours naturally mix, and thus, just as golden roa is needed for cured meat, so too do we, the player, need runes. Runes are the gold that keep ourselves in order. Without runes, we cannot keep any of the natures of colour. If we consume redness, a boost occurs, but it cannot be maintained permanently, and it fades. The golden runes that can maintain natures in order can allow us to keep different attributes permanently. Think of it like having more gold to add to our own ring. It increases its size. Runes will act as nourishment for the development of any tarnished. If we want more green permanently, we can do that. More runes allows us to alter our own form, our own order. Without order, these natures will mix. We don't necessarily want a strong body to dilute with a strong mind to result in tiredness. Order can raise the parts to a greater whole. It may be that all the basic building blocks of nature are around us all the time. Much like in the real world, everything is only its specific nature as a result of its order. Order does not only apply to the inner, it also applies to the outer world. You can impose order on others, just as you can impose disorder. One more complicated aspect of Golden Order, a name which takes a more literal meaning now, is incantations. One spell that imposes order on others is Litany of Proper Death. We cast it upon those who live in death, and it stops them from arising repeatedly. The description once again is more concerned about image than the physical. It imposes an image of order. in bright gold, which damages those who live in death. The spell says the hunters aim to stamp out defiled reason, all for the perfection of the Golden Order. In their opinion, to live in death is an affront to how Order should be. However, the very name, living in death, shows how flexible Order can be, that such a thing is even possible. The image of Order is interesting too. What shape does Order always take? Clear, intersecting straight lines, triangles and squares, and of course, most famously, in rings. What is more ordered than a ring, holding an inner and separating an outer, balanced around its centre? Rings are a perfect visual representation of order. They can contain, they can overlap, and bind. Other spell effects and descriptions help us further. Two incantations viewed as very important to the lore are the Lore of Regression and the Lore of Causality. Causality, one of the key fundamentals, manifests a small ring of causality within that allows the caster to automatically retaliate upon receiving a certain number of blows. The fundamentalists describe the Golden Order through the powers of regression and causality. Causality is the pull between meanings. It is the connections that form the relationships of all things. This is one more key. This is because it is fundamental to understand that order is not only static. Something being in a state of order, unchanging through time, is of course ordered, but there is order in processes too, that which repeats or has a pattern, that which is predictable. Cause and effect, fundamentally, if it is tightly correlated, is a form of order. It is order through time. So with this, we can establish that order is not only something that applies to things with static states, such as beast blood not rotting. It applies to processes, just as a dam will consistently redirect water in this or that direction over time. The next is Lore of Regression. Heals all negative statuses, dispels special effects, and reveals mimicry in all its forms. Regression is the pull of meaning, that all things yearn eternally to converge. This is inverting causality, or removing effect. Any form of order is expensive, and to do this at a deeper level, say a wide area, or deeper into the past, i.e. through more layers of cause and effect, takes a lot of order. It is expensive. It is easy to damage order with chaos, but undoing order, cleanly, backwards, is not chaos. It is a very hard operation that also requires a lot of order. All incantations are of interest here as well. Immutable Shield protects one's own order. Lord's Aid and Cure Poison use a great abundance of order to draw out poisons and ailments from our bodies, and we can see these colours being removed. Finally, we have order healing. All the good and the great wanted was an absolute evil to contend with. Does such a notion exist in the fundamentals of order? So we get to the moral aspect of order. Who benefits from order? What does benefit even mean without order? Before the existence of order, can we talk about good or evil? Both, if they exist, arise from order. The benefit or harm of a dam, its gain to some, its harm to others, is already placed atop an order. Can something as fundamental as order itself have a morality? After all, with chaos, such things fall down. Melina tells us as such.
If you intend to claim the frenzied flame, I ask that you cease. It is not to be meddled with. It is chaos, devouring life and thought unending. However ruined this world has become, however mired in torment and despair, life endures. Births continue. There is beauty in that. Is there not? If you would become Lord, do not deny this notion. Please, leave the frenzied flame alone.
Life itself is destroyed in chaos. The pain and suffering of life is also order. It is division and distinguishment. Frenzy removes the order of pain, just as the Eye of Yellow relieves it. Without suffering of any kind, we would die. Order contains, perhaps irremovably, suffering, but is a mixed quality of life better than none at all?
The Lord of Frenzied Flame is no lord at all, when the land they preside over is lifeless.
Chaos is a release, but a well-structured order may do wonders. And this range of the possibilities of order is the purpose of Goldmask. The state of the current order is weakening, and disorder has become more present.
The fallen leaves tell a story.
Gold is fading even small distances from the Erdtree. Is it because gold is alloyed with something outer, allowing the influence of outer gods? Is it unstable ideology and fickleness that is the problem? Or is it the physical damage done to the Elden Ring that is causing these issues? Goldmask takes on the task of mending order. His change to fundamental order impacts everything and everyone in the lands between. In fact, the form of order is what defines every ending in Elden Ring. Many orders are possible. Unlike others who create a mending rune, Goldmask invests incomparable time and thought into his creation. He has likely spent a lifetime to reach his level of understanding. Staring up, through holes in his mask not unlike a pinhole camera, he observes the world. Is the mask splitting colours, so he can analyse their true natures? He seems to care about the fate of the world, beyond his own self-interest. We should be glad for it. It is an enormous responsibility to lay down the order for all others. Order, in a sense, is innately unnatural. Get it wrong, and it may have been better to do nothing. But there are huge benefits to tempering your nature, for yourself and others. This is why Goldmask's work is all about transcending. The culmination of his work is the mending rune of perfect order, a rune of transcendental ideology, which will attempt to perfect the Golden Order. Will this allow vivid colour to return to the Tarnished and the lands between? Goldmask has achieved something miraculous when his rune starts an Age of Order. Whether it will succeed in the long term though, only time will tell. Gold is colours set in order. We can see it when it breaks and ceases to glow, its colours revealed. Gold can be a shackle, but gold can be freedom. All that is cursed or evil is order, but so too is every gift in life order. To choose its alternative is madness. To know ourselves, our nature, our colours is a path we must follow, just as Goldmask followed his. Never impose order carelessly. Instead, walking this path of understanding may give the insight to harness our own natures, to lay down our own rings, to gain strength of all forms, to be present, to earn comfort with what we cannot control or understand, to be more in harmony. Too much and you are out of control. Too little, you're ineffective. Too intense, you'll never last. Too light, and you fade away. In time, our actions, thoughts, energy, instincts, and even emotions can be brought to harmony, with time and battle. After all, the Creator called gold the concepts of order and discipline. Just as gold won its place in Elden Ring, anyone can conquer their own lands between. Anyone, even if you feel your colours are tarnished, can transcend to gold. We hope you're enjoying the video. If you love Elden Ring and Souls lore, consider supporting the channel for early access, extra videos, new episodes of Lore Before Bed, and more. Thank you. Boggart might have changed the world. He isn't as intelligent as Goldmask, but he has intuition. In time, he just might have mended the lands between, because Boggart was onto something. Blackguard Big Boggart is born into a big world. His arrival is not blessed. He is not born at the foot of the Erdtree or into a well-off family. Only those of comfort and means know the truth. A crab's eggs are more delectable than its meat. Boggart will go on to eat and sell crab meat, but never sells the eggs. He doesn't know this truth because he has never experienced comfort or wealth. After an early life of hardship, he grows into an aggressive man. He learns to fight, he learns to threaten, he learns to bluff, and he learns to cook the food of the people very, very well. While young, he ignores this talent, instead choosing violence to make his way in the world. He chooses to steal from those weaker than him. He is armed when he robs, and he settles on a weapon of choice. The fists of Big Boggart, he calls them, and they shatter bones with ease. He sees weakness as an excuse for his crimes, as if he is simply teaching the weak a lesson they need to learn.
But it ain't my fault she's stupid enough to get duped, is it? Lucky she ain't died on the bloody roadside, I reckon.
During this time, he had yet to be forced into a prisoner's mask. People might have called him beautiful. But his soul had become ugly. The soul of a blackguard, a thug. He hangs out with those he trusts and shares his taste for prawns. However, some of his friends may not be a good influence, and he ends up being locked up with one. The degree of punishment, as well as who he is locked up with, make it likely that they committed serious crimes. Boggart is made to wear an iron mask, a mask forced on convicted prisoners. Another similar mask in-game is used for the same purpose, but has an even crueler design. It is used on prisoners convicted of an appalling crime, and is a foul creation designed to torment the wearer, either slowly fermenting hatred within their heart, or a spiritual fervour that is near indistinguishable from it. Boggart has more space to breathe and see in his, but it must at first be claustrophobic and panic-inducing. It blocks out much of the world's light, his freedom to breathe reduced. He is dehumanized. Even if his soul was already warped before, it warps further during captivity. This is only the beginning. Whether he deserves it or not, Boggart's time in jail is horrific. His friend, his cellmate, doesn't last long. Boggart's one comfort, his friend, becomes a trauma when they are joined by another.
I was in the same jail as him once.
The Dung Eater does something terrible while in jail, does something that to this day Boggart cannot forget.
I ain't seen nothing more disgusting in all my years. I ain't ever been more scared neither. Rooted to the bloody spot. While he did that to my friend.
Boggart has to witness the twisted Dung Eater kill and curse his friend. The gruesome technique, combining omen horns and filthy heresy, will haunt Boggart forever. Do the jailers come to remove the Dung Eater from Boggart's cell? Or does the Dung Eater decide it's not Boggart's time? In any case, Boggart lives to tell the tale, and eventually, his time in prison comes to an end. Is Boggart released from jail, or does he escape? He leaves with his prisoner's mask still on, which would be cruel if he had finished his sentence. Whatever the case may be, Boggart chooses to keep the mask on to this day. On release, he has no real remorse for his crimes and turns to violence once more. And the mask helps him. To Boggart, the mask made him all the more threatening and helped him get what he wanted. The threat of the mask is like a bluff, and it means Boggart doesn't have to fight to get what he wants. We originally thought Boggart's name, Blackguard Big Boggart, meant a bluffer. To blag means to manage to obtain something by using persuasion or guile. To obtain with persuasion or guile seems like bluffing, but this is not what his name means. Blackguard means a man who behaves in a dishonourable or contemptible way. This fits with what we know of him so far, but this is his reputation. He doesn't call himself a blackguard. What he does call himself is Big Boggart. Boggart is defined as an evil or mischievous spirit. Was he given this name from birth? Was his soul evil from the beginning? Or is this a form of self-loathing, an acceptance of how others perceive him? Until well after being free from prison, his behaviour deserves his reputation. But after some time, for some unknown reason, Boggart decides to change. His helmet states that while it helped him get what he wanted, it was also a mirror of his emptiness. It is as though his way of life, intimidation, violence, dishonour, is having an effect on his soul, on his inner order, that is too hard to bear. On meeting, no one fails to notice that he doesn't like himself, or believe in himself.
Makes no bloody sense anyway. Why some no-name like me should get called to the lands between. Not just some petty thug like me. It serves me right. Fitting bloody end. For a jumped up little...
The weight of this self-loathing may have become too much to bear, and whether he knows it or not, Boggart starts to act in a way that he can be more proud of, so that he can like himself. Boggart decides that he wants to bring value to the world, and so the blackguard begins a new journey. At some point he sees grace, as though it was the path to a better life. He hardly even believes in grace.
Makes no bloody sense anyway. Why some no-name like me should get called to the lands between.
And yet he follows its path. Boggart follows his intuition, and after arriving in the lands between, sets up a prawn shop. And he tries hard. He works at it long enough for a point of grace to be named after his store. He has likely built the shack himself and stacked wood for burning beside it. His natural talent for prawn cooking from his earlier life now turns professional, and he becomes a true prawn connoisseur. He avoids oversalting. His intuition tells him that something delicious and that boosts defense will be in high demand in the lands between. He may be onto something. As he begins to go on the straight and narrow, he struggles to quit his bad habits. He is still aggressive. He is still rude. He still likes loot, and he will always love chests. He likes birdwatching, shall we say. His favourite part of the chicken isn't the drumstick. He likes to keep abreast of current affairs, if you will. If we may be so bold, he eats his meals with a glass of... Okay, enough. Boggart is still dishonest when we meet him. He sells crayfish and calls it prawn. But all of this is much better than he used to be. And like the mask he wears, a lot of his behaviour is a front, because Boggart, more than anything, is scared. He is scared of the big bad world and everything in it. He's scared to come out of his mask. What was once captivity has become comfort. Others see the mask and flee from him, thinking he is more dangerous than he is. He calls himself Big Boggart, but he isn't so big. And nowadays, he isn't all that evil. His aggression is a bluff, and we discover this when we push through it. We meet Boggart at a lull in his journey. He no longer sees grace. His shop is doing the rounds. He is yet to truly change his ways, and others may take advantage of his old habits dying hard. Raya needs to test those who may be suitable for the Volcano Manor. She does this by seeing if they will kill a Tarnished, one of their own kind.
He too is tarnished. If you've any qualms confronting your own, I shall find another.
By some coincidence, Boggart, a Tarnished, steals Raya's necklace. What a coincidence too that Patches, a member of the Volcano Manor, also hints that we need to help Raya.
By the way, have you met that girl Raya? She's a strange one, but I believe she was in need of help. Not that it's any of my business, but if she rings your bell, why not lend her an ear?
An odd thing for the self-serving Patches to do. Boggart himself, when we accuse him of stealing the necklace, says,
"Sod the particulars of the matter."
While he doesn't deny it entirely, we believe he gave in to his old bad habits in what was a classic honeypot. She wanted him to commit the crime, and tempted him. What we can say is whatever truly went down, Boggart did not use violence. The old Boggart certainly would have. We are left to speculate on the rest. Do you think Boggart was tricked? It is here that Boggart once again shows his remarkable intuition.
Anyway, she ain't alright, that one. Lucky she ain't died on the bloody roadside, I reckon.
And he is correct. His intuition extends to the Erdtree and to the Golden Order itself.
Maybe something went with it. Maybe it's been broke for a good long time. The Erdtree, I'm saying.
His intuition is better than half the members of the Golden Order together. Perhaps Boggart's magical intuition is leading him on a bigger path than even he realizes. But at the Boil Prawn Shack, he needed someone to shake him out of his stagnation, and we can be that someone. If we push through his aggression and choose to buy his prawn, he starts to let down his defenses. He stops bluffing and he starts to trust us.
Never met someone with a taste for prawn I couldn't trust. We'd make good mates, I reckon.
A theme in Elden Ring is how a person or group is treated is how they will treat you. Give him some kindness and he'll call you his mate. He gives us a gesture. Is it the gesture of giving up? Or is it just what is needed after a bellyful of prawn? As the relationship grows, he starts being more hopeful about the future.
You've got a real thing here, eh? And it's only getting better.
Our friendship seems to animate him. Does he see grace again after we meet him? Or is his next action his own idea? Because Big Boggart packs up shop and travels to Leyendell. And he travels the hard way. He battles the magma worm with his fists and roars the creature down. He can even be summoned to help us, his mate. He uses his own product because he really believes in what he sells. He sets up on the outskirts of Leyendell, where the crabs are plentiful and the demand for boosting defense is much higher. He does all of this alone. Once he sets up by Leyendell, he keeps things lean. He has yet to build a shack, but he strives once more to improve. He now serves real crab, and this time Boggart is totally honest about the produce. He even sells crab at the same price as the crayfish, despite it arguably warranting a higher one. Small crayfish are not protected by the large ones, but this is not true of crabs. The large and the small roam together. In addition to the added danger, crab gives a higher boost to our defense than prawn. So Boggart is giving us exceptional value by not selling the crab at an increased fee. Honestly, it's one of the best consumables in the game. When we find him here, he doesn't recognize us at first. This allows us, by chance, to see that his aggression is an act.
What are you looking at? Oh, you again, is it? Perfect bloody timing, actually. I got crab, cooked up fresh.
Because he is afraid, because he needs to protect himself, he is aggressive. But once he recognizes us, he becomes our friend again. He trusts us, a fellow fighter, a fellow tarnished. We need Crab to boost our defense because we are the downtrodden. The two of us are the smallest of players in this world, and mates look out for each other. But, by accident, we end Boggart's journey. Boggart has been discarding the ghosts of his past, anger, loathing, emptiness. But one ghost is much more physical, and we release him. Just as he conquers his inner demons, an outer demon joins the fray. Boggart notices his old cellmate's presence in the capital outskirts, and he looks out for us, taking the time to warn us.
Yeah, and now I've seen it here again. Never thought I would. It was him. No question. That monster. He's lurking round here.
He wants us to stay safe. We are lucky. But the Dung Eater finds Boggart, who becomes his next victim.
God damn it. Why ain't it me? Why ain't it ever?
We find Boggart on the point of death. He begs for release from the Dung Eater's torture, and in his last moments, he loses faith in himself and his ambitions.
It serves me right. Fitting bloody end. For a jumped up little with big ideas. Help me out. Would you, mate? I don't want to get cursed. Just let me die. I don't want to live like this. Not anymore. So, please.
But before we can grant him his wish, and perhaps prevent him from being cursed, he dies. On death, he only drops 100 runes. He must have put everything back into his business. If we had managed to grant him mercy, would this have allowed Boggart's soul, hopefully now a purer soul, to return to the Erdtree? Let us hope that the Dung Eater hadn't completed the cursing process, so that he can be born again, this time a little more blessed. Not only for everyone to enjoy his connoisseur prawn, his crab and his humour, but because his intuition had him on a unique path that may have made him a healing force in the lands between.
For a jumped up little with big ideas.
Just what were his big ideas? Did he even know how consequential they might be? Because Boggart might just have been an accidental genius. The crab and prawn meat is not only healthy and nutritious, it is abundant and cheap. The rich obsess about the flavour of crab eggs, perhaps suggesting that they look down upon more mature crab meat. And if so, this would most likely be because of where the creatures live. The crayfish and crab crowd around waste water, around filth, around death. And they are there, eating. They eat these impurities. That is why they are so abundant, because the world is filling up with this waste, because of the fractures and errors in the current order. Has Boggart's intuition made another remarkable leap? The rich should look closer. The state of the world's impurities can be seen in some crabs. There are even some who are infused with deathblight, where this curse can be seen on the crab's external shell, the dead, inanimate shell. Deathblight is rampant, rapidly infecting the world, including these bottom feeders, and yet, the meat they drop is clean. All the drops are clean, healthy, white meat, no matter where they live or what diet they have. The crabs are miraculous creatures that can filter out any impurities, including disease, death, and sickness, and use it to grow strong. Not only is Boggart's food cheap, abundant, and very nutritious, but it is in harmony with nature. In an intuitive way, Boggart is solving the problem. His business, expanded enough, done long enough, may mend the lands between. Boggart, the intuitive version of Goldmask, follows a path of simplicity and strikes gold. But before he could uncover its true potential, he was cut down, taking his skills with him. Let us hope in his next life he is not judged too soon. In the credits for the game, he is listed only as Thug. Born into the world with such a label, what chance did he have? But given a chance, who knows what he might achieve? Boggart is one of the only people in the Lands Between who becomes more likeable and more trustworthy the more we know about him. Perhaps in his next life, he will not be a big Boggart, a big evil spirit, but simply big-spirited. Because next time, we know our prawn brother is gonna make it. And when he does, let's hope we can be there to have a drink with him over some salted prawns.
You've got a real thing here, eh? And it's only getting better.
Here was the secret of happiness, about which philosophers had disputed. Happiness might now be bought for a penny and carried in the waistcoat pocket. Portable ecstasies might be had corked up in a pint bottle. The power to alter body and mind with the gifts of nature is like nothing else. If power can corrupt lords and gods, then the power held by healers has its own temptations. Everyone in positions of trust and influence in the Lands Between will have their own particular vices. The history of the Perfumers is a history of healers who cannot swear to have done no harm. The Perfumers' power is the ability to influence the mind and the body, but not only of their patients. There are side effects to the craft, both on patient and perfumer. Perfuming is an age-old practice in the Lands Between. Its influence has dispersed to many cultures throughout Elden Ring, more than we can know. We will share here what we have discovered about perfumers, some who profess to do good, some who descend to depravity, and some who commit such violence that their own emotions need to be silenced. Farewell to smiles and laughter, farewell to peace of mind, farewell to hope and to tranquil dreams, and to the blessed consolations of sleep. The history of perfumers in our own world is not a spotless one. Nature creates the purest ingredients, and to make an exceptional perfume you must draw from nature. These ingredients cannot be obtained by someone with an overactive conscience. Some more well-known animals that were slaughtered in history for the sake of perfumes were deer and whales, but the victims are many and diverse. These living, breathing products fell victim to a soaring market price once their scent potential was discovered, and a single gland or duct was worth killing the whole beast for. Without other alternatives to meet market demand, greed is always the rule. And as always in a From Software game, if the inspirations in the real world are dark, then we should be ready to descend much deeper into human darkness. Let us discover the depths of the perfumers. In the world of Elden Ring, perfumers come to exist quite early. So too do Miranda flowers, who emerge even earlier than perfumers. We know both of these facts thanks to the description of one item, Miranda powder. Throughout human history, perfumers have prized this pollen. Perfumers, Miranda flowers, and inevitably trade around this ingredient has existed in the world almost since records began for this age. Whether this is after the war against the giants, from which the new rulers started its own history, or perfumers emerged even before that date, is unknown. There is no evidence of perfumers fighting in the Giant War, but we cannot be sure. This dating shows that trade around perfumes and the ingredients that make them is very basic to the lands between, even if the secrets of the craft are not widely dispersed. The beginnings of perfuming likely begins naturally, starting with accidental discoveries in nature. With simple blind luck and a bit of risky experimentation, just as in our own ancient civilizations, many discoveries are made over time. The effects of pollen, resin, fruits, roots, or any other gifts of nature cannot help but be stumbled upon eventually. Even animals get drunk by mistake, and most poisons or delights of nature are intended to be stumbled upon by the plants or animals who made them. They are designed for effect. The effect of Miranda pollen on humans may be pleasant before perfumers work with it, because the Miranda flower needs to tempt its prey within striking distance. The discoveries in Elden Ring are different to our world. Scent in Elden Ring can have a much more powerful effect on the mind and body. We shouldn't assume the senses are as limited as in our world. Once the effects of these scents are discovered, these unique natural ingredients are so powerful that they can either heal or harm. To use them on oneself or others can immediately make you a healer, an entertainer, a tormentor, an illusionist, or a dream creator. So begins the culture of the perfumers, though from these simple beginnings we can already smell the seeds of moral rot. One corrupting force is the ingredient that from earliest history to the present day perfumers cannot deny themselves: Miranda flower pollen, their most essential ingredient. It has always commanded a price, and perfumers have always paid it. But the cost to produce is stated clearly in the item description. The plant is a man-eating Miranda flower, and the Miranda flower's ashes item description leaves no doubt. Spirits of sweet little Miranda flowers, carnivorous blossoms that feed upon human flesh. This means that perfumers must harm in the first step of their healing process. The other corrupting aspect is the sheer potency of the craft. A perfumer in a position of trust has such power over others, over their body and mind, that anyone would be tempted. Not to mention, in a sea of supply the thought must arise to influence one's own mind. These unavoidable temptations will always stalk the perfumers, and many will not be able to resist. Miranda flowers themselves deserve to be discussed. These flowers are referred to in item descriptions and ashes as though they are sentient. The item descriptions are sarcastic about the Miranda flowers, calling them sweet and little darlings, but we doubt this sarcasm applies to whether the Miranda flowers are conscious. They can move and react to us if we are aggressive towards them. They seem to have a relationship with the various sects of perfumers, staying non-aggressive even with close contact, and likely while perfumers harvest some of their pollen. Given their diet requirements, it is likely to be a symbiotic relationship, and the flowers can understand not to bite the hand that feeds them. It is also probable that their pollen is so potent precisely because they have aspects of humanity within them, coursing through them. Not only do Miranda flowers feed on human flesh, they may have a human origin. A cut content item describes who may be the first of the species. Miranda, Maiden of the Flower Crucible, is said to have been the very first of this breed. In-game, they are called Miranda flowers, which is a human name. It is also a name beginning with M, which is similar to Melania and Millicent, who Gowry states can bloom. To what, if any extent, there is some genetic or environmental crossover between these women and Miranda flowers is a mystery for now. But there is some core humanity in Miranda flowers, and indeed one flower is literally called Miranda. We find her so close to the other boss in the room that they could almost be talking, and yet she does not aggress to him. If there is some core humanity before this transformation to flowers, it would likely make the pollen all the more effective on humans. The innovation of perfuming comes from nature first. The essential plants and gardens exist in the wild, well before heavy cultivation or a community and culture around perfumes develops. Even today, the Traveller's Robe says that this travelling perfumer was searching for new gardens in the wild, with new plants. It is natural to find pockets of certain plants in nature, and at first it will have been wild foraging that fed the craft. Harvesting these lucky pockets of abundance, and occasionally natural gardens, gives the perfumers their start. If the forefathers of perfuming are not in Leyendell, or the city that may have been Leyendell before the Erdtree, the capital city makes sure to have all the perfumers under its roof before the craft spreads elsewhere. As with every craft, a lot of experimentation begins in these early stages. With time, a whole range of ingredients are found to be useful, everything from glowing moss to formic rock. Many more are surely yet to be discovered even today. Unfortunately, many that are found to be useful are also dangerous to find, or toxic to handle. This immediately makes their supply difficult, and their purchase expensive. Soon, a simple solution is found, and perfumers start cultivating their own gardens, where they can grow their own supply of ingredients. This cuts out the complexity of sourcing themselves, or the cost of a middleman. The value of the ingredients is still so high, and the process of growing the plant still so morally unpleasant, that they build and grow these gardens in secret, protected from theft and the judgment of the public. Whether hidden on the fringes of the highlands, or obscured by shadows inside caves, the flowers blossom in secret, waiting to impart their scent. Of course, the perfumers can't grow everything, however, and there will be a market for selling certain risky or hard-to-find ingredients to perfumers. Even with their own gardens, products which can influence the mind will always have demand which outstrips supply. So a commerce continues to rise around perfumers and perfuming, with ingredients coming from as far as the Eternal City and the Ainsel. This diversity of supply gives the perfumers the interactions and connections to influence and be influenced, to learn from, teach, and be corrupted. The capital seeks to jealously guard the craft of the perfumers. The first reason is because of its immense power, well beyond mere healing. It is not simply, as in the eyes of the many, a blessed apothecary. This fortunate opinion of the public gives the impression of something mild, but a means of changing the mind, the emotions, altering the lens with which a person or people see the world. Such a power ought to be guarded. It might even be useful to have the general public perceive it as simply another form of healing. What it is believed to be, truly is, and might become, are all different. The other reason for this jealousy is because of the natural interconnectedness when a craft needs ingredients from across the lands. You don't have to be overprotective of what is locked in a basement, but the perfumers need to acquire products from many different corners of the world, and Leyendell doesn't want this power seeded elsewhere. One ingredient that perfectly illustrates the risk is a silver tear husk, used even today in Leyendell perfume inventions, which meant contact with a city that eventually committed heresy. Some steps the capital takes are very common steps for a society wishing to maintain loyalty. As well as keeping costs low, the cultivation of ingredients as close as possible to the capital will stop those trying to tempt perfumers away with offers. The Perfumer's Grotto, a prime example of a perfumer-run cultivation, sits just outside the capital walls, at the closest possible point to the capital where such wild and dangerous plants can be grown. The capital also makes sure that the path of becoming a perfumer is one that takes a lot of sunken cost. It doesn't allow a perfumer to be accredited, to earn the respect, until they have reached a very high level of training. A long commitment to achieve a license is always a sunken cost, and what takes time to earn is hard to give up. A position of respect in society, the anchor of responsibility and pride, a reliable craft to earn their way, a feeling of doing good. All of this will prevent perfumers from straying, for the most part. Their outfits signify their duty and their allegiance. The Erdtree is proudly displayed on their apron, the The weight of the robe, and even the chains upon it, remind them of their responsibility. To say goodbye to the centre of perfumer learning, and all of the social benefits of the capital, wouldn't be a common thought, and if you considered it, you would be risking the wrath of the most powerful faction in the world. Most of the perfumers would stay loyal. As the culture and craft of the perfumers develops over time, long periods of time, it becomes incomparably richer and deeper. The evidence is all around the capital. Whole rooms are devoted to perfumer work, mountains of books and scrolls, complex plant cultivation, custom-made bottles and diffusers, the role of perfumer has progressed to one that has a depth which, taken far enough, truly makes a master. Bottles have been made, likely of an extremely complex design, to operate the mixing and timing. The container may be what allows the nuance of a perfume's creation. Like the delicate crafting of a firework, how it releases itself over time is likely how the effect is achieved. As we travel the lands between, we cannot make a perfumer concoction without these essential bottles. Such is the level of even this small aspect of the craft. The healers at this point work with both body and mind, some to such a level that they become renowned. For the most part, these masters play their roles in society as is expected of them, and the perfumers enjoy a stable period of history. But, at some point, this piece is troubled by the arrival of a new type of creature in the world: omens. Omens are human, or born to humans, but they appear monstrous, horned, and brutish. They are viewed as cursed and unclean by the society of Lionel and the lands between. A newborn of any social class can suffer, be they royal or commoner, and both do suffer. Please don't hate me, or curse me. A commoner's omen child has its horns amputated, with most dying in the process. If they survive, they may be used for their brute strength as adults. Royals keep their horns, avoiding the operation, and so most survive. They are allowed to live, but it is not a good life. They are locked up and hidden away deep below the capital for the rest of their days. Some special royals even have magic seals made, binding them to the very ground. Of course, we can presume that for the first omens, and certainly for the first royal omens, no system was in place. It was a totally new thing to have mothers giving birth to omens. Who would know what to do? The first royal omen to be born wouldn't have been locked away. After all, a mother wouldn't give up so fast. Even of an omen, the prattling pate, "You're beautiful," aptly describes a mother's emotions: unconditional love, unrestrained assurance. A mother would want the omen healed. And who are the healers to the royals of Lionel? The perfumers. To this very day, some perfumers go on to seek a cure. The healing would have been attempted using every bit of ingenuity the perfumers possessed, but it failed. Omens seemed, and still seem, to be incurable. So began the amputation and imprisonment of the omens, respective to social class. A simple, expedient solution. The emergence of omens in history was a long time ago. We know they have been around since antiquity, thanks to a certain famous gentleman we will discuss in a moment. During this period of attempted healing, and in the time since, the perfumers got to know the omens. Amputating their horns allowed the perfumers to learn the nature of the horns. Influencing their minds allowed them to learn their emotions. Sitting beside them and communicating with them allowed them to learn their dreams. The dagger talisman states, "A sense of mercy is a catalyst for bloodlust." How interesting that this item also refers to healers, in this case surgeons, whose roles warped into those who delivered the merciful finishing blow that grew bloodlust within them. The position of healer is always a position of trust. Needing to be healed means you are inherently more vulnerable than when you are healthy. A sufferer will not show weakness to an enemy if they can help it. They will not beg, "Please don't hate me," or curse me. They will not reveal their sadness, or the fear in their nightmares, but to a healer. At some point, the omens did reveal their fears, the deep fears of their dream, and one perfumer, a master craftsman of the mind and emotions, decided to use this knowledge for a whole new purpose. By this point, omen births had become more numerous. If any were born outside Leyendell, they may have been beyond the possibility of early amputation. Even those born within the capital might keep their horns. If a mother kept the child's secret, or the pregnancy secret from the beginning, for fear of the consequences if the child was born omen, it would add to the mature omen numbers. It was inevitable that adult omen would increase in the vast lands of the world. There needed to be an additional solution. Leyendell's amputations and prisons were not enough, so one perfumer stood up to try and solve this problem. The man to take the first step in a new craft was called Rollo. Rollo had worked with emotions as a perfumer for long enough to reach the highest rank and status. He was a master, but his renown extended beyond his peers. He was literally famous. So Rollo embarked on a new task, a new solution, and he brought all his learning and skill with him. To begin his task, he needed to twist up his conscience and silence his emotions. After a lifetime of changing emotions, strengthening them, releasing them, he now attempts to delete them. Remarkably, Rollo succeeds, and then begins with total calm to hunt omens and kill them. It would be simple to think of Rollo as a villain. The omens are not chosen to be born as they are, and can be gentle, even moral characters who do what they believe is right for Leyendell and the lands between. To hunt and slaughter them makes Rollo seem a twisted soul who takes pleasure in the butchery and mayhem of his new craft. Except that he couldn't have. He couldn't feel any pleasure after imbibing his physic. So why start this new journey at all? Omens themselves might explain it. It is obvious from many items in dialogue that omens are not all monstrous. They are sentient, as intelligent as any other characters in the world. Kept underground, away from language, culture, and human interaction, anyone would be mute, confused, and aggressive. So they have been born and dealt a very poor hand, and the world, for the most part, believes them cursed and unclean, beings that may signify or bring about a terrible future for the land. Now, while it is important to be empathetic when trying to understand a From Software game, what if this hate or revulsion wasn't totally mistaken? Let's look at the possibility that omens are a risk to the world, or to the order of the world as it is now. Morgott is a character who wants to protect the Erdtree and the order of the world. Everything he says and does seems to fit this pattern. And what about his sword? It states that Morgott recanted and sealed away his cursed blood. Cursed here isn't a quote or an opinion, and Morgott himself did the sealing and recanting. During our fight with him, at a certain point, we hurt him enough for his curse to emerge. He says,
"The thrones, stained by my curse, such shame I cannot bear."
From the mouth of an omen, it is called a curse, and he says he is ashamed. Is this indoctrination? Or is this simply that omen blood and horns are counter to, or a risk to, the Erdtree and the current order? Every item description that deals with omen horns calls them hideous and, most frequently, loathsome. Once again, these words are not in quotes. It doesn't seem to be an opinion, as though under the current rules they are so, just as something is heavy or light in our world. One omen boss, the Fell Twins, shows the stark difference of horns and what leaving them on can allow to happen. The omen with horns has spirits emerging and flying at us. The amputated omen merely attacks with his axe. Perhaps what is loathsome is the effect that can be achieved with the horns, and is therefore to some extent inherent to the horns. The biggest sign that omens may be a threat to the balance of things is the seedbed curse. The Dung Eater manages to apply this curse. This man is no master craftsman, and yet even him, with just a handful of omen horns, can afflict someone with a tender pox. This pox is so powerful that it prevents dead souls returning to the Erdtree, leaving them forever cursed. So understanding omens fully is for another time, but it seems the things in the lands between are complex. It is unlikely that the prejudice against omens is based purely on looks. Let us return to Rollo and look at his choices in the light of omens being a real risk to the state of the world. We must remember, Rollo was a renowned perfumer. This status should give us a clue to the type of choice the man made. He has no need to change his work for greater fame. If he sought to commit depraved acts, or enjoyed causing suffering, he was already in a position of trust with his patients. He could have easily enjoyed causing pain, keeping the position he had, and no one would have suspected. In fact, he has a lot to lose if he makes a big change. His whole life, his relationships, the professional respect he has earned, the freedom to practice what he is best at, all of it would have been lost if he followed a path of violence for his own enjoyment. It may instead have been Rollo because it required someone capable of halting their emotions. Lionel may have required someone who was up to the task. He alone at that point in history had the ability to do this, so he took up a role that, despite its unpleasantness, Lionel viewed as necessary. A solution was needed, even if it was appalling. But it was in pursuit of this solution that Rollo acted, not from evil. Rollo doesn't turn off his emotions because he is unfeeling. He turns them off because he does feel empathy for the omens. They are not to blame for their birth, and he knows it. This empathy prevents him from being effective. It gets in the way of what he believes, or what the capital believes, is necessary. Whether that belief is right or wrong is to be explored with the look dedicated to omens. But for perfumer Rollo, imbibing his physic was a sacrifice. Facing such a nightmarish labour, he stops his emotions, all of them, sacrificing all the good ones in the process, so he can operate unflinchingly. The perfumers are not against this, and nor is Lionel. After Rollo paves the way, the perfumers split off a branch into a new profession, the sect of Omenkillers. To this day, the Omenkillers still have a working relationship with the Lionel perfumers, as we see them together in various perfumer outposts, the most notable example being the Perfumers' Grotto on the edge of the capital. When we meet the Omenkillers themselves, they certainly operate with a ruthlessness that seems void of emotion. What is immediate on first impression is their equipment. It is certainly unique. Their garb honours Rollo, their founder. The robe is thick, like Rollo's, thick enough leather to take the impact of omen horns, and traditional, like the perfumers' robes. Aprons are worn by doctors and healers, experimenters with volatile substances, and butchers. The perfumers have now filled all of these categories. The Omenkiller mask is inspired from knowledge picked up while attempting to help omens. Secrets about their nightmares, shared to perfumers in positions of trust, are now turned against them. Hideous and taunting, the mask is in the appearance of an evil spirit which haunts the omen in their dreams, called an elder. What an elder is, or elder of what, is uncertain. The curving horn is omen-like, and the face is twisted in a mocking expression, made so that the Omenkiller seems to take pleasure in the violence, which, of course, they cannot. But the effect on the hunted is undeniable. The perfumers are practiced at influencing the mind and the emotions, and those lessons carry over, beyond perfumes. Key words in the omen items, butchery, slaughter, implies a great deal of ease, as well as a sense of the human to non-human. We butcher a cow and slaughter a pig, and the word butchery may imply some usage of the corpse. Despite the danger of their horns, there may be some use in them too, to perfumers or to omen killers themselves. At the very least, the Omenkillers use these horns to fashion their weapons. Their monstrous cleavers are likely very effective against omens, like with like, just as sharp dragon scales do extra damage to dragons. Perhaps the horns may nullify the slayin's chances to return to the Erdtree, not to mention the fear the weapon would create as an omen killer charged forward to cull your species' numbers. These hunts go on and on, from Rollo and those inspired by him, right until the present day. Another cultural impact the perfumers have on the world is on the beginnings of the deathbed companions. When healing fails, a perfumer may ease the passing of the dying. They have all the tools to make the passage to death gentler. They can influence emotions and sensations, relaxing the patient, calming them, dulling the pain, or even perhaps replacing it. We find perfumers in Leyendell doing this same kindness. Enemies who we cannot do damage to, but who are not fully dead, receive perfumer attention to calm the mind, to give them a gentle passing. This is said to be similar to the origins of the Deathbed Companions, implying that the Deathbed Companions may have discovered their own craft by simply helping those at death's door feel better, only to then discover what was possible. The Baldachin's Blessing is described as a favour which allows one to forget any aches and pains, which is remarkably like the perfumer's last recourse. Is this just a coincidence, and the Deathbed Companions emerged independently from the perfumers, and the two are unrelated to each other? We think it is more than a coincidence, and that perfumers some time ago had a real influence on the origins of the Deathbed Companions. When we find the Deathbed Dress, we are in Leyendell, near perfumers and perfumer rooms. We are in a building which is decorated with images of elegant flowers, with their pollen stamens on display. And there is an omen killer nearby. On top of that, when we find Fia, she has plants that we also find in perfumer rooms, and perfumer incense diffusers. Much of her equipment looks very like what is in Leyendell perfumer rooms. While we cannot know the exact history, it seems that the role of perfumers had an impact on the creation of the Deathbed Companions, and there was at least a flow of knowledge from perfumers towards the Deathbed Companions for some time. The emergence of Deathbed Companions happened long ago enough for them to embed themselves in the culture, and in some lands become deeply respected. This takes deep time. In Fia's land, it is seen as a sacred act. This likely puts it well before the Shattering. For something to grow as a craft, to spread throughout the lands, develop its own techniques and garments, earn respect, and eventually be sought after by champions and lords, means its beginnings were long ago. Indeed, there has even passed enough lifetimes to understand that only once in a lifetime does a deathbed companion give up a radiant Baldachin's Blessing. Once again, the influence of the perfumers seems to have diffused everywhere. What other cultural splintering happens during the perfumers' history? One subtle one is noticeable today. During their service, the perfumers meet others who serve, the pages. During Leyendell's long existence, the perfumers and the pages both attend to nobles and lords. They would inevitably talk and get to know each other, and the evidence of the pages' relationship with perfumers is obvious everywhere. Pages are found in perfumer rooms in the capital more frequently than perfumers themselves, and can be found face to face over a bar, perhaps about to share a pint. Another splintering is towards anti-Erdtree sentiment. While most anti-Leyendell perfumers arise much later, it is inevitable that some perfumers resent their masters and wish to explore perfuming further without regulations. Some arts are banned by Leyendell, and much of this banning is unlikely to be during the War of the Shattering. Once perfuming spreads to the enemy, to whom Leyendell's authority doesn't reach, a ban wouldn't make sense. With such high numbers, certain perfumers would always stray from the straight and narrow. After all, with so many ingredients just sitting there, it's only a matter of time before some of them start testing on themselves. Indeed, Poison Spray Mist reveals that even when perfumer arts were still restorative, perfume powder was held in the mouth before being expelled. If healing with morphine required the same method, how long until there would be such problems? Given time and overuse, some self-destruction cannot be avoided. The seeds of depravity and heresy now start to appear amongst the perfumers. Of course, even perfumers who stay loyal to Leyndell and stick to the rules cannot claim a clear conscience. They too show the signs of overexposure. If the substances are held in the mouth even for restorative arts, then perhaps we cannot blame them. But we cannot deny the ingredients for these medicines, flowers that feed on human flesh. Are these perfumers better than those straying from the rules, or are they just better perceived in the eyes of the capital? To heal a lord is worth more than 100 commoner lives, no doubt. And how much of a commoner's time or well-being is worth a lord's good sleep, or vibrant daydream? Whatever uses the perfumers put the pollen to, the plants must be fed. So perfumers and their sects range from the hypocritical to the gruesome. But all of this will turn for the worse with the Shattering. As the demigods rise against each other, a great war breaks out. The perfumers still loyal to Leyndell fight for the capital. What was once a craft reserved for healing, with occasional deviance in the ranks, is now recruited for warfare. Given shields of gold to mark their loyalty and their importance to the capital, their new war equipment is light. It is meant to be used by the body of a healer, not a warrior. Most carry an Erdsteel dagger, light and in the past reserved for nobles. Once again we see the respect Leyndell has for its perfumers. The shield they wear is highly immune boosting. In warfare, just as in healing, there will be exposure to your own product. To help the war effort, the masters among the perfumers create new weapons with old knowledge and old tools. Large scent diffusers, once used for healing perfumes, are turned into giant siege arrows to spread toxins amongst the enemy. As the war drags on, Leyndell realizes that it cannot win this war without further compromise. The law against fire, banned in the culture of the Erdtree, is relaxed to help the perfumers and others have greater impact. After this, the formidable Perfumer Bolt is designed and shared with other warriors, still memorably used to this day by those close to the perfumers, the pages. Perfumers also become involved in gargoyle development. This is at the latest during the Shattering, if not before. The gargoyles are held together with corpse wax, a patchwork of heroes, a product that immediately has the air of perfumers. The moral questions that a product like corpse wax poses are familiar to the perfumers, and they are well trained at ignoring such questions. Once the law against fire is lowered during the Shattering, they certainly lend their creative hand to these gargoyles, arming them with perfumer sparks. One such gargoyle is outside a perfume room in Leyndell, guarding the perfumer treasure trove within. It emits totally visually unique perfume spark fire, a weapon beyond any doubt created by the perfumers. These gargoyles are also found in the Nameless Eternal City. And the twin Valiant gargoyles use a poison attack that looks a lot like the perfumers' creation. New flammable aromatics and techniques are devised and bottled, used to wound and kill. Beautiful and deadly, we ourselves experience how effective they can be. But the greatest power of the perfumers, as ever, is the power over the mind. By this time, even the most honourable perfumer knows that the influence of perfumes on emotions is profound. During each healing they have felt it. This craft of emotional engineering is now made into military weapons, both against the enemy and for allies. The perfumers develop concoctions designed to influence the mind of the Erdtree soldiers. One they still use to this day, a staple of the Shattering, has a potent morale-raising effect that makes those accustomed to it fearless in the face of death. To give the troops such belief, such emotional strength, is a weapon of extreme power. How much bigger would an enemy army have to be to win against an army totally unafraid of death? Any enemy commander would take pause. It is also likely, while we don't find any, that there are perfumes developed to influence the enemy's mind. We can see, judging from the colour, that it is poison fumes being emitted from the giant perfume projectiles. But amongst all the inventions, why not make a perfume to instill fear and panic in the enemy's hearts? If it wasn't invented, it should have been. Thanks to the power of influencing the minds on the battlefield, perfumers are promoted to commanders, and it is stated that they were exceptional. Even more bizarre than healers starting with man-eating flowers as a first ingredient, is healers becoming leaders of war. In the chaos of war, it is more than rules that start to fragment. Deviant perfumers have been a minority before the Shattering. However, during the war, Lionel can no longer jealously guard this craft successfully, and this begins to change. But after the perfumers were drafted into service during the Shattering, the art became widely practiced throughout the lands between. The craft of perfuming now spreads across the land. Removed from the laws of the Erdtree, these new perfumers take a powerful tool that has occasionally dipped into depravity and twist it all the way to heresy. Some start as dissenters, some outsiders, but all begin to experiment with what is possible, and in numbers never seen before. Over time, as the Shattering drags on, they invent bizarre and warped techniques, described as so perilous that no physician would even attempt them. This makes it sound that simply the invention of these perfumes is extremely dangerous to the creator. One false step during its conception, and you may die in the process. Just imagine how perilous poison spray mist would have been in its early invention stage. As it stands today, poison, as opposed to healing products, must be held in the mouth before being expelled. As the innovator, what a deadly road to tread. When depraved perfumers are employed as mercenaries, they influence the emotions of their troops just as Lionel perfumers do, but with much more extreme techniques. They can take a man whose limbs are frozen stiff with fear, taunt him, and put them in a state of fervour. The result are instant berserkers, ready to be used against the enemy. With a name like Blood Boil, it isn't pleasant to think of how this perfume may work. Throughout this period, the depraved perfumers consume more and more of their own supply. As they imbibe their own spices, they descend into self-destruction, earning the name the culture of the lands between gives them, depraved perfumers. It cannot be denied that they invent some interesting perfumes. Morally questionable at the least, if not repellent, they nevertheless develop some of the most effective recipes we will ever find. It is said that depraved perfumers work for themselves alone, but there is evidence that they worked with troops on the battlefield in the Shattering. We can assume that it's likely that during the Shattering some chose to work as mercenaries, not truly loyal, just getting paid. To this day we find depraved perfumers following their own interests and trading their talents for gain. Just as with Lionel perfumers, an economy around these depraved perfumers and their arts rises as well. Depraved perfumers have a longer shopping list and far fewer scruples. Both of these facts are good for commerce. The evidence is that business is booming too. In the lands between, depraved perfumers have a much higher drop rate for all items. When you discard morals, it is much easier to procure goods that cost human lives. One new ingredient that requires death to obtain, almost human death, or perhaps more than human, is an ingredient from living jars. Depraved perfumers need the broken shards and innards of these jars to make new inventions. When there is any new payoff, you can bet that those without scruples will emerge to profit. Poachers start hunting the jars to meet the demand. The depraved perfumers become in league with these poachers, paying them for what they harvest from the jars they kill, effectively a corpse for cash business. It's nothing new for perfumers, but the depraved like to do things bigger. There are likely to be many jar-related perfumes, but we only discover one during our time in the lands between, an undeniably powerful perfume. costly, but undeniably powerful. Interestingly, like other Leyndell aromatics, it is made with an ingredient that has humanity coursing through it, just like Miranda flower pollen. This essence of humanity that fed the plant and built the jar, or channeled through them, seems to work well in perfumes. Humanity channeled through almost humanity. Poachers don't care for the mysteries of the perfumer's craft, but they know depraved perfumers will pay the price, and maybe even some perfumers of Leyndell will too. Just as with earlier in history, rising values affect supply, but this time it is the pots who will use secrecy to cut off others profiting. The jar community adapts to these conditions. Some move to a secret village in order to avoid being poached, and likely many others do the same if they are out there. Though the village we find doesn't stay secret forever, unfortunately. But in some justice, the Organise side tomb has been taken over by warrior jars. At some point, warrior jars catch one unfortunate inventor or carrier of the iron jar aromatic perfumer recipe with what is likely 2 other poachers. They lock them up until death takes them. Revenge is sweet. There is some evidence that depraved perfumers, or at least one perfumer since the outbreak of the Shattering, worked in league with Rykard. In the Volcano Manor there is a perfume bottle, a remarkably rare item in the Lands Between. It is hard to make, and essential to perfumer crafting and use. Nearby are the ashes of depraved perfumer Carman. He's described as a notably formidable perfumer whose strength rivaled that of heroes. It also states that he was in search of a secret physic of revivification. It would make sense for him to travel to the Volcano Manor, where work has been done on living forever, with Rykard himself thinking he's not killable. Did Carman ally himself to Volcano Manor? Was he passing through? The word hero may hint at why he was interrupted in his work. As he can be summoned, this usually means that the ghost has some task left unfinished. It is likely he never found or invented the physic of revivification. Perhaps it is because the great hero was welcomed as family. Omens receive some minor freedom thanks to the Shattering. They are used as warriors, employed for their brute strength and armed with weapons to take advantage of it. The Cleaver states that the weapon is cursed, so that the Omen will not be armed for long after serving their purpose. Leyndell doesn't want them to be armed for longer than they are useful. The weapon is built to break. Before the Shattering, the Erdtree condoned the hunting of omens, and secretly locked them away if they were royalty. Yet, in times of need, Leyndell stoops to compromise, and these same creatures were given the chance to fight as warriors, and the chance to escape. The Shattering goes on and on. The lands are ravaged, and no one is a victor. But the Perfumers, the Omenkillers, Pages, the Deathbed Companions, and the Depraved Perfumers all survive and are active when we arrive in the Lands Between. Let us look at the Perfumers and their branching sects in the present day. We find that the Omenkillers continue to carry out their nightmarish tasks with brutal tenacity. No one with cursed blood is safe. They still live somewhat symbiotically with Perfumers and Miranda flowers, and one can only speculate whether their access to charred corpses leads to an expedient solution for the Perfumers. The grottos are certainly filled with bags of what seems to be ash fertilizer. One perfumer we encounter seems to remain focused on healing. Tricia is a living perfumer who started the quest to heal misbegotten, omens, and all those viewed as impure. She is still alive, and during her lifetime she has only met with failure. Another travelling perfumer of no renown is searching for new gardens with new ingredients that might help cure the same mistreated groups. This traveller is working for a healer as an associate. As we find the armour on a corpse, he may have died along his journey. But we can assume there is at least a small community, or several, around Tricia, or others, who still strive to heal with their powers. Whether this will spread to inspire others in the Lands Between, or whether this small light of healing will go out, we do not know. We certainly do not help. Tricia has given up on the cure and instead uses her craft to make the journey into death more gentle for these creatures, a tale which, as we have mentioned, is similar to the origins of the deathbed companions long ago. Like perfuming though, deathbed companionship is a practice which will also turn to heresy, as Fia uses it against the Order. Capital perfumers are still going about their work, still researching and healing, but still military. They still have relationships with pages who have close contact with them, who pace the perfumers' libraries and laboratories, armed with perfumer bolts, while surviving gargoyles still attack with perfumer weaponry. The depraved perfumers are dotted around the world. More unnerving than their Leyendale counterparts, it is more than just their skin and eyes. Their outfit is unsettling. When we loot them, we discover that the image on their robe has a meaning. It is a curse invoked upon the Erdtree. Is it snakes wrapping around the tree? Flames? Or is it not a tree at all? Something more philosophical? Something more fundamental? Certainly, snakes are seen as traitors to the Erdtree, and it is very possible that Carman worked for Rykard, and that others gave their service as mercenaries on the battle for the Volcano Manor. Or perhaps when turned upside down, it is a candle tree, a forbidden design which is thought to represent a surreptitious prophecy of cardinal sin. They certainly take their heresy very seriously. One musical perfumer plays the same tune of the Leyendale pages. Further strengthening the idea that some depraved perfumers were originally from Leyendale and have strayed since. Nearby is an Omenkiller who we cannot reach without aggressing the depraved perfumer. Allies or coincidence, we will never know. Many depraved perfumers are at the Shaded Castle. While the castle has been taken over recently by Elima of the Briar, it is doubtful the perfumers are there for him, as there is evidence that they are there because of Marley Mariah. What the head of the castle had been doing before losing control is worthy of speculation. His obsession with Melania and rot makes us wonder whether the bog outside the castle is his personal attempt at creating a rot swamp. There are also Miranda flowers throughout the castle, further putting into question the possible biological closeness between these flowers, humans, and the women who can bloom. But staying focused on perfumers, it is certain that there are abundant Miranda flowers to harvest, and it being a castle of execution, with unending corpses and human flesh for the flowers to feed on, means an unending supply of ingredients for the depraved to craft their perfumes. In exchange, it is possible they provide perfumes that help Marley Mariah, who is sickly born, and may also teach him some depraved arts. He uses a poison attack that neither looks like the perfumer's poison spray mist or poison mist incantation. Omenkillers are still active in the lands between. They are described as butchers of twisted conscience. It may be twisted as in evil, or it may be twisted as in knotted, blocked, silenced. In the present day, they are at least on good terms with the perfumers and Miranda flowers. Neither group is aggressive towards them, and they are found together at gardens and hideouts across the lands between. Their other allegiances are varied, if they exist at all. It is speculative whether they allied with Gideon or Rykard, but the only thing for sure is that the Omenkillers continue to focus on what Rollo began, with some additions. Accursed blood that is unnatural and against the order of the Erdtree is what started the Omen hunt, and another creature has arisen in history with accursed blood, Albinorix. In the Albinoric village we find an Omenkiller among mounds of corpses, and a near identical scene is in Volcano Manor. Albinorix, lower legs missing, lay slaughtered and strung up. Killing them and spilling their accursed blood is not enough. The Omenkillers burn them, watching over the fire diligently as they burn the traces of their accursed blood from the earth. Were they always allowed fire to burn away accursed blood since the beginnings? They use it in combat and post-combat. Did they always have some flexibility with the Erdtree's rules, or is this a post-shattering development? For now, we don't know. Violent delights have violent ends. As wonderful as the effect of perfumes may have been, harvesting human suffering and death for use in healing is a foundation destined to fail. Add the descent to self-use, military use, and the relaxing of rules, and it's no surprise where we are now. Indeed, we may not have seen the end of heretical behaviour seeded by the perfumers. If being next to what you wish to heal for long enough led to Omenkillers, what other roles that were close to lords and gods might lead to violence? As the Dagger Talisman states, a sense of mercy is a catalyst for bloodlust. Not to mention the Misericord's warning, beware the killers clothed as men of compassion. But that's for another time. We feel the temptation of the power of perfumes ourselves. What is one living jar compared to the power of iron? The Leyendell perfumers themselves used human flesh. They stayed working with Omenkillers. Even in the centre of one of their secret gardens closest to the capital, there is, shamefully, a treasure trove of living jar shards. Depravity is only depravity until it outcompetes. Then it becomes mainstream and everyone gets on board. The perfumers started with bad beginnings, the roots fed by pain, and the seeds of such a practice will surely and always breed heresy. Morgott didn't care about omens. After he became king, he left his omen brothers locked up in the sewers. He used them in the War of the Shattering. He sent them into battle with cleavers with merely a wrap of cloth for a handle, a weapon cursed to break. He rose to power, but did nothing for his kind. For Morgott was not an omen saint. He was a saint for the Erdtree, its most loyal apostle. He loved the Erdtree, and though this love was unrequited, he devoted all his power, his cunning, and his unquestioning obedience to it. It led only to failure and death. But Morgott believes he lived and died with honour. But his honour rests on the framework of his beliefs. Disgust may mislead. Empathy can mislead. We must quiet both to find what Morgott really did in the lands between. Because Morgott is an enigma. Morgott was born a failure. His parents were strong and beautiful, a goddess and a warrior. Morgott, along with his twin, inherited strength, but not beauty, and many, far too many other traits besides. The traits of many creatures, many minds, many souls. Whether Morgott and Mog were born after their brother Godwyn, or they were Marika's first children, we do not yet know. What is clear is the stark difference between the siblings. Godwyn is almost a parody of a demigod, his appearance something found only in myth or art. Morgott is born horned, tailed, coated in fur, his twin winged and fanged. Godwyn is very likely given a finger maiden as a wet nurse, given freedom, status, and goes on to honour the golden lineage in his lifetime. Morgott is kept secret, sent below the capital, and locked away for the shame and danger he represents. For Morgott was not worshipped as a signifier of the divine, even at his birth. He was born one of the graceless omen. At his first moment, the greater will rejects him. Marika and Godfrey recognise this. Godfrey, the leader of the famous Crucible Knights, knights who at the time of Morgott's birth are still honoured, understands the difference. The knights have the blessing of potential. Morgott has its curse. As Morgott was born one of them, it is likely some others have come before, and they were all graceless. Marika and Godfrey name their son Morgott, but it is a name that no one will know until much later, for their son is to be kept a secret. How could a child of the golden lineage, the golden bough, be so malformed? If those blessed by gold could have such disordered offspring, then it is more than an omen. It is proof that at some point the system will fail. So on his birth they hide him away, and then see to it that Morgott is locked up, away from prying eyes, underground, unbeknownst to anyone, imprisoned for eternity. And we know it is in secret. How? Godfrey calls him Morgott. Morgott is the name used much later in his life, a name used publicly. If this name was widely known to be the name of Marika's omen offspring, he would never be accepted in Leyendell. But Morgott is a name that was buried underground, and he is not only kept underground as other royal omen were, he is kept under strictest confinement, magically bound to the ground by golden magic. The fetish imbued with magic bears the symbol during the time of crucible worship, adapted to represent the omen curse that relates to it. The gold draws the blessed crucible that birthed this new era, but omens were never worshipped, even in these early days. It is no divine signifier, it is a curse, a cause of harm and misery. Morgott's horns physically prevent him from even resting his head. They push through his flesh painfully, leaving welts and sores. His joints seem riddled with arthritis. His skin is pockmarked and infected. He can only see out of one eye, the other is crowded by horns. Horns would have blocked both eyes entirely, but to see clearly, some horns had to be cut. An operation that came at great risk to Morgott's life. Other horns still crowd his right eye, but Morgott prefers compromised vision rather than risking death to continue clearing them away. If you're enjoying the video, it really helps us out if you like and subscribe. We've got a lot of content planned, and we can't wait to share it with you. These are just the physical symptoms. Spirits twist and fight for release within him. Thoughts, emotions, and desires that are not his own battle for place. His blood boils with a maddening heat, and if sleep comes to him, it comes with nightmares. Nightmares haunted by elders. For an omen is not only physically the aspects of many, body, mind, and soul are all overfilled and attacked from within. It is no wonder omens are mad, aggressive, and in many ways worthy of pity. But do not pity them and deny them their affliction. To live as an omen is a brutal existence. Because it is a pestilence on life itself, anyone who carries it is a great risk. At the core of the treatment of omens is not a sadistic desire to cause pain. At least, that's not how it started, and prejudice grew with time. After all, an omen does not choose to be born cursed. Please don't hate me or curse me. Please. In Morgott's case, a royal, his plea was listened to with more kindness than most. Royal omens could have been culled like animals or cut like commoner omens. Instead, they are shunned, and it is Morgott's own mother who likely decided on the shunning grounds as a solution. We do not know if Marika cared for Morgott or even visited him during his time below the capital, but she would see him again above ground, much later. Did she pity him during his confinement? Some care for omens enough to memorialize them, but did Marika love Morgott at his birth? Whether born of a mother or of a bough, he is Marika's child. When Marika lost her son Godwyn, it pushed her to the brink. But looking at history, Morgott's suffering does not seem to disturb Marika's relentless plans. Godfrey is a little different. Godfrey understands what it means to have an uncontrollable nature. His appearance hides what he is, more of a beast than a lord. He must at least pity Morgott and his affliction. However, it is unlikely Godfrey fought for Morgott's release, and if he did, it was unsuccessful. To conduct himself as a lord is to follow the rules of the society, even if it concerns your own son. If he at least visited his son in the dungeons, these visits cannot last, for Godfrey is sent away from the lands between, after which he will only have one more meeting with his son, once they have both been given grace, but it will be too late to tell him that he conducted himself as a true lord. Morgott grows down in the Shunning Grounds. He must at first feel pain, confusion, panic at each terrible symptom of his curse. The disorder of mind and body for a young Morgott would have been a constant trauma. For anyone born to a life of such conditions, it may well turn them into a maniac. In time, Morgott must become aware of his place in the world and of the nature of his curse. So too does his curse grow in power. He gains the stature of his father, and a strength that in time may match any demigod. He can feel it within him, even if he cannot wield it. His blood burns. Pinned to the ground by golden magic, he must yearn to break this seal, and use the growing power of his cursed blood. His treatment may well deserve revenge, as he now understands what has been done to him, and he resents them for it. Today, the capital is quiet, well past its former glory. Some can hear the groans of the omens down below. And it disturbs them to hear it, to know these abominations are beneath their feet. But how much worse to hear the sounds of the capital while it flourished from down in the Shunning Grounds. Morgott, Mog, and the other royal omen have to listen to the victories and celebrations as the Erdtree's empire expands. They must listen with an aching longing to the joys of the citizens of Leyendell during the Age of Plenty. Morgott receives none of the blessings of this age, and must listen as this entire age passes him by. Gold blesses the citizens of Leyendell. Grace guides all but the Forsaken. Morgott hears his father returning from various battles and the celebrations of his triumphs. He hears the attack by the ancient dragons. He may hear Godwyn battle, his blessed brother once again finding glory. He hears his mother's second marriage to Radagon, her new husband and his new stepfather. He hears these things from the sewers, alone. What he does not hear is Marika sending his father away. There is no battle to hear, as Godfrey does not fight this order, but accepts it, and Morgott must only realise that his father has left the Lands Between some time afterwards. He may have heard it from Rollo, the renowned perfumer who must have visited Morgott. As a royal omen capable of speech, Morgott would have been of interest to Rollo, far beyond his duties. Morgott would already have been the most important omen below the capital at the height of Rollo's career. It may be from Morgott that Rollo learns of the omen's nightmares, and incorporates it as the first omen killer. Morgott will have dealings with these omen killers, but much later. There is still a long while left in the sewers. Morgott is now without his father, shunned by his mother, and unknown to the rest of the world. Many other omen crowd the Shunning Grounds now. Did Morgott have his twin for company all this time, or were they separated for their confinement? If so, Morgott may not know he has a twin at all. As the Age of Radagon goes on, Morgott must reach a new state of mind. instead of acting the way he is treated or as a direct response to it, he will choose how to act. Most in the Lands Between behave in a very understandable way. If you treat me as a monster, so be it. I shall act as a monster. But Morgott decides to act beyond his circumstances. Morgott begins to understand the realities of the world above, and accept them. Omens under the current form of order are dangerous. If he wasn't an omen, but instead the ruler of the Lands Between, what would he have done in the ruler's place? Morgott battles with resentment and hate, and even infatuation with his own blood and power. But even in the shadows cast by the Age of Plenty, there is no doubt. He has only seen glimpses of its works, but the Erdtree is a miracle, and Morgott now begins to devote himself to it, not to his mother or his family, not to his twin or omen brothers, but to the Erdtree and to its order. Where Mog goes deeper into his wildness and glories in his omen nature, eventually going so far as to try to create a whole new order, Morgott believes in how things are. The Erdtree order is already incomparable, even with its mistakes, one of which he is living with. He comes to these beliefs slowly, and they will never leave him. Now he must persuade his mother to release him, for Marika does not trust lightly, not even her own family, not even her own son. But somehow he persuades her. He persuades her that he is no longer tempted by his cursed blood and its power. He persuades her of his devotion. Did Marika now ask him to prove it, or were Morgott's next actions his own idea? Whatever the case, in an act that shows his decision to control his omen side and his immense willpower, he recants his accursed blood and seals it away. The word recant may also show the mental side of this action. It is also an act of the mind and an act of faith. He denies the attraction of its power, or even its potential for a different order. Morgott is then, for the first time in his life, granted freedom. He comes to the surface and becomes a loyal servant of the Erdtree, and to this end he serves Marika. At this point he assumes the name Margott. The world has never seen him, never heard of Morgott. Margott is an omen, an intelligent and horned omen whose strength is so terrible that Marika has chosen him to serve her personally. That he is of the golden lineage, or Marika and Godfrey's son, is a secret. It may be like any beast that is usually killed, but that shows exceptional strength. It is allowed a small freedom. Margott is his public face. It is very likely that Morgott keeps the ragged furs from his captivity, filthy and stained, to remind him of his place. They may even be a comfort now. They are made of fur. Fur is of an animal, which is much of his nature. His head sits in a collar shaped almost like a crucible. Under the Erdtree, no matter his power or social rank, he is an omen, and he will make sure he never forgets it. He is willing to live in rags, to disdain and resent himself, such is his love for the Erdtree. A mother to a demi-human once made a prattling pate sculpture in the shape of her child's face. It says, "You're beautiful." The description says, "unconditional love, unrestrained assurance." It must have been a mother speaking. But some women in this world do not share these instincts. Is Morgott humble or humbled? How much is the world responsible for his attitude? Or could it be the influence of just one person? Marika can be ruthlessly cruel, and she treats those less than human with brutal unkindness, whether it's the giants, a lowly blacksmith, or even those you would expect her to be kind to, like her husband, her loyal other half. Would the shame of her son lead to abuse? For it is not just humility Morgott seems to have, is it also self-loathing? His robes aren't only rags, they are filthy. They are caked in dirt and likely reeking, as though they haven't been washed since leaving the sewers. The creators of Elden Ring's world have a long history of characters abused in captivity, made to wear their filthy clothes of imprisonment even once they are released, to remind them of their place, to shame them, to keep the mind captive even once the body is free. Part of Morgott's relationship to himself may also be a vestige of some horrific treatment below the capital, but we cannot know. We can only ask why he is so harsh on himself. Morgott helps Marika and Radagon maintain their golden order. He has a connection with his mother at last, as her assassin. He is charged with culling those who become too strong. The time of great heroes is past. The order and the hierarchy is established. Leave a hero to strengthen too long, and a new Godfrey may arise, war-hungry and willing to challenge the rulers in place. Morgott is given the charge of the Knight Cavalry, who ride funeral steeds and deliver death for great warriors, knights, and champions. With death sealed, it is a required task, and he takes on this essential responsibility. These honoured heroes, the moment they become a risk, would soon receive a visit from this Erdtree loyalist. There were once heroes who walked the battlefields, abundantly blessed by the Erdtree itself, who, upon earning their honour, simply died. Morgott was extremely effective. His gruesome appearance and terrible strength earned him a nickname, Morgott the Fell Omen. An omen of terrible ferocity, deadly, for he was fell to every hero he called upon, and no challengers rose up. No harm was brought to Marika or her children, until Morgott failed his mother once again. For one night, a night that should have been watched over successfully by Morgott's cavalry, a group of female assassins, invisible to the eye with their magic veils, slaughter Marika's child. Godwyn the Dragonslayer dies in soul, and his body is terribly damaged and infected. Marika sees her son, who should have lived a life eternal, destroyed. Morgott's cavalry responds so quickly after the event they catch the assassins in flight. They almost kill Electo, the ringleader, only for her daughter Tish to die defending her. His cavalry are relentless, and they chase down Electo and lock her in an everjail. But Morgott's responsibility was prevention, not punishment. The demigods have felt their first taste of death, and Morgott blames himself. He creates the Sentry's Torch, imbued with magic that reveals assassins cloaked in veils, and gives it to the protectors of the Erdtree. With this, he hopes that such a night of black knives will never come again. How long after Marika loses her son does she shatter the Elden Ring? If death had never come to a demigod, would she have done it at all? To Morgott, who loves the Erdtree, he must view this decision as foolish, perhaps even treacherous. On the Elden Ring breaking, Morgott receives a gift, a great rune.
Hear me, demigods, my children beloved, make of thyselves that which ye desire, be it a lord, be it a god. But should ye fail to become aught at all, ye will be forsaken, amounting only to sacrifices.
But is this true? If none of them fight each other and they come together, then things can remain as they were. When the runes are brought back together, that is when it can be rebuilt. If you loved the Erdtree, you shouldn't allow Marika to tempt you. Morgott knows his place. He is not guided by the flame of ambition. Do his siblings learn from him and try to resist their newfound strength for the greater good? In any case, the temptation of power gets the better of them, as its maddening taint takes hold. Morgott is humble, even in response to Marika breaking the Elden Ring, and surprisingly, of all his siblings, it is his twin who differs most here. Mog escapes to form his own new order. Mog can be seen in his new ornate robes when he steals Miquella, having escaped the squalid sewers and replacing it with the finery of his planned order. A new dynasty of blood, an order he hopes will replace the dominant order of the lands between. But Morgott wants only to mend and aid the Erdtree, keeping his garments and accepting his station. His other siblings are closer to Mog. They crave power. The mad taint of their new power infects them, and they fight amongst themselves to gain the great runes. Morgott views them as traitors. Traitors not to Marika, the mother who didn't care for him as a child, and simply put him to use as a blade in his later life, but as traitors to the Erdtree and to the Order itself. And as Marika wishes this to happen, his mother is a traitor to the Erdtree too. Morgott decides he must protect the Erdtree from being invaded and taken over by whatever alternative order is desired by the victor, whether it be a bodiless witch, a rotten demigod, or someone deluded enough to try and start an entirely new order. To keep the Erdtree safe, he relies on more than his strength. He begins to rely on illusion. Morgott himself was born into hiding. His whole life has been a secret, buried in the shadows. He now takes this aspect of his history and uses it. Morgott now becomes the illusionist and the illusion. And if he has not received grace for his work with the Knights Cavalry, he receives it here, when he becomes the Veiled Monarch of Lionel. The name Morgott rises from the darkness, not as an omen, but as a king. He is given the talisman pouch by the Finger Maidens and the Two Fingers. He is accepted as ruler by the Greater Will. Now that Morgott is the best option, the god of the Erdtree has graced him and given him the right to rule. And to the world who has never heard the name of Morgott, he is now the king of Lionel. This king meets with no one in person, yet no single person apart from Morgott knows this fact. They each assume their station isn't high enough for such an honour, so he creates this fantasy around him. And while it is not a perfect illusion, some pierce it, Gideon the All-Knowing being one of them. But the knowledge of few amongst the noise of many does not spread, if it is shared at all, and most souls of the lands between are unaware that they are ruled over by an omen. But the Greater Will and the Erdtree are just as ruthless as ever. Just as no blessings were wasted on Morgott's birth, neither does the Greater Will gift any more here than is absolutely necessary. He may be monarch, but he is not Elden Lord. He is still an omen. An omen cannot re-enter into the system. Such a folding could corrupt the order entire, creating a pox upon life itself. He is no true king, and Bloodhound Knight Flor knows it. Flor continues his wait for a true king to serve. The Erdtree rejects Morgott, remaining blocked by thorns. He would only enter to restore things as best he can, but even this is met with failure. Despite this, he does not stop loving the Erdtree and continues his duty. And his duty is protection as a steward, protection of the Erdtree against the traitors. He defends Lionel in an all-out war, Lionel's second defense, stacking high the corpses of his enemies. The wall is never breached. He fights back Radahn, the lion of the battlefield and the conqueror of the stars, as Morgott, and the wall is still unbreached. Melania may be undefeated, but she never challenged Morgott, and no demigod succeeds in entering the capital. The wall is unbreached to this day. And he doesn't just defend. He takes actions against heresy and those attempting to undermine the Erdtree's system. He sends his troops to attack the Volcano Manor, laying siege upon it until even those faithful to Rykard regret ever rebelling. All this time, he makes sure to cull any traitors, tarnished, or champions who have ambitions for Elden Lordship. He calls mighty heroes to join his ranks, accepting many who have been outcast in the past. Banished or not, he needs strength in this chaos of the Shattering. We know he called Engvall, a banished knight who rejected Morgott to watch over a masterless castle, and he called banished knight Oleg, who took up the call, undoing his banishment. He killed 100 traitors under Morgott and earned the honour of an Erdtree burial. He gives their actions just reward, and once again this is the conduct of a lord, as he gifts what he himself will never be permitted, an Erdtree burial. But his ruthless service to the Order, his unwavering fixation on what is best for the Erdtree, leads to other, more severe decisions. For it is not only those who were banished that Morgott accepts during the war. He uses his own kind. He had forgotten the royal omens below the capital. His freedom did not grant them theirs. But now, more unkind than this neglect, he uses omens as weapons of war. He cannot have pity for them. He cannot lose this war. Just as the greater will spares no expense on Morgott for the sake of the Order, this harshness goes down the chain. Morgott wastes nothing on the omen. He sends them into battle as brute force warriors. He awards them cleavers, a tool of war made to take advantage of brute, untrained strength. These weapons blister the hands that wield them, as they aren't even equipped with a handle. And in a final insult, showing the Lord's mistrust of his own kind, they are cursed to break. This ruler wouldn't want omens causing trouble once the fighting is over. Armed with a cleaver, they could become trouble for the capital's Omenkillers. In the lands between, Perfumers, the healer Trisha, and perhaps even Fia are kinder to omens than Morgott is. But we shouldn't speak too soon. After all, Trisha fails to help the omens, and Morgott understands the omen curse better than anyone. Morgott does whatever it takes, and he succeeds. No traitor gains power while the fell omen and his hands roam the lands between. And he manages all of this while ruling as a king, while carrying out the battlefield victories as Morgott, still wearing his rags and ensuring the running of the capital as Morgott, who has traded the shadows of the depths for the shadows cast by statecraft. He tirelessly defends to this day, until he defends his Erdtree against us. The first rune a Tarnished usually seeks is the rune of Godric the Grafted, or as Morgott respectfully calls him, Godric the Golden. Morgott materializes with golden magic to block our journey to his relative, to our first great rune. He has kept his identity separate, and we will not know we have met the ruler of Leyendell until much later. He wastes no courtesy on greeting us, mocking our ignorance and how easily we are led by others. The hunt for glory, the flame of ambition inside us, makes us rush headlong into a world we do not understand. He does not respect this attitude. Even in the fight, we can see a glimpse of who he really is, a lord of illusion, making mighty gold hammers out of the air that disappear an instant later. He himself disappears after the fight, his death yet another trick. His voice on the wind warns us of the hands of the fell omen.
The hands of the fell omen shall brook thee no quarter.
The knight's cavalry still roam, and will kill us if they find us. Later, as we come closer to his capital, he uses the body of an old wandering noble. He possesses this body with golden magic from the time of his birth, the symbol of the crucible. On defeat, he departs again, the corpse of the man left behind, used and discarded, just like the troops and omens in the Shattering. Finally, we meet him in flesh and blood at the entrance of the Erdtree. The spirit-like golden thrones are glowing. Morgott must know that for us to be here, many of those who ought to sit on these thrones are dead. He does not mention his twin, but the others, for him, they are all traitors, and he does not mourn them. He greets us as pillagers, and he is not wrong. We have taken every rune we possess by force. He prepares to fight us for the third time, revealing yet another illusion. His walking stick and staff is in fact his accursed blood that he recanted, resealed into a blade. Its shifting hues and natures showing all the natures within an omen, growing from within them, torturing them. He fights with the strength expected from someone who has never known defeat, until his strength begins to fail, and the grace of gold he was granted breaks. His blood is unsealed, mixing into its omen chaos, staining the thrones. His omen hues have no place here. Morgott is ashamed of himself, but he is even more ashamed of his curse, this twisted error of life itself. He promises he will never forget our part in this. He has stained the thrones right beneath the Erdtree, but it ends an empty threat. Finally, Morgott falls. The greater will does not save him, for in the great scheme of things there is no reason to. On death, his omen features seem to leave him, and his human essence is left to die. He can barely speak, but tells us we shall share the same fate as him, that we are destined to fail.
Thy deeds shall be met with failure, just as I.
Failure, the shadow of his birth that has never left him. It comes to take him now in his final defeat. The only person with any pity for Morgott, the only one to mourn him, is his father. The veiled monarch was an illusion, so no one knows when he passes away. The body of Morgott, Lionel's king, now human and beyond shame, is left at the foot of the Erdtree. No one notices, no one in the capital even stumbles upon their thankless king. Morgott knew he could not have an Erdtree burial, but he is not even offered the dignity of a standard one. Instead, he is found by Godfrey, who cradles his son with tenderness. Sarosh roars, while Godfrey maintains his composure. Morgott then fades away, and whatever is left becomes the guidance of grace. The greater will uses Morgott once more as motivation for Godfrey in battle, a means to an end. Morgott succeeded as a tool for others, and as a shield for the Erdtree. But it was always Marika's aims, the greater will's plans, our ambitions that succeeded in the end. Morgott may never have been given a true victory, but there was never a more true servant of the Erdtree, or one who loved it more. Morgott's actions were not saintly. He uses his soldiers as tools, he deceives his own people, and until death he sanctions Omenkillers. Why would he do this when he has lived a life as an omen, when he knows its torture? He does not abolish this cult because he believes omens will harm the Order of the Erdtree, and he will not let compassion, ambition, loathing, or anything hinder his service. Does Morgott inspire love? Does he deserve respect? If the omens were free, would they forgive him? Were his actions worthwhile, or did they amount to nothing but a delay? We can be certain that Morgott held absolutely to his principles. He did not decide to spite the world for the way it treated him. He kept faith and did his duty to the end. He hid himself from those who would not accept him. He forgave those who abandoned him. And he loved and protected what always rejected him. Does the Erdtree grant him one blessing in the end? A true death and escape from suffering? If this is a kindness, like everything the Greater Will has ever granted Morgott, it is a cheap one. To live a life like Morgott's would make it so easy to turn to despair and spite. To end up thinking, what does it matter then if the curse claims it all? But Morgott rises above his circumstance. The Omen Helm asks, the heart of an omen without the body to match, could there be any crueler existence? There is one, its opposite, the heart of a lord with the body of an omen. And Morgott lived this existence with honour. A door opens, and for the first time we walk into Limgrave. A miracle towers over us, gold and almost see-through. Could we touch it, feel it beneath our hand? To find out means passing through its living ramparts, the Erdtree sentinels. This mounted knight is clad in nigh unbreakable gold, and blessed by the grace of old. This boss defends to the death what we only reach at the end of a long quest. A tree that still remains a mystery. So why? Why send this defender all the way out here? If all defenders of the Erdtree aspire to be like this warrior, why task this warrior to fight us now? Because we are tarnished with vision. The Erdtree does not fear how close you are, or your strength, or an axe. The greatest threat to the Erdtree is those blessed with a vision of what could be. And a lowly tarnished blessed with vision is a dangerous thing indeed, for the seed of an idea can bring a world of change. For, like all trees, the Erdtree can grow too large. Its boughs may snap under its own weight, it may be blown down by storms, and if the energies of life are ever lacking, dead wood will spread, dead, dry wood that can catch a flame at the slightest spark. But if it burns, what remains? What is the Erdtree? What do its symbols mean? And why is this miracle both real and unreal? You'll want to watch this documentary to the end, because there are some world-first lore reveals in this one. Long before the Erdtree exists as we see it today, there was life. This life arose from the chaos of the world, and from its order. Life exists by both of these kami of nature. Life cannot live in total order. Life is defined by change. It cannot live in total chaos. It is defined by how it does not change. And all life has connections to all things. The wolf connects to the deer, but also through the deer to the river and to the ant. All things are connected like a tangle of endless threads, and these threads of life exist in all possible relations: food, shelter, recreation, life, and death, like a great web, as though all of life, from every creature to every inch of soil, was threaded through the roots of nature, like the roots of a tree of life. As life goes on, the roots of life grow and multiply, their connections increase and fold. These roots are as real as the realities of the jungle, realities which run deep. They are the essentials. No life could exist without them. Heat, cold, pain, pleasure, hunger, food, energy, life, and death. To sustain life means having the tools to navigate all of these things. and some tools are absolutely necessary. As life goes on, the roots of life continue to become more complex. The wolf cannot overhunt except to risk its own extinction. The adult must protect its child or risk extinction, and the participants in life must compete or risk extinction. Each life has its time, but death brings nourishment and space for new life. These basics are shared across all life as roots, and these roots connect in the tree of life. The tree emerges naturally, yet defines life with such beauty it seems to be crafted by the gods. Just as the stars in their orbits form order from chaos, the tree of life arises without any living mind directing it. In time, life gathers around the tree to worship it, a miracle rooted in the ground, a miracle that brings the bounty of life and the blessing of death, and all that passes between them to every creature, for no creature alone could survive. And so the tree is worshipped by all. This is the great tree, the original golden tree. Death is in the roots of this tree, just as life is. The roots are in many spirals of opposites. The roots are an endless paradox, but that is why life is a miracle. Life goes on, and early life can barely manage to survive, let alone change the world. But with time, life can influence its surroundings more. Slowly, life could change the world that built it, if only a little. Whether that was a nest or a tunnel, the basic creatures of life could impose their own order, and this increased as they competed. Change came faster and faster, as though the basic forms of life began crawling on their belly like a snake, and now grew hands, and more than gripping with hands, they also grew minds with which they could grip much more. Fingers, claws, hands, minds, all competed in the furnace that was early life. Strength, lust, parental instinct, hunger, every tool of survival was essential, and these beginnings of life today were like a crucible that forged life itself. Every living being fought in the heat of competition, and under the law of the jungle, beasts rule. Certain life forms succeeded, some died out, some became numerous and some scarce. And the tree of life grew larger, even as it shed a bough or a branch. Others grew, and new buds sprouted, and the sun, indiscriminate energy given to all who competed for it, bathed the tree of life. Each living thing was like a leaf competing for the sun. Each leaf fed the tree, and each leaf was fed by the tree, by the blind decisions of nature, the roots of the world. The tree was formed by no mind. In some living beings, the grip of the mind grew even more. The beast mind was beset by its instincts, by its desires, but intelligence gave greater insight, and vision could see another possibility. Adaptation not of one's being, but of the outside world, beyond a mere nest. In time, the scope of this realization grew, until it was understood that a plant can be trained. Nature is flexible. The currents of life can be directed if we understand them. And so the tree was cut down to regrow it anew, leaving a trunk with new shoots. But this time, we were gardeners of our own destiny. Another crucible of competition formed, but now there would be a guiding hand. Life cannot be tamed entirely, but it can be directed. And in this new furnace, the beasts of life would form something new, something different, fed by the blood of competition, life and death, and the great struggle to survive. They would form something that, just like the potboys, may be better than its innards. For the Erdtree is Miyazaki's representation of society, a great tree that everyone is blessed by. Everyone can be safe in its shelter, blessed by its creations, And yet, each member must sacrifice some of their energy, some of their nature, some of their soul. The storms of nature must quiet, and those who would threaten the stability must be defeated in war. But in the lands between, the systems of society, its structures and its dynamics are much more than in our world. The Erdtree in Elden Ring directs the vital energies of life itself, such as the power of this new age. The beginning of this new age is still tainted red. The crimson of the time of beasts, of jungle lore, still glows. It is revered as an ancient holiness, the holy power of nature that brought survival, abundance, and even, surprisingly, society itself. After all, this new tree is still connected to the roots of old, the miracle rooted in the ground. And it is no coincidence, it couldn't live without these roots. It is just the tree atop the roots that has been tamed, altered to serve its time. The roots are much more vast and fixed than the tree. And so, the early stages of the Erdtree is marked by this taming of life, like the early taming force of society. Life pushes through willfully, defying the order of this new age. Creatures show the closeness to the wild world in their own flesh, a sign of how close the border to the wild still is. Most importantly for this age, the fires of instinct must be cooled. They could burn the whole thing down. The snakes of lust, violence, envy must be beaten back and driven from the site of the tree. For those in society use hands, not fangs. They use reason, not aggression. And snakes, just like fire, are what may betray the Erdtree to its ruin. Guardians would watch over these potential traitors to the Erdtree, fires of ourselves that could never truly be put out. Despite being forbidden, they would always tempt those closest to them. The tree now reaches across planes, from death to life to spirit, from the underworld to earth to heaven, from the world of fundamentals to the regulating mind to the pure world of ideas, from the deep past to the present to the possible future. And as the tree grows, it will strive to reach heaven, to reach ideals, to become taller, more golden, to even take flight. And for a time, this great dream progresses. Members of society are numerous, and like leaves, they feed the tree. They sacrifice a little of themselves in service to the tree, and in turn are fed by the tree. The Erdtree is not just a parasite, it is a relationship. Just as we give some of ourselves to it, so are we protected by the society in turn. We sacrifice together so that we can become more than the sum of our parts. And some in society are not leaves, but branches. And some are even boughs. And just as in our society, some hold the power to direct what gives energy and what takes it away. Those in power of the Erdtree direct the energies of life itself. They literally give the blessings of life, distributing life's raw necessities to the faithful, rewarding those who serve society with most vivid coloration. Lives are no longer spent in service of oneself, but in service of all, in service of the Erdtree. This action is the soul of a hero. Even death is no longer the domain of decay or of fire, but of the tree. The nourishment of death that has for countless ages returned haphazardly to nature now returns to the tree in an ordered way. And this is done willingly, such is the faith in the Erdtree. For this society doesn't just take and return energy during each leaf's life, but will take it on death and direct this energy to where it sees fit. For the Erdtree doesn't make the energy for life, it directs it, forms it, orders it. The Erdtree started with a vision. The vision of those blessed with sight became a reality through struggle. This new society begins to also establish itself by diplomacy, a part of its growing toolkit. War Masters would now have to act as a lord. But change leaves many behind, and some could see purpose for themselves in this changing world, and some did not. With the departure from the old world, some had the light in their eyes fade. The path to take became unclear, and the motivation to follow the path was barely alight. But some could see the path to a new era. Not all were graced with sight, but enough were, and enough followed them, and the world changed. The age brought honor, ethics, courtesy, sacrifice, virtue. The values of culture would bind all of its members, just as a great river that nourishes those who live near it. So began the era of abundance. Like so much in society that does not exist and yet brings its greatest abundance, faith in the Erdtree brought this era into life. Faith that giving would return more. Faith that self-sacrifice would bring more than the gains of shallow competition. Just as in our world, so much that cannot be held physically, the law, culture, currency, rights, it is shared ideas and beliefs that are worth more than gold. To uproot them would be a terrible fate indeed. And yet, individually, all of us give sacrifice to these things. The Erdtree's roots are physical, but much of the Erdtree is an illusion. But an illusion can have more force than what is merely physical. When up close to the Erdtree, the reality of its benefits are undeniable. It is solid gold. Far away from its influence, it fades and almost disappears. Lost faith causes it to fade, and should everyone lose faith, it disappears entirely, just like the grand golden illusions in our world. Graced by the Erdtree, life flourishes like never before. The blessings are poured on the faithful like a bountiful river. To defend the Erdtree is an honor, to serve it is a privilege. The elixir of life runs bright. Sap courses through its bowels, its greatest treasure. These resources are now centralized. The chaos and friction that was like a leaky bucket is now sealed away by coming together. The bounty of gold was reflected in the wheat of the great harvests. With abundance, more and more begin to see a lighted path. Grace begets grace. More and more were blessed in a virtuous cycle. More could see the great gold tree towering over, a miracle, a collective miracle of every member, and the leaders accepted their solemn duty, a blessing they would gladly bear forever. All did their duty, from leaf to bough. This sacrifice, from the rulers who chose to serve to those who milled the grain, meant this age would be long remembered. Those who did great deeds for society would be honoured by an Erdtree burial, their essence feeding the tree much more than others thanks to this proximity, just as they had influenced the tree deeply in their life. A desire for the future, a motivation to achieve it, a vision of what's possible fueled this era, an era of plenty. But all youth is for a fleeting moment. Nature's first green is gold, her hardest hue to hold. Her early leaf's a flower, but only so an hour. Then leaf subsides to leaf. So Eden sank to grief. So dawn goes down to day. Nothing gold can stay. Ambition flourishes in abundance. The tree has grown so tall, surely the tree can grow taller still, but ambition can trip on itself. The heights we hope to reach in the future can be dangerous if you ignore the depths of the past. For the traitor to the Erdtree still lives in the roots, and centralization, order, and control brings abundance, but it also brings temptation. The snake of greed is tamed, but not killed. It lives inside of those who mill the grain just as it lives in their leaders. The Erdtree found its success early, but it took time to discover its risks. The benefits from control are enormous, but the wisdom of mind is different to the wisdom of nature, and not always better. Nature, for all its chaos, doesn't forget anyone. No one is lost in the filing. Nature is ruthless, but not bureaucratic. As the branches grow and grow in the Tree of Life, it can grow beyond the management of its own gardeners. Branches will be neglected and die, for no good reason other than bad luck. Those who suffer this cruel fate resent the tree and its keepers, and may wish for a return of the law of nature. Worse than this, those with the power to control the flow of life may become fickle when deciding who deserves to be blessed. The life that does not conform to an ever-tightening definition is cast out. Left with less and less faithfuls to sustain the tree, it fades. Growing higher and further from the roots brought great abundance, but it also brought a great forgetting. The roots of the tree are far below the leaves now, the leaves bathe in gold. The roots of nature and its wild, confusing coils have been disregarded for a good long while. The roots are still at work, they are just more hidden. The hero of the Erdtree is still driven by pride. The careful worded diplomat is still competing. Lust and greed still exist. They are just at work, quietly. But the fresh leaves are so nourished in the gold and rarefied air of the tall tree, they cannot believe the roots could be full of snakes. The foliage is bright and the roots are hidden underground. And abundance, after all, brings a lack of worldly wisdom. More serpents there are beneath the ash than an unwise ape would think. There can't really be snakes within us after all. It is mere myth. The Erdtree Society sees grace extending up higher, as though the Erdtree could take flight, as though we could live in the heavens as angels. Just like the tree, perhaps we too could become spiritual gold. We could transcend our vulgar roots. And so, the Society turns its hands upon itself once more, to influence what before was viewed as unchanging. Now, the Erdtree seals the cycles of life and death, and all the mess that drives it. Now, birth and death would be controlled by the same people who delivered life's bounty. There would be no abundance or space given by death. It would be managed. While these new changes are believed to be a sign of great progress by many, some have doubts. Some faithful see in their dreams the neglected roots leading the tree to wither. They see faithful believers in the tree becoming disillusioned as the bounty is squandered by foolishness. They see poor choices made to follow a false path. The prophets see the tree becoming dry and brittle as it misunderstands itself. They see it becoming like tinder, ready to light at the slightest spark. They see the tree burst into flames in their dreams, and they weep. For the most faithful see grace most clearly. They see the dangers first, and want more than anyone to prevent the wrong path being taken. But to share this vision means only to be driven from your home and banished. These prophecies cannot be shared in civilized company. To mention the roots is bad enough, but to say we should respect these roots is almost evil. Such beliefs are vulgar and have no place here as part of a tree that most believe can perfect itself. And so, those who love the tree most are cast out. Despite this, more and more have doubts as to the reality of the tree reaching the heavens. The gift of sight grows murky to many. Some cannot see a guiding light, and amongst all these ideal futures, there are more and more neglected leaves on the tree. But there is something yet worse. The bureaucracy of a leader's duty begins to reveal itself. It now weighs as a gnawing curse from which there is no deliverance. Perfect choices are impossible, and many are unhappy no matter what choice is made. The leaders begin to feel it is a thankless task, that they deserve more, and by this time the leaders have realized a new possibility.
Deliver me unto greater heights.
As the stewards of life, they can tap this resource for their own ends. what is a little here and there in the grand scheme of things? The tree is so vast, and a leader's duty such a mighty sacrifice. A little extra for their pains is justified, after all. Alas, every age, it seems, is tainted by the greed of men. A little skimming grows to a lot, and a fickle leader will take as much as the faith in them allows.
I command thee now! I am the Lord of all that is golden.
And so, the fallen leaves tell a story. Only the leaves closest to the seat of rule are still golden, but many other leaves are brown and falling. The tree cannot sustain itself, and as more and more leaves are neglected, the tree grows into its autumn. The leaves are becoming dry. Those neglected by the Erdtree society are hurt, resentful, and ready to rise up. And those well protected under the tree's canopy are vulnerable to flame. For those unaware flame lives within them are ill prepared for its burn. Few could talk without banishment, but some took action in other ways. Some who saw the Erdtree's foolishness captured their thoughts wordlessly, in art. An artist looking upon a now delusional Erdtree called his painting Flightless Bird. The artist knew we are of the earth, more snake than dragon, and the artist also knew that to try to reach perfection when it wasn't possible brought ruin. For what is the reward for finding the flightless bird painting? Fire's deadly sin. The prophet despaired looking up at the Erdtree, for soon the kindling would burst into flame, bringing ruin. Some who were upset with how the Erdtree fiddled with the marvel of nature left to start new societies. The Ancestrals moved to live far from the Erdtree. They formed their own culture. They trust in the wisdom of nature and do not try to outdo it as the Erdtree did. Many are disenchanted by the miracle tree. They barely see its gold at all. Its sap ceases to drip, and it becomes merely an object of faith. Some turn away from their homeland towards pagan gods, gods of lust, violence, greed, and gluttony. Even just beside the capital's walls, the old windmills that ground the harvest are tattered. Villagers who once took in the grain now turn to the snake and to fire. First, they skin their men, just as a snake sheds its skin to renew itself, and then they burn their bodies. They do this in the hope that they will be renewed with fresh life, reborn red and lustful, to start the life-death cycle once again, as nature intended, for they want children. Far beyond this now desolate farmland, there are Batwomen. They were meant to be mothers, but have been warped by time, twisted by the altered rules of nature. Now, all they can do is lament their fate. Some wish to bring back death indiscriminate.
This world is in dire need of repair, and death indiscriminate. Are you prepared to commit a cardinal sin?
Or even life in death, to replace the discrimination of the current rule. And in the heart of the volcano is a snake lord whose reach is growing. Sent to punish pagans, he instead saw the wisdom in the snake and gave himself to it entirely. He has grown large, and he is progressing into the next stage of life faster than the Erdtree is progressing to heaven. The tree is flightless, but the snake lord no longer crawls only on the belly, but has grown limbs and many fingered hands. For the Erdtree will find out, to become weak with delusion is dangerous. The fundamental root of competition, ever waiting like a coiled snake, will rise up, coil around its boughs, and bring the Erdtree down to earth. Much of what was brightly coloured is now tarnished, and as more tarnishes, more is sent away from the tree's grace. Many will no longer be blessed, through no fault of their own. The risk to the Erdtree of those neglected tarnished is great. If any were to understand what has happened, they could turn against the tree.
A tarnished of no renown.
And if one of them had vision, or was inspired by another's,
to stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord.
As with any neglected population, it is best to keep the tarnished sedated with sleep. The tarnished cannot be killed after all, but they can be kept passive with the right ingredients. The souls of the minor trees, named of all things Snake Soul, are becoming ulcerated and sick. Lacking the true motion of life and death, they are like a stagnant, rotting digestive tract, twisting and coiling like an injured serpent. It is when the roots are forgotten that they come closer than ever. It is when the house is unguarded that the viper creeps into the home. The order is failing. Just as at the beginning of its time, now too is the border of chaos rearing its head. There are omens that the age is failing. There are signs that the border of chaos is coming closer. The thorns of the old world are pushing through. This time, they foretell a ruin that the tree brought upon itself. For most long-lived trees such as this, its death is caused by its own success. Some faithful go on sacrificing to the tree, even if what was once a relationship is now all too imbalanced. Faith in the Erdtree now looks more like a shackle, but others are growing a new conception of how the world could be, of what orders could sustain. With enough understanding and enough influence, new orders can be created, and all that is needed to create space for them is death, for the miracle rooted in these grounds will once again mend the world. It just needs someone with thoughts and ambitions to gestate a rune. This rune must be possible, grounded in reality, not just an arbitrary wish. And sometimes, though it is hard to believe, tragedy is sustainable. Some visions may come to pass, but it is tough to know which could exist and which are fantasies. For any of them, what is always needed is someone with the brute strength to deliver the vision to its place. These competing ideas are growing in strength, and oracles signal the coming of a new age. Which system comes to rule the new world is unknown, but the tarnished who slew the Erdtree Sentinel had the brute strength to reach the Erdtree. Whether it would be this tarnished or another, it was inevitable the Erdtree would fall. Other visions for the future had become clear, and the old tree was broken down. In the end, it took so little to burn the tree.
Burn, for the sake of the new Lord.
It had been changing into kindling for a good long time. Once the Erdtree has burnt, it leaves only the husk of its trunk, the roots unchanged below the earth. In the panic of its death, the seeds of the old society are cast far and wide. The seed, the richest part of the fruit, carries its values, its culture, its system. The old age's system of life. The age of plenty was sealed in those seeds, with the potential to live again. They grow as illusions of gold far and wide. Many will have faith in these nascent illusions. After all, the past is more likely to return than the present realizes. Much yearns to return to what once was, and this young gold is far from kindling. But if the present is not left to chaos, then a new illusion can form upon the husk of the tree, upon the roots of life. A tree of vision, each one unique, whether a vision of the past once more, continuing all as it was, a divided time, an age of fracture, of gold and fading, of leaves yet falling, or an order where the leaves do not fall, or an age of despair, or an age of the duskborn. All these visions can become a new tree, for these runes do exist, they have been gestated and are possible, whatever the consequences. For if the death of the Erdtree taught anything, it is that ideals, however divine, may bring death. The game of survival is always being played, no matter the scale. A new age begins, but the past does not vanish in the next age. It lives on in more than seas. It is all around us in the new age. It is like ash coats the ground. It looms over us. It fertilizes the earth of the new tree. It is in ourselves. It is in the air we breathe. It is in the streets and in our homes, no matter how we try to seal out the past. The ash of the past can only be dispersed with time, and at the coming of another age, some ash will still be there, only to be buried yet deeper by the ash of another society that has fallen. But the fallen leaves tell an even deeper story. They fall from the Erdtree, but where else are they falling? The whole Altus Plateau is in a deep autumn. Where are the leaves green? Far away from the Erdtree. The Erdtree is literally drawing the energy of life from leagues around it. Why is the Erdtree drawing so much? Why is it draining the entire land around it? We now understand why the Ancestrals chant trees far from the purview of the Erdtree. They are focusing life's energies into a single tree. For it is just as we said, the vitals of life are like energy itself. They cannot be created or destroyed, only gathered and dispersed. Look at the trees that flourish in gold, that grow tall. What is all around them, and on the map? On all the smaller trees, fallen leaves, death. It is life from death. The vitals of life cannot be destroyed, but can be moved. And the Erdtree is doing this at an unprecedented scale. Which leads us to something foreign to this land, just like the Erdtree itself. When we seek to replace the current order, we must fight a god, but to kill this god leads to a fight with a beast. The fight takes place on another plane. Here, there are golden trees. Many trees that are half invisible. Great golden illusions, but all of them the same. These trees are not the color of despair or of dusk, or of any of the many orders that could be. They are all the color of the Erdtree we know. Do you see? Look at the tree, the roots, the ordering of them by rings, the original great tree of life, cut, and the Erdtree atop it, a tree of illusion, and at the top of this tree buds a port, connecting to other worlds. The fallen leaves tell a story. Our land is not the innovator. It is not the first to create a tree such as this. We have been brought to this stage by the guiding hand of the agents of Empire. Our system is a product, brought by a beast on a star, sent into the lands between. It is a product that has worked before elsewhere, a system grafted onto our yet developing world. And with this system in place, the resources of the lands between can be tapped, the energy harvested from it. This brought abundance, but only initially. It is part of a larger plan, to draw the life energy of an empire. The system is grafted onto our land, and now the life can be drained like a tap. Faith was won amongst those in the lands between with the early success of this system, but is this faith justified? Each new realm conquered could be given the illusion of abundance simply by taxing the previous conquered lands. Perhaps Marika was right to question her faith. Such a beast is far beyond comprehension. Is it just a predator, a parasite? Or is this just the early, bestial stage of something greater? Like the blood spent to water the tree in the old times, is the fading of the lands between a temporary sacrifice before a great empire of trees can take place? sharing the energy of life across worlds in a new age of abundance. Perhaps the future will come in its own way regardless, as though guided by the hand of a greater will. Or perhaps it is up to the tarnished to decide whether you feel blessed as though born at the foot of the tree, or cast out from grace. Would you hold faith in a beast that a greater order is coming, even as your life wanes? Or would you break the connection? Or would you rather feel nothing at all? Whatever your vision, tarnished, a choice must be made. There is a great competition in visions, and they crisscross like disordered grace. Whatever your vision, perhaps just like the painter, it is best to wrap your message in art. Art whose message will only be unlocked long after the rulers have allowed it into the hands of the tarnished. The world of Elden Ring is quite a sight to behold, ranging from snow-capped peaks to giant underground caverns. It is full of wildlife and rich history. And while we can learn about this history through people and the written word, what if we instead widened our gaze to see what the land itself can tell us? What stories can be found within the frozen mountains? How many mysteries are held by the winding underground rivers or towering trees above? Welcome to mapping the world of Elden Ring. Delving into everything on this topic would take many hours, so instead this video seeks to provide an interesting and helpful baseline of information to help springboard future discussions. If you have observations to add, or want us to dive into any specific topics, let us know down below. Let's begin with the overall structure of the lands between. What stands out to us in the map structure is how the player is passively designed to progress through the game. On the whole, one naturally begins in areas whose environments generally highlight more recent history, such as Limgrave or Liurnia, and then steadily progress into areas that provide a clearer window into the past, like the mountaintops of the Giants or Farum Azula. And so, for the most part, this is the order we will be diving into the world. Starting in Limgrave, we have a lush, green region that seems relatively normal at first glance. There is little evidence of war, and it generally features little culture. Enemies wander in a seeming limbo. They pray to a raging dragon, and are generally stuck in a sort of stasis. But what does stand out is that Limgrave features a number of huge ruins that leave a strong impression of awe for any new player. They sit in orientations that seem unnatural, and their architecture strongly suggests they originate from somewhere else entirely. Indeed, they are covered in ruin fragments, which state they are found near places where ruins have fallen from the sky. They are believed to have once been part of a temple in the sky. The only city of the sky that is presently known is Farum Azula, which is now in a perpetually crumbling state beyond time, in the far east of the map. There are a couple of complications that feel important here. That the ruin pieces are very far from the current location of the flying city, and that while the architecture is highly similar both in style and scale between these ruin pieces and the crumbling city, they do differ. One of the key details throughout the Dragon City is the presence of beasts, not only as chosen guards, but they are also literally embedded into the buildings themselves. However, according to the Azula Beastmen ashes, the ruins of Farum Azula are said to be the remains of a giant mausoleum enshrining an ancient dragon. Thus, it may be the case that not all Dragon City architecture would feature beasts in this crypt-like style. There could, therefore, have been other areas of the city that dropped these ruins, or even other flying cities which did not have the same beast incorporation within the brickwork. We will look at this idea more closely later. Limgrave as a whole provides a fantastic learning ground for a new player, as it manages to have the highest density of mini-dungeons like caves, catacombs or mines, while still staying relatively calm and open. We think this highlights that while currently the place features little culture at all, Long ago, the region must have thrived as a hive of activity, and that at some point, this prosperity was lost. Given the lack of evidence of war here, other than the rebellion at Castle Morn, this was likely lost a long time ago. Could the gigantic pillars we see hint at some previous civilization that existed here? Perhaps the desolation of culture is from the Stormlord's defeat at the hands of Godfrey. Or maybe it's a natural result due to being the farthest area from the Erdtree during its reign, and receiving the least of its bounty. After all, the people of the Altus Plateau believe that those born at the foot of the Erdtree are blessed. Whatever the case may be, Limgrave highlights the lack of recent large-scale activity, and this is very important when we take into account the fact that we, a Tarnished who has only recently been returned their grace and beckoned to the lands between, arises here, of all places, something we will come back to in future videos. Moving on to Liurnia, we notice the region has a much more extreme landscape. A huge lake on which Raya Lucaria is managing to remain tall, flanked either side by high-rise cliffs. The name, Liurnia of the Lakes, seems to be misleading initially, as the area features only one lake that encompasses the entire valley. But the map helps here. The majority of Liurnia is sinking into a lake. Thus, perhaps the region used to be made up of many much smaller lakes that have expanded and conjoined into what we see today. This would explain how the Academy Gate Town was set up beneath Raya Lucaria, and how the various ruins found in the lake would have been established. That is, they were originally on dry land. If the name for the region is a misfit, it implies that what is causing Liurnia to sink down must be a relatively recent event, and the landscape of the Academy Gate Town can attest to that. The angles of its buildings almost seem as extreme as the ruins we found in Limgrave, which it must be noted are also found throughout Liurnia. Given the east side of Liurnia features the high road, and Raya Lucaria itself said they wouldn't interfere with the shattering, we can assume the change to the marshland is a more natural influence, as opposed to some result of armies marching through or warring in the area. Though it does seem that the eastern high road does not currently lead all the way to northern Liurnia, there is still little evidence of the activity of armies in the lake area. So either the ground itself is losing stability, or there has been an influx of water. The Lake of Rot does lie below this region, but we don't know just how much lower this is, and the ancient architecture would suggest that its influence on the stability of the region is by no means a new one. The crystals above the lake are interesting though. Perhaps they provide some sort of protection that keeps Raya Lucaria standing strong, and may even be one of the reasons for the Academy's location. We don't think the flooding could be caused by weather changes. The region was already known for its ever-present fog, and if we look to the Weeping Peninsula, known for its endlessly rainy climate, we find no flooding of note. If we look instead for a source of water that could be flooding the lakes, we are led to the ruin-strewn precipice, which, interestingly, features for the second time the archaic architecture that we saw in the pillars in Limgrave. These structures do, in fact, seem to be built for the water flow, so the water source surely isn't a recent development. However, being so inlaid into the cliff could indicate that it was at some point hidden from the outside and was actually within the cliff, leading the water somewhere underground. As such, it is possible that they were only unearthed in recent times. Indeed, if we look to the exit at the top, we can see the site of many destroyed caravans and a number of omen, one of which is even crying, evidently a site of a lot of recent activity. Furthermore, it may have been the case that the Grand Lift of Dectus was not in action during the shattering, as we find the medallion halves far away, in Limgrave and Caelid. So the scaffolding up the precipice may have therefore only been carved out during that time. The pathway does seem very haphazardly crafted, as if it was only intended as a temporary solution. If so, it is possible that this waterfall was only released recently, by uncovering the structure, and is what is causing Liurnia to sink so quickly. The Altus Plateau. home to Mount Gelmir, Leyendell, even the Erdtree itself, is the first region the shattering has left clear scars across. There are barricades and soldier camps throughout, and various impact wounds in the ground. Mount Gelmir, the site of the most appalling battle in the entirety of the shattering, also has countless dead bodies piled up. Rykard became the Lord of Blasphemy, marking the Erdtree as the enemy, which in turn brought the armies of the capital to his doorstep. What is interesting is that, despite the numerous campsites of these soldiers, and the various battlegrounds, some of which are still populated even now, there is no evidence of the fight reaching the manor, which is in pristine condition. However, the prison town, hidden behind, is definitely not. On our arrival, we can see this town is in bad shape. It is unclear if the lava has risen, as the architecture seems to fit the height the lava is at, but the buildings are nonetheless broken and sinking. This discrepancy between the town and the manor indicates the temporal distance between their construction, and implies that the town, and perhaps its serpent men, were around long before Rykard set up here. It's fair to assume that prisoners would have been from war, but the serpent men are said to have arisen long ago, and the fact that the town seems to be crumbling amidst the lava is certainly interesting. Has the lava control of the god-devouring serpent changed in some way over the years? Or was the town never fit to last in such a brutal environment? Outside of the manor, at one of the bleaker battlegrounds, is a dead, or at least broken, minor Erdtree. Trees are of course a huge part of the lore of Elden Ring, and as such will require a more focused video to dive into. But for now, there are a couple observations that are worth noting within this video, and we'd love to hear what your thoughts are on them, and on the game's trees as a whole. First is the size variety of the minor Erdtrees throughout the world, or rather, the lack of variety. For all the different locations and their climates, for all the history associated with each area, and for all their differing distances to the Erdtree, they are all of the same scale. And the second pertains to the Erdtree at this battleground, that it is broken and seemingly dead, and is the first that we have seen in such shape. What exactly caused this to happen, and when? We will come back to this later. Before we continue, let's take a moment to step back and look at the roads of the world. Leyendell is the capital of the Age of the Erdtree, the most recent superpower across the lands between, and looking at the transport links that lead out from it can tell us some of the most common and useful journeys of the age. If we follow the main road out of the capital, we are led through the Altars Plateau and down the Grand Lift of Dectus towards Liurnia. There is also a secondary path that hugs the northern coast, reaching the windmill villages, which suggests some importance. Interestingly, despite the east side of Liurnia being home to a highway road running north and south, when we arrive at the scene, this is only really the case for the southern half. One would more naturally go via Raya Lucaria to head down into Limgrave, and it is clear that there are few branching paths in Liurnia. Unlike the Altars Plateau or Limgrave, this region seems to be something people passed through rather than travelled within, further reinforcing the sense of a closed society that managed to keep what was theirs. The Carian west coast seems even more cut off, with little to no links to outside. It must be noted, of course, that the newly formed lake is occluding roads that may have been more prevalent many years ago. On reaching Limgrave, the main path splits to either head towards Caelid or the Weeping Peninsula. For the path to Caelid, it is certainly interesting that it seems to reach no further than halfway through the region. Perhaps not all of Caelid was accessible to those of outside regions, and as we shall see, this may be due to its ties with Farum Azula. Now, it is difficult to say what such roads were used for the most, simply for efficient army travel, or for more complex transfer of goods between regions. The roads do seem to have been built with access to the arenas in mind, so perhaps there was even some tourism. The only times we see such paths being used are by convoys, where we see trolls pulling a caravan along, or perhaps being patrolled by the night cavalry. Either way, the paths or lack thereof certainly illustrate what warranted investment by the higher powers in the age, so the challenge going forward will be to work out why. Now, Caelid. This region is the anomaly of the formula thus far. Other than perhaps Limgrave with Godric's grafting activity, this is actually the site of the most recent large-scale events, that of Radahn and Melania's battle in the Shattering, the Battle of Aeonia. And when we arrive, we are struck by the scene of a region that has been completely engulfed with scarlet rot. Praise Marika that these chest-high walls were already established near the border to Limgrave, else who knows how much it may have spread. The scarlet rot, however, instead of simply erasing the history of the land, seems to have given an amazing insight into ancient history. To us, it seems as though the entire region has been dissolved, and many layers of the land have been cleared away. The roots of the trees that once stood here, that were assumedly underground before, are now towering high above us, and we are now met with the terrifying view of some huge, ancient skeletons. They are so colossal that few of us would even realise what they were if not for seeing them from a distance. They seem humanoid in structure, though it's difficult to make out much detail below the chest. If we assume they are related to the giants in some manner, the visage shield having an instructional function further reinforces that their unveiling in Caelid is recent. Either way, their depth in the earth is surely a testament to how long ago they must have died. Just like in the real world, where you can cut down into the earth and see the different ages in the stacked layers, so too might this shine a light on what may have existed prehistorically. The only other location we see such skeletons is in the mountaintops of the Giants, the most well-preserved region from the past, which we will look at later. There is a theme throughout Elden Ring surrounding the size of life and how it has changed over time, be them these hidden behemoths that are now no longer seen, the giants becoming trolls, or the dragons being compared to their ancient counterparts. There is always a decrease of size. This is not just a correlation, but something the lore actively draws attention to. The present-day dragons are mocked, and the state of the trolls is described with melancholy. Even humans are derided by the giant crusher description. Man has grown feeble in comparison to his forebears. The vulgar militia ashes say that, in the lands between, the small was scorned, and so they formed their vulgar militia as a means to make a living. Given the tale the land is weaving in front of us, this makes a lot of sense. If we move to the cliffside and Radahn's beach arena, we see for the third time this archaic, giant, arched pillar architecture. Its stone finish seems just as intact as in previous locations, which shows a resilience to scarlet rot that may help to date it. To add to the mix, we have the golem enemies and the divine towers, which both seem to feature very similar designs, as well as the same slightly softened stone that feels as though it has stood the test of time and natural erosion. However, going into such lore will have to wait for another episode, so stay tuned for that. In the centre of Caelid is the Swamp of Aeonia, a very important location that will require its own deep dive. For now though, note that it appears to be a rot water source that continually bubbles up, something that we will come back to in a bit. In the far east of Caelid we have the Bestial Sanctum, which also links to Farum Azula. Not only is it accessed by the Farum Great Bridge, but it too has highly similar architecture, and unlike the ruins in Limgrave or Liurnia, beasts are featured within the stone itself. What is worth noting about the bridge and the structure below the Bestial Sanctum is that these are built specifically for these locations. They fit the coastline geography. So, was Farum always a flying city, or was it grounded at some point? Or is Farum in fact the name of the culture, and thus every location might simply have the Farum prefix? After all, there is another Great Bridge in the crumbling city. If this was the naming culture, it may mean there were multiple such Farum cities that in descriptions get grouped in a similar way to the Eternal Cities. Thus would the civilization have exerted a wide control over both land and sky, and perhaps is how they reached Limgrave and Liurnia. Either way, it is a fearsome power, to be sure. Moving to the capital, there are a few geographical details that jump out. In particular are the Erdtree, which will have to wait for another time, the moat, and the capital's location, which say a lot about the Erdtree's history without needing to read the various descriptions in the game. Leyndell is in a highly defensive position. Enemies can only really come from one side, given all the other sides are protected by high mountains or giant cliffs down to the water. It has high ground and can see for miles around, and features a large moat in addition to 2 outer walls. Coupled with its source of water, Leyndell can withstand a siege with ease. This design and location of Leyndell, and of course the Erdtree, is one of defensive tactics, and indicates the expectation of retaliation against them, which is exactly what happened. In the beginning, everything was in opposition to the Erdtree, but through countless victories in war, it became the embodiment of order. Even their army's fighting style mirrors this. The soldiers of Leyndell fight their battles defensively. The mountaintops is where Marika and Godfrey fought the giants, and subsequently made the lands forbidden. As such, when the Tarnished arrives, the region is in an almost unchanged state, and provides a great window to the past. There are 2 details that seem contradictory at first. We use the Grand Lift of Roll to reach the mountaintops, a mark of high levels of investment in order to make the journey more pragmatic. But we must then cross a very dangerous and seemingly improvised bridge to reach the main landmass. Now, perhaps the lift was only made to help Marika's large armies, and they were then under attack when building the bridge and thus couldn't manage anything more substantial. But it may instead indicate a time in history that is hidden from our view, a time where those of the capital and those of the mountaintops were not officially enemies. A time, perhaps, where Marika would have been able to safely reach the trolls and persuade them to side with her. Indeed, this region again features some of the enormous skeletons, so like Caelid, could this imply some damage to the earth to uproot these long-buried ancient beings? Perhaps the war against the giants was so brutal that the region itself suffered a large degree of damage, and the landscape was broken and stripped away. This would explain why there is no longer a well-established path to lead to the mountaintops, and thus, perhaps the Grand Lift instead hints to the time before the war. After all, we know that the astrologers and giants lived peacefully as neighbours at some point. Most of what we see in the region is the wake of war. Ramparts, forts, graveyards, and dead giants. On first glance, these giants seem afflicted with death blight, but in fact this appears to be weapons that utilise briars of sin, just like those outside the Guardian's garrison. But if we look to the land itself, it may speak of the time that came before the war, such as with the frozen river and lake. We can see there must be a water source in the eastern side of the map that forms the lake. The river then runs westwards, falling down into the consecrated snowfields until it makes its way to the ocean. Running water can freeze, even a waterfall can freeze. Over long periods of time, one should still see slight movement, so a waterfall would still be present, whether frozen or not. Given the power of the giant's god was fire-based and is represented as a sun, it is likely that the time of the fire giants featured a much warmer climate, and that the lake and river was not originally frozen. The name Freezing Lake could be a use of the present continuous. It is still freezing, and thus implies it only began the process relatively recently, though this is not necessarily what the name means. The name Castle Sol, which likely functioned as a fort for Marika's army during the war, implies it was warmer even then, or at least that the region featured a more prominent sun, and thus the new climate is most likely a consequence of the defeat of the giants. Now, if this region was at some point warmer, it must have been a more plentiful location than we'd at first have thought, and there are the odd hints of this. rhymed roa, are thought to be the original strain of roa, and are the most powerful of the roa subspecies for healing torrent. The giants were established enough to be able to make technological advancements, as, perhaps with the forge, the art of smithing is said to have originated among the giants. This is also the fourth location where we see the huge, arched stone architecture, and there are more here than anywhere else. That may suggest a more built-up area, though it could just be that elsewhere has suffered more damage in the times since. And, as if to draw comparison to the plentiful times of old, it is here that the only other broken minor Erdtrees are found, this time in a region that has seen little activity since the war with the giants, which certainly suggests the extremity of the mountaintops, especially when compared to even Caelid, where the minor Erdtrees stand tall. We will definitely be focusing on the minor Erdtrees as well as the Halig tree and the Erdtree itself at some point in the future. They deserve their own deep dive. If we follow the Erdtree to its roots, however, we find the nameless Eternal City, one of 3 known Eternal Cities, all of which are deep underground. This area, the Deeproot Depths, features the source of both the Ainsel and Siofra rivers, around which the other 2 Eternal Cities are based. There are certainly many questions regarding the Eternal Cities, questions surrounding Nokstella's moon, their actions towards the Greater Will, their subsequent banishment and destruction, and even their potential involvement with the Black Knives, to name a few. So let's see if the world itself can shed some light. First of all is the state each city is in. Nokstella and Nokron are certainly in a sort of limbo, and there is rubble and dead ends throughout, but for the most part they are in surprisingly decent condition, especially considering the state of other places we have seen. All the ruins in the overworld, the Academy Gate Town, Farum Azula, and a number of other places show much worse signs of wear than these Eternal Cities. This is strange given Astel levelled the Eternal City after the Nox invoked the ire of the Greater Will. However, here, as well as in almost all items that make reference to the Eternal City, they reference them as just that, the Eternal City, which is strange given we know there are at least 3 separate Eternal Cities. Furthermore, the only Eternal City we see that has any level of destruction that would warrant such a description is the nameless Eternal City. Its buildings are sparse and broken. Nameless is certainly telling though. It is not forgotten or ancient like the Ul ruins. It is nameless. This is deliberate, a wiping of records, like the firstborn son in Dark Souls 1, later called the Nameless King. This is also the only Eternal City that lacks its starry sky, which we can see is present in both the other Eternal Cities, as well as in Astel's arena. After all, Astel destroyed an Eternal City and took away their sky. If we do assume that only one Eternal City was destroyed by Astel, what exactly happened with the other 2? We know the lost Black Moon of Nokstella was the guide of countless stars. Additionally, the Nox were banished deep underground by the Greater Will. These would certainly suggest that they were banished from the surface to the underground, which severed their ties to the moon and stars, and as such they live under a false night sky. But when we visit Nokron or Nokstella, in addition to the surprising condition of what remains, it is clear that the cities are, in fact, suited for these underground river regions. They have channels that control the water flow, including an aqueduct. And the buildings seem to fit the shape of the earth around them, which begs the question, how is a full city even banished? Especially to locations which are otherwise impossible to reach, save for a highly secret path through the capital. Certainly an interesting topic for the future, but we'd love to hear your theories down below. The nameless Eternal City, though destroyed, is still surrounded by water features. We have a large waterfall that floods the city itself, followed by a huge curved waterfall that produces the Ainsel River, and on the other side is another large waterfall that makes the Siofra River. However, if we track the Ainzel's water movement to its source, it seems to originate from this very shallow and calm pool above the city. Even if there is some gap the water is coming up through, the rate of flow is certainly strange. It's almost as if the water is expanding as it travels. And we see the same with the Siofra source. To add to the oddities is the white cloudiness of the water here. This can be seen while at an angle, indicating the white particles are suspended in the water, not that the ground beneath is white. Water is in many places in the game, but we only ever see 3 types of coloration: poisoned water, scarlet rot water, and this, white water. And whatever the cause is of the white colour, by the time the Ainzel and Siofra are established, it is gone. Finally, let's talk about the size of the world of Elden Ring. Big as it is, and it is definitely huge, it is still far smaller than we should consider it within the lore. This has been the case for all the Souls games, but especially so in Elden Ring. If we are to believe that, for example, Zamor had a full history and culture, that they could have refined and honed a fighting style of such finesse, we are going to have to assume that their ruins are many orders of magnitude bigger than what we find. And this goes for every settlement, every region, and the whole world. Otherwise, scenes such as this siege in the story trailer simply couldn't make sense. The world needs to be large enough to support such a population, to allow for the development of so many independent cultures, and so on. And we think this is important to remember going forwards, as we go deeper and deeper into the lore. Like many people, we wanted to know what on earth the women in Dominula are doing. After 18 months, we think we've solved it, and the DLC image gave us our click moment. Spoiler alert, they do not eat their men. In fact, it isn't food that they're hungry for at all. When we ride up to the village, things seem idyllic. The sound of laughter, picturesque windmills, sparks from a bonfire float in the air, and there are even women dancing. But as we get closer, things very quickly get creepy. The windmills are ragged and torn, and if we could smell as we play, the bonfires wouldn't smell like wood smoke. The laughter isn't happy, it's just wrong. The blue-hooded virgins are the focus of the festival, but they look more gruesome than an Eternal City giant corpse. And then, once we enter the village proper, their rabid dogs attack us. So we realise, painfully, that this festival is a bloody one. These women wear many colours, dance madly, have rabid canines ready to defend them, worship a serial killer, and don't seem to care about any other men. Disturb their trance, and their eyes light up in a bloody rage. They will stop the fun and kill the uninvited guest. But being killed in Elden Ring is to be expected. These women get much creepier. The weapons they wield are made from human bones. They lick these weapons after they have cut their enemies down, and the festival bonfires are piled high with the bodies of their men. A ghost tells us their fate. Killed, skinned, and thrown on the fire. Dominula means little mistress, and these women are definitely the boss. Looking at the evidence, it's tempting to call them man-eaters, but they are not man-eaters in the literal sense. So what made these ladies go bad? These women once brought in the harvest. Their repurposed weapons, sickles, are for wheat, not human flesh. They are called celebrants, but what are they celebrating? Their clothes are blood-stained, but we can still see a difference between their outfits. Some of them have blue hoods. These hoods tell us that the wearers are unmarried, or virgins, who take centre stage in the festival. So, is it a celebration revolving around losing your virginity? This makes the puzzle even harder to solve. If this is the case, why are there no men to be found apart from on the bonfire? And why skin them? And why worship an apostle? What if we told you that all these things make perfect sense? There is a method to their madness. From the DLC teaser, it looks like we might travel to another time, when the windmills were not tattered and the grain grew like a sea of gold. Once there was abundance, and the villagers would mill the grain for the people in the lands between. But now, the grain in the storehouses is rotten. The corpses of dead animals litter the ground nearby, and rats feed on what's left. Where once was healthy crops, the ground is barren, given over to wildflowers. So what changed? Look up at the windmills. How do windmills work? In order to mill the grain, which gives life, a little of the wind must die. But life and death itself has been tampered with by Marika. All that cycles nature through life and death has been sealed. Now, the farmland, the windmills, the women, all of them have faded. Life must go on, somehow, without the nourishment of its cycles. It is unnatural.
I feel thin, sort of stretched, like butter scraped over too much bread.
So, the women have had enough and are turning back to the old ways. This is why they lick the blood off their blades. Blood is in birth and death. It is a cycle of life. Blood is power. Their weapons grant trace amounts of runes upon landing attacks, just as they take life. And they wear many colours, turning away from the ruling one true god to the many pagan gods of the past. And so they worship the apostle of the gloam-eyed queen, the deliverer of death, which in turn gives the nourishment for new life. It's vitality that they crave, for without true death it has been robbed from them. Look at the women's faces. They may be virgins, but they are no longer the young maids they once were. Kite Tails noticed that the nearby robe of a dead noble is a much brighter blue than the stunning blue of the maiden's hood. How faded their hoods are. They must have been craving that this festival reach its climax for many, many years. And now we can understand the women of Dominula. Because when Marika sealed death, all the parts of the cycles of death were affected. Look at the flowers they decorate the crucifix with. Life from death. The crucifix has been turned into a maypole.
And on that bed there was a girl, and on that girl there was a man, and from that man there was a seed, and from that seed there was a boy, and from that boy there was a man, and for that man there was a grave, and from that grave there grew a tree.
Here too, a life-death cycle created by a man and woman, and so the maypole is
the phallic symbol.
The Dominula women are trying to add life to their new phallic symbol, which leads us to the skinning and burning of their men. These virgins are old because the men, just like the worn windmills, have no power. It has been sealed. As the original turtleneck meat item says, turtle meat is said to boost virility, but none in the lands between seem to have much appetite for it these days. In the lands between, the urge to reproduce has waned long ago. These women desperately want to lose their virginity, but the men are not interested, and so the women are like cats on a hot tin roof.
I was conscious of it.
And so the women skin their men because the snake skins itself to be born anew. A snake leaves its old faded self behind to emerge bright and vital once more. This is the apostles' system of renewal. The women in their desperation have turned to this snake method, but they didn't stop there. They turned to fire too. In Elden Ring, fire melts down and reforges anew. They are trying to reforge their men as bright and strong once more. And what do we see if we leave the ghost, a shadow of a man, cowering and afraid, to ride by the human bonfire? We see the corpses of men aflame, and they stand up, imperfectly reborn. Maybe this festival will reach its climax after all. For nearly 20 years, Patches did the same thing. He tempted us with treasure and trapped us. He had a few methods, but his favourite was holes and kicking people down them. But in Elden Ring, something isn't right. Patches is different. Eventually, we find him in the Volcano Manor, and he seems to believe in something. He is helping. This isn't the Patches we know, solitary and cynical. Whether he is untethered, unbreakable, or untrustworthy, he always seems to be the same old trickster. Patches the hyena, the cackling scavenger, the body-kicking corpse looter. What's going on here? Why would he turn up at a place that he warned us about?
And my warning was spot on. You tell me different. Stay clear of Volcano Manor. End of discussion. I heard the brutes there hunt tarnished like animals.
And yet, here he squats, the Volcano Manor, a place for the strong to rise by strength and become heroes, even if it's by killing their own kind. Patch's killing methods aren't based on the jewel. Some might say just by looking at him that he doesn't fit in here. His philosophy of sneaky survival is not to the Manor's approach of might is right.
So, you killed Rykard. I harbour you no ill will. The strong take. Such is our code.
At first, we don't notice what made him change. He's giving us regular Patches. Chests, traps, overacting.
Oh my! Well, here you are again. Oh, so sorry for that. I meant to warn you, but whoops, there you went.
But it was the hint about helping Raya that put us on edge.
By the way, have you met that girl Raya? She's a strange one, but I believe she was in need of help. Not that it's any of my business, but if she rings your bell, why not lend her an ear?
Patches, hinting that we help a maiden. The man who idly sits by as Rhea of Thurland, one of the most charming and gentle characters in all of the From Software games, starves and hollows in a hole right beside him. He didn't help Rhea because, well, he kicked her down the hole. So why the sudden change of heart in Patches? Patches' history, well before Elden Ring, might tell us why. The first clue is who Rhea was, a member of the clergy. Patches connoisseurs, or Soulsborne fans as they're sometimes called, know Patches and religion have history. Patches' relationship with organised religion, its clergy and clerics, is complicated. It is also murky. We may not ever find out his exact reasons, but Patches hates clerics, and as he claims, the fraudulence of organised religion. He says to them,
"You damn clerics! You're worse than maggots!"
This hate seems to continue across every game, with the one exception being Bloodborne.
What a joy it is to behold the divine. It must be such a pleasure.
But this isn't really an exception. Patch's obsession with the clergy is that they are frauds.
Don't you be fooled by his claims to do good. They're all the same, those rotten clerics. Take your higher cause and stuff it, you lousy charlatan.
Yet the power and reality of the godlike beings in Bloodborne is very real. So Patches respecting them isn't contrary to his character. There's no fraudulence here. So it seems that it's the fakery that upsets Patches, the taking advantage of the hopes of the weak with, in his view, the empty promises of superstition.
Well, I have news for them. Praying has not put food in my mouth, nor anyone else's.
Of course, we shouldn't assume Patches is all good. He likes to put the fear of God in others too, when it suits him.
You scheming little thief! The gods demand repentance! The gods demand vengeance!
vengeance!
Not to mention that the hate he feels for the clergy is mutual. The Acolyte of God has some things to say about him.
He is a depraved, vile man, and he deserves no allies.
And the much-loved Rhea comes the closest to bad language that she can when describing him.
Vince and Nico were fooled by a lout named Patches and turned into hollows.
And even those with more in common with Patches, cynical, solitary characters such as Grave Robber Blige or Lord Trek, don't have good things to say about him.
Have you heard of Trusty Patches? If ever a man has rubbed me up the wrong way, if he ever comes around again, I swear I'll have his hide.
There's somebody I ought to warn you about, a fellow who lacks common decency. They call him Patches the Hyena, and he's the one that laid that trap for me. He's the kind of person who'd stab his mother in the back.
Unsurprisingly, Patches claims the opposite.
Every age, it seems, is tainted by the greed of men. Rubbish to one such as I, devoid of all worldly wants.
Nothing here is stolen, I swear. I no longer partake in the whole corpse robbing thing. Yeah, no, I'm completely free from my vice. My old mother would be proud indeed.
Though the phrasing would implies his mother may no longer be with him. Did Patches live a life of hardship? Did he lose his mother to the clergy? Did he grow up as part of a church and suffer at the hands of clerics? Or was he always how his detractors describe, the worst kind of vagabond? This hate for the clergy affects gameplay. In Dark Souls, if we tell him we are a cleric, there is no chance for forgiveness. He attacks if we climb out of the trap hole. His quest ends. This history, put into the context of Elden Ring, seems to set things right. The Volcano Manor is blasphemous. It is against the gods, the Golden Order, and the Two Fingers. Patches himself goes on to say,
I always hated the gibberish about lost grace and the laughable Two Fingers. I thought I could lend a hand in unmasking the charade.
But we think this is a lie. Patches has always hated religions of every game, but he has never been motivated to do anything more than kick clergy down holes and loot their corpses. Why would Elden Ring make him behave any different? In the past, there has only been one motivation that worked on Patches, to get him to act, to get him to risk anything. Caring about someone. The one time Patches did more than scavenge was to save the life of a friend, or something close to it. Greyrat freed Patches from imprisonment in the past, and Patches wanted to return the favour. He pretends that he's asking where Greyrat is, simply so he can strip him down for treasure if he's croaked. But this is a lie. When Greyrat needs it, Patches saves his life. But he decides to hide that he cares.
I might have died if it wasn't for that peculiar Onion Knight.
Patches tricks Greyrat into thinking it was an Onion Knight who saved him, and takes no credit. Why? For now, we will say, Patches is very secretive about his emotions. And so, Patches' story of why he is at the Volcano Manor begins to unravel. He isn't there to fight against the Two Fingers or the theory of lost grace. He is there because of how he feels for someone. Because we think, for the first time in any game, and after nearly 20 years, Patches is in love. He might be free of all worldly wants, but perhaps his feeling of love isn't a worldly want. After all, Patches isn't shallow. He doesn't fall for just anyone. The debatable first Patches had dealings with a character who many men would fall for, but not Patches. He robs her and bails. But he met someone who fits his bill in Elden Ring. A dancer as flexible as he is. A blasphemer. A woman fighting against the organized religion of the land. Can you say soulmate? Patches doesn't even see her face, but to him, she's beautiful. He plays it pretty cool. He has plenty of practice at pretending he doesn't care, at hiding his emotions under layers of cynicism. All he says at first is,
Tanith has always made me curious. I guess her master must really be something, because she's pretty damn smug about it. Even after announcing her blasphemous ambitions, she still stands proud. I've never seen a woman quite like her.
This already seems affectionate for Patches, but eventually he reveals the depths of his true feelings, if we pay attention and follow his quest through to the end. More than being drawn to the Volcano Manor by Tanith, he is deeply concerned about her. When we waver in our commitment, he says,
Do you remember your vow to Tanith?
He doesn't remind us about our struggle against our oppressors or the lies of the Two Fingers, only Tanith. When we succeed in a kill, he uses any excuse to see her. He suggests,
I'll give Tanith the news. Have some rest by all means.
Perhaps he only wants the reward, or perhaps it says a little more. And after we slay Rykard, Tanith grieves the death of her lord. Patches notices her suffering immediately.
The demigod beast is slain, and Tanith has lost her head.
This isn't the most tactful comment, but this is once again him wearing onion armor. Patches cares, because what does he do next? He goes on a quest. Patches risks his life to retrieve her dancer's castanets, all just to cheer her up. He gets severely injured. It seems he literally risked his life. This isn't at all like Patches, someone who survived to the end of the world in Dark Souls 3 simply by not caring. He even admits he's only in this mess because he followed a different path, a unique path he found in Elden Ring, the path of love. This unfamiliar path got him in trouble, but he was willing to take it, because
that's the real treasure!
It's a treasure valuable enough to risk his life for, and he ends up how we find him.
Oh, you again. A shame you had to see me like this. I had a bit of a slip-up, that's all. I should have stuck to what I know best. No matter. I know I can trust you. Gullible, yes, but a good soul. Make certain that Tanith gets this. Oh, it's nothing, it's just makes me sick to see her all bent out of shape. Come on, Tanith, back on your high horse where you belong. You're able then? Then I can rest easy, my friend.
Sadly, when we deliver his gift, Tanith shows her true love for Rykard, even after his death.
What is it? I have no need of that. I must continue devouring my beloved lord.
Patches is nothing to her. We can't help but feel sorry for Patches. He finally felt something, but his love was unrequited. Should he have known better? He calls us gullible time and time again, but isn't he gullible too, to think he could compete with Rykard? Whether or not he was gullible, is he a hypocrite?
Well, thought you'd just help yourself to a man's personal belongings, huh?
Patches surely reasons, when it's a snake man, it's totally different. Ironically, if he hadn't been a scavenger and a coward, and risen as a hero, he would have likely become one with Rykard, and then would be becoming one with Tanith. But it was not Patches' destiny, and Patches, being Patches, bounces right back. He recovers from his wounds, body, heart and soul, and gets right back to his old tricks. But he took a very real risk when he fell for Tanith, and this story may help us understand a bit more about Patches, about the confusing meaning From Software may be putting into his recurring appearances. Patches is a cynic, It seems he's had the veil lifted from his eyes. He sees the hurt and coldness in the world around him, how trusted carers can in fact be some of the worst demons out there. He doesn't go mad at the reality in Bloodborne because it may not surprise him. He expects people to be bad. In every game, he accurately describes and warns us about the moral shortcomings of other characters well before they cause problems, such as Petrus, Lautrec, Yurt, and more. Of course, he might be right, but no one feels warmly about Patches either. He may feel that, in some way, everyone is kicking people into holes and stripping their corpses. So why not do the same, but without the pretense? And if it's done to the worst frauds out there, all the better. His attitude and response at the way the world works is summed up well by one quote in Elden Ring.
Worked to the bone by their high and mighty lord, only to be thrown out with the rubbish. It's the same old story everywhere I go. To hell with it all.
So, he chooses to survive as a solitary scavenger and stays safe by not caring for anyone or anything. Emotions are a risk. We get a glimpse at a brutish, early form of this mindset with the potential first Patches, who also happens to be one of the only surviving humans found in-game. He thinks everyone is an enemy. And he does survive in other games with this approach to the end of the world. But while it may be safe, Patches is alone. Is this one of From Software's and Miyazaki's messages? That if we turn away from the risk of caring to only see the harsh truth of the world, and give back only what the world has given, that we might survive like Patches, but we might find it hard to care again, and end up alone. Being a cynic is safe after all, and the alternative can be brutal. In the end, Patches is a mystery, but we think maybe he's incapable of not caring. Every great story seems to begin with a snake. The Elden Ring Snake Iceberg goes deep. It reaches down past Rykard, past Dominula and Didakar, past Bloodborne and Dark Souls, right to the upcoming DLC, and even to the deep waters of the gods, the Godskin Apostles, and the Gloam-Eyed Queen. The sky is familiar to us all. As we go deeper, we will move into more obscure parts of the mystery that we have uncovered. Content warning. This video contains graphic content that some may find disturbing, including real-world footage, discussions and footage of a sexual nature, religion, torture and taboo, conspiracy theories, blood. A heavy content warning for those with a fear of snakes. There is real footage throughout this video showing every part of the snake in its life cycle. The footage is as explicit as nature herself. You have been warned. Also, spoilers from start to finish for Elden Ring, the Dark Souls series, and Berserk. The sky shining down on the iceberg is unclouded. The lore in the sky is beautiful. There is a lot, including the Godskin Apostles are connected to snakes. They have inhuman physiology. Raya is Zarias, a half snake, half human. She is somehow connected to Rykard, feeding himself to the Great Serpent. Rykard surprises his heroes by welcoming them as family. Together, he plans to devour the very gods. Didakar got up to some weird stuff. There is an egghead king. In ancient times, there was a religion which worshipped a snake deity. At the end of Rykard's storyline, Tanith will eventually eat Rykard's dead body. But each of these lore discoveries alone doesn't give us any answers. What is the snake obsession in this game? And what does it mean? On the surface of the iceberg, we will start to make connections. If we draw the threads together, do we start to see a pattern emerge? Just what is the snake in Elden Ring? On our first playthrough, we notice snakes, but they only confuse us. The Godskin Apostles are in various locations, but it seems with little connection. The Church of Agley and Dominula feel worlds apart, and the Divine Towers seem to be from a different age altogether. Why would they skin Didakar as punishment? Why is Tanith so charmed with Rykard? Why are gladiators riddled with snakes? We learn to be wary of the snake like everything else, and we complete the game without answers. In the second playthrough, these impressions form a clearer image. Snakes seem unpredictable, but some things repeat. It can't be random that snake worshippers in Dominula and in Volcano Manor both seem obsessed with virgins. During their festivals, the dancing women of Dominula dance around the virgins of the village, who are dressed in blue, and in Volcano Manor, the unique Iron Virgins seem much more important than just an enemy. The next pattern is the connection between snakes and fighting as a way of life. We didn't notice at first because the examples are so far removed, but no matter the culture, snakes seem to be connected with fighting for power and dueling. The Volcano Manor is a place of snakes, and Might is Right is at the core of its culture. Its members are sent to fight their own. Eventually, Rykard himself will face us, seeking power. Yet if we slay Rykard, his followers do not turn on us. Bernal, for example, holds no ill will.
The strong take. Such is our code.
Coincidence strikes again with the gladiators. Part of a totally different culture, they also duel and compete in strength. They wear snakes. Snakes even emerge from the rot variants in their grab attacks. Now another thing comes to the surface. We start noticing the snake's connection to eating and hunger. Rykard's whole existence as a snake is centered on eating. He has eaten well. Now that we start to notice it, we start to remember. Snake hunger goes way back through many From Software games. From primordial serpents to favourite rings, they have always eaten and eaten. These patterns are bizarre, but are becoming undeniable. In the third playthrough, some of the deeper patterns emerge. There are signs that the ancient past has snakes twisted through its history. They are connected to the Divine Towers, where godskins lurk in their depths. They are found on the Giant's Forge, carved into stone as if warming themselves in the heat. The serpent god's curved sword proves there was a serpent religion, but it is long forgotten. Yet today, the attitude towards snakes has clearly changed. If the ancient past revered the snake, it is hated in the modern era. The Erdtree citizens cheered as the image of the snake was beaten and battered. Rykard's once loyal followers attempt to kill him once he becomes the snake. Slowly, we can see this is more than randomness. These patterns aren't just coincidence. The snake's true nature is rearing up in front of us. Miyazaki, Martin and the team have welded together ideas from myth, reality and human nature. It has been distilled into a message, and this message is found below the surface. Beneath the surface there is an answer. The serpent isn't one of these patterns, it is all of them. Miyazaki said understanding his message would take several games. There were hints about the truth in Elden Ring back in Dark Souls 2, in the covetous gold serpent ring. Gold ring depicting the snake, both the servant and manifestation of the god of desire. The snake is the manifestation of animal desires, emotions, and instincts. The serpent is red. And one of these desires occurs so frequently alongside the snake, it cannot be ignored. The first manifestation of the snake is sexual. Sex in all its aspects is the snake. Lust, desire, passion. Once we look through this lens, things fall into place. Rykard the snake-like lord is anything but a monk. When he met Tanith, she was a mere dancer. Not fit for a man of his social standing, yet his lust for her was so strong that he made her his consort, and his lust may not have stopped there. Cut content would suggest that Rykard is not faithful to Tanith. In the original description for Didakar's woe, it seems Didakar was a male. In the cut item description, it says that this man was Rykard's paramour, which means a lover taken while married. And that isn't all. Didakar is described as one of Rykard's paramours. Rykard is so lustful, across canon and cut content, his transformation into a snake, a manifestation of lust, is a fitting end. Snakes have the same theme elsewhere in the Volcano Manor. The Iron Virgins have snakes coiling around where genitals would be. When they charge you, this area flies open and snakes burst forth to draw you inside. The women of Dominula, who worship the snake-like apostle, dance around virgins in their ceremonies. Virginity is a sexual definition. It is not just being lustful that is snake-like. Being snake-like seems to seduce others. Only when Rykard turns into a snake is Tanith truly charmed by him. Snake rings always have an attractive power. And Raya is the perfect example of serpent passions at work. Despite, or because of, her snake nature, fans call her the game's best waifu. But Miyazaki, Martin and From Software have not reinvented the wheel. It was for the crime of lust that Medusa was punished with snake hair. She had sex with Poseidon in the temple of the goddess she worshipped, Athena. She had made a vow of chastity to Athena, but act like a snake and you will be turned into one. Didakar in the final version of the game is female. After her life of wicked pleasures, she has been punished for her snake-like lust. Just like Medusa, since she behaved like a snake, her punishment is to become like one, and snakes lose their skin. The devil may be the most famous cultural serpent, and in the Garden of Eden he is the seducer of Eve. In all cultures, the connection of snakes to sex is so common it's almost the rule. From the ancient past, with the Hindu sexual energy Kundalini, meaning coiled snake, it is literally coiled here, to more modern times. Miyazaki has hidden this pattern in Dark Souls too. In Dark Souls, those corrupted by passion become like serpents. Part of Seath's motivations for his abductions of women is lust. If he is trying to make a dragon through his experiments, he is focusing on making a female dragon for his own uses. The theme continues in the sequel. Mitha was the fairest queen in the land, until something unhinged her. Was it the poison found deep within the earth, or the passion that consumed her heart? The queen sought the king's affection, even poisoning herself to attain beauty, despite the monstrous consequences. But the true foundation for the snake's infamy are snakes themselves. Mother Nature is the true artist. If snakes are seen as sexual, it is because their mating activities are extreme. They wrap and constrict each other throughout. Biting is usual, and sometimes they will kill if the mating goes wrong. If nothing does go wrong, mating can last for hours. But that is just for one partner. Males and females can have many mating partners, and so the whole process can seem to never end. But there is a greater animal desire: hunger. All-consuming hunger is the snake. Praetor Rykard was a greedy man, but this was just a prologue. Since his transformation, he has gorged himself like a foie gras goose, swelling in size until he fills the core of a volcano. Yet he still hungers for his greatest meal yet, the very gods. The serpent's gluttony is in the game's opening sequence. A snake is eating Rykard's severed head, and this snake is normal. It was no great snake at all, but now, it's a wonder it doesn't collapse under its own weight. The real snake is the king of hunger. It's practically nothing but a huge mouth and one long, horrific stomach, capable of digesting anything. It opens its mouth impossibly wide for each meal, its jaw and stomach stretched to the limit. And just like Rykard, they can become a victim of their own greed. And snakes truly never stop growing. Growth only slows with age. Some snakes have reached unbelievable sizes. The extinct Titan boa was so big it would struggle to slither its 50-foot body through an open doorway. Rykard is not From Software's only hungry snake. The Godskins have their teeth and jaws fully modelled and rendered in-game. This is incredibly unique. Perhaps after skinning their victims, they eat the remaining flesh. A cut boss from Bloodborne has an attack just like Rykard. It swallows us whole. And the serpent god in Sekiro tries endlessly to consume us. There is another desire that consumes the snake: competition. In nature, snake competition is violent. Their fights are so hypnotically savage that humans have always forced snakes to fight and bet on the results. Rykard is obsessed with competition. Ultimately, he wants to beat the very gods. The gladiators join in violent competition. Both dressed in snakes, only one survives. And before becoming a recusant, the Volcano Manor wants proof we can kill our own. To join their clan, you must compete as ruthlessly as the snake. What do we feel approaching a fog gate, as a boss towers over us? What do we feel when a snake crosses our path? Fear. But usually all a snake wants is to escape. Fear is a snake's most common motivation for attack, and so the snake is also a manifestation of fear and pain. The Volcano Manor drips in both. Torture, vicious experiments on Albinaurics, crying abductor virgins. Rykard's growth comes with pain, a pain Rykard takes part in. He may stay asleep simply to avoid the pain of his own growth. After all, his guts have literally opened from the inside. The snake has good reason to be afraid. With no real armor, the snake bleeds easily. Even the great snake learns to fear us, and so, often the snake is too scared to fight fair.
Are you afraid to fight me yourself, you cowardly snake? A snake, am I? Perhaps you'd like to see how snake-like I can be.
We now have the basic parts of the snake, but the snake can coil itself up in all sorts of confusing ways. None of the passions are an island. What happens when competition fixates on material wealth? What happens when this combines with gluttony? These coiled desires appear a lot in From Software games. The gold serpent rings boost our treasure finding. Frampt hungers for material possessions, and Seath piles up treasures in his archives. The most valuable were pillaged. In ancient culture, this connection holds. The Chinese zodiac predicts riches will come easy if you're born in the year of the snake. And in modern storytelling, Hogwarts' competitive and materialistic students are sorted to
Slytherin!
But this is just one coil of the snake. What happens when competition combines with lust? Snakes fight so ruthlessly for a mate it can lead to death, and it doesn't stop there. Even once the chance to mate has been won, others will try to interrupt or take their chances once a suitor has left. So uncoils the next messy snake-like pattern. Beware, my lord, of jealousy. It is the green-eyed monster which doth mock the meat it feeds on. The snake is the green-eyed monster, and its solution for jealousy is brutal. It keeps its mate from others with hooked barbs to maintain connection. Perhaps Juno Hoslow has become a victim of the Manor's jealousy. If they can't have him, no one can. Competition and an obsession with your own pain brings revenge. The snake always strikes back. Tanith warns us.
Defeat is not the end.
He
will one day rise again. Stronger.
We have seen lust combined with gluttony, but what if pain gets involved? The activities of the manor are warped, to say the least. Why would Giza, a man of power, have his face and arms wrapped as though he was injured? Tanith too is covered. The cut content Didakar had a peculiar habit. He would test new methods of torture first upon himself, making a gift of his pain and first-hand knowledge to the one he loved. It seems as though pain in the Volcano Manor is not that far from pleasure. And competition with hunger? Snakes are a rare animal in nature, as many are cannibals. Their hunger and competition is so extreme that they will eat their own kind. They gorge on the bodies of snakes that look just like them, and the greatest cannibal snake is the king cobra. How fitting that Rykard, the human who has turned to eating his own, is now the king of serpents. In the world of snakes, the strongest eat the rest. The snake is all the red-hot instincts, and all their confusing combinations. The snake is in Godfrey when he fights, and when he begets Godwyn. The snake is in Renala when Radagon leaves her, and she seethes with jealousy. And the snake is there when Morgott cowered in fear, chained in his cell. Snakes are all of these passions and desires, but why? We have to go deeper, deeper down to the body of the iceberg. The body of the iceberg starts to take form, and we haven't been seeing the whole picture. As we move deeper down the snake mystery, a question comes to mind. Why does pain or pleasure even exist? Why is the snake and its passions in us at all? The snake is much more than sex, violence, and rock and roll. What are these passions for? What did Didakar's adultery and wicked pleasure bring? If we follow the consequences of lust, we can understand. In every example of sex in Elden Ring, children are the common thread. This seems obvious, but remember, sex and birth are ancient history in the lands between. Sex is nothing without fertility. Look closer. The snakes that wind around the genitals of the Iron Virgin are not the only snakes she wears. There is a belt of snakes wrapped around her waist, a universal symbol of fertility. The Dominula women dress the virgins in flowers that celebrate new life. They dance and pray to their snake priests for fertility. They hope for children as part of losing their virginity. The serpent's amnion on the altar is used in a birthing ritual, and the glow-eyed queen swaddled her apostles. However they're made, they are her children. Lust was just the beginning of the iceberg. The iceberg is in fact much larger, and this is just one of the passions. What about the rest? What is the snake, really? The answer looks like a snake. In Rykard's boss room we find it. It is there in Dominula, in their hair, and in the symbol on their clothes. It is wielded by the Godskin apostle they worship, in his attack, and twisted into the Godslayer's seal. It is in the snake arrows, and it is in Rykard's Taker's cameo, formed by two snakes. The spiral. Once you see it, it is everywhere. On the jar boys and the jar cannon, in the plats of the Ancestral Followers. It is in the Prince of Death's staff and the sword that Radagon becomes. It is on Mogg's robes, in spells, and on the side of the Tibia Mariner's boat. Boggart's pot. It is part of the Oracle Envoy's horns as they play music for a new age. And when we finally see Melina's hidden eye, at its centre is a spiral. The spiral is a cycle. It is what the Ancestrals worship and what Mogg hopes to begin with his new dynasty. It is creation from destruction, competition and discovery, rot and growth, life from death. The spiral is the true snake. All these cycles are processes, and all of them have two sides, like two snakes competing. The spiral in the Lands Between always fits with this principle, and outside the Lands Between it goes even deeper. Chinese mythology has serpent-like deities called Nuwa and Fuxi, who created almost everything. Their form? Two snakes intertwining. Miyazaki may have made Karth and Frampt in their image. They fight for different things, and yet they come together in the end. Two in one. A process. A cycle. Like how the Caduceus Staff of Hermes represented balance. Balance is only achieved with opposites. The helix across human culture has been paired with the cycles of life and death. So when the molecule at the centre of life was discovered, it seemed meant to be that it took the shape of a spiral. The snake is much more than instinct. The snake is the manifestation of survival. Everything we thought it was are just its tools of survival. We can understand this idea better by looking at the snake's most paradoxical tool. In every Soulsborne game, snakes are associated with undeath. Snakes burrow beneath the earth and back, much like a buried undead returns to the surface, but it is much more than this similarity.
I servant never die.
Why do Volcano Manor perfumers study snakes to learn revivification, which means to give new life or vigour to? Why does Garrus, a necromancer, hold company with a serpent? The serpent is the symbol of undeath because true long-term survival must survive through death. The snake uses death to live. Whatever living thing you choose, no individual survives, and yet life goes on. Not only that, animals adapt through death. Evolution of a species is a modern idea, but improvement through destruction is an old one. And so the snake embodies this truth of survival. It lives and grows through death, its most paradoxical tool. This explains turning to the snake for the secrets of life from death. By understanding the snake, Garrus may be able to bring back his family, and Perfumer Carman may be able to renew himself indefinitely. The same connection holds beyond the game. Asclepius learns how to live forever by watching serpents bring each other back to life. And Voldemort is snake-like, because to cheat death, he gave some of himself to the serpent. The tool of death is why the snake is carved on the giant's forge. Both the snake and fire are red. Both are life-death cycles, destructive and productive. Both break down and forge anew. So the two seek each other. The volcano is also like the snake, full of fiery passion, but each death is a sacrifice for new life. The partnership between snakes and flame is still at the centre of Elden Ring's story.
The one who walks alongside flame shall one day meet the road of destined death.
The snake is undead in another way. They shed their skin. They leave behind a corpse of themselves to birth themselves anew, bright and beautiful. This idea is found everywhere in Elden Ring. We find a shed skin in the Temple of Aglé. It has a space, just where Rykard's face appears on the Great Serpent. Rykard must grow with the serpent, and so he must be part of its shedding cycle. When we meet the Great Serpent, there are strips of skin hanging off it, remnants from its last shed. Looking closely, we can see Rykard's face is built up in layers, ready to be shed as he grows. One day, after Rykard has shed his face countless times, his face will be like the face of a mountain. Life from death is celebrated by all snake worshippers. The Dominula women dance next to perfect examples of life from death. Windmills. To mill the life-giving grain, a little of the wind must die. And what is the symbol of the Godskin Apostles? The coming together of a spiral. Death closes the cycle to form a seed for the future. Now the simpler snake passions become clear. They are methods to stay alive in a ruthless world. The mouth stretches and the stomach swells, but what if it wasn't gluttony, but desperation? The snake gorges itself at every opportunity, but opportunity is scarce in the jungle. The Dark Souls 2 Serpent Ring says, greed is traditionally viewed as a vice, but only a fool lets that ruin a good opportunity. Greed wouldn't exist if it didn't help us survive. The symbol of the snake living and renewing itself indefinitely is the Ouroboros. The snake does this by eating itself, feasting on itself to grow anew. This magic is elsewhere in the lands between. The serpentine land octopus eats their own limbs to regenerate health. Rykard, in an inspired move, puts himself into this loop by feeding himself to the serpent. Countless heroes then are eaten and live in Rykard, until Rykard himself is eaten by Tanith. She feasts on her true love, so that he may live inside her. If he does survive, he may still achieve his dream, to eventually consume the entire world. Every act that aids fertility and birth is the snake. When a snake spirals with a mate, it produces offspring who survive the parents. Lust, jealousy, envy are all just tools. If they didn't work to survive, they wouldn't exist. For the snake is not just phallic, it is an umbilical cord, the connection to our ancestors. Even in sex itself, orgasm is called the little death. The tool of fear is a basic instinct. The snake hides with camouflage, burrows under the ground, and bluffs by hissing or lunging. But fear is just a survival tool to tell you when odds aren't in your favour. However big it grows, the snake is always wary. Rykard doesn't dare show his face outside his volcano. His manor is an insular place. Only his serpent men roam outside, and he doesn't even trust his heroes with the truth. Rykard's fear of desertion is so strong, only Tanith knows his secret. After all, even his followers tried to kill him. To reveal himself to every faction would be like a snake slithering onto a beach. the birds would forget their differences and turn on the serpent. So Rykard bides his time, afraid as every snake is, but fear helps in the jungle. To shed the skin takes friction, and for the strongest survivors to prove themselves, you need competition. Real snakes compete in spirals, fighting over territory or mates. The snake who admits defeat will respect the strength of the winner and leave him the spoils, for a while at least. We see this in the Volcano Manor. Competition helps the heroes rise to the top. The coil shield puts it best. The snake on the shield rises above its peers as a particularly showy specimen. Tanith believes in snake-like competition so deeply that when we tell her we have slain her true love, she says,
It's true then. You've defeated our lord. No, I must thank you. Our lord was yet weak. You have taught us that.
Competition is an invisible cycle that selects the best. The whole becomes stronger despite the destruction along the way. The Ancestral Followers worship multiple ancestral spirits, but only one is king. Godfrey has the same attitude.
Thy strength befits a crown.
Even Rykard has earned his crown as King of the Snakes, but according to the Lore of the Snakes, we take his crown, and so his followers respect us for it.
You killed Rykard. I harbour you no ill will. The strong take. Such is our code.
Competition helps survival, from basic animal dynamics to complex systems. Destruction is always part of the process. If snake-like instincts didn't push individuals to risk themselves for the sake of greed, the process stops working. No competition brings nothing, and too much competition corrodes the participants away. But the right amount of competition is a creative force. The venom of the snake, in the right dosage, is medicine. Miyazaki's inspirations have the same message. In Berserk, Guts and Griffith are in competition. They seem to be two halves, and it is not the first time similar pairs have battled. This cycle seems to repeat again and again, as though the pain and struggle of their suffering is all for a purpose, to make something greater. We haven't dared read the secret chapter of Berserk, but our intuition tells us it reveals the same philosophy. The power of competition even creates the spiral world tree. In a fight between Griffith and the Skull Knight, it is the destructive power of a sword attack that creates it. All these tools that are the snake have immense value, and so the ancient cultures in the lands between slowly began to worship it in snake-like ways. The Dominula serpent worshippers celebrate skinning as part of their violent festival, and on the altars dedicated to Aegle the serpent, flesh is placed. But why do the snake worshippers celebrate all this pain? Why is sacrifice always present? It is because they know what the snake truly is. Pain may be bad, but without it, all would be lost. It is the sacrifice for something greater. As humans learn the confusing but undeniable connections of life and the horrific necessities needed to sustain it, all of nature must be worshipped, because death brings life. And so in time, every great cycle of life will be worshipped as a god, all in balance.
Everything you see exists together in a delicate balance. As king, you need to understand that balance and respect all the creatures, from the crawling ant to the leaping antelope.
But Dad, don't we eat the antelope?
Yes, Simba, but let me explain. When we die, our bodies become the grass, and the antelope eat the grass. And so, we are all connected in the great circle of life.
The giant's god will only give his aid if you burn a part of yourself. The disgust of rot doesn't prevent its worship. And in our own time, Mog believes the gift and loss of blood that takes part in death, birth, and consumption may be its own cycle, worthy of worship. The religions of the lands between understand the idea of balance, of dosage. A snake's venom can kill, but in the right amount, it is medicine. However, the point of balance is always changing. The snake in alchemy is also associated with sulfur, and sulfur is volatile, just like the snake. But this element is also seen as transformative. The base snake can change into a higher form. All of the snake's processes are survival, but in time they can work so well such an aim is surpassed. Sometimes things can be the same and the same until they change. Deeper down the iceberg, we find snakes are the beginnings of something else. The snake can become a victim of its own success. Snake methods work, but they have worked so well that it starts to become crowded. With such high numbers, what has been so successful now stops working. Reproduction, the essential tool of the snake, can now cause populations to soar so high that there isn't enough food. This same high population means lust brings disease like never before. Competition worked well selecting for the best, but now eating another doesn't go unseen, as it did in the jungle. Suddenly, there are witnesses everywhere who will turn on the murderer. Now, the snake can have too much of a good thing and can die from it. Just as the snake seeks heat to warm itself, too much heat can kill it. Bizarrely, the snake passions have created so much success they begin to cause their own redundancy. They are less adaptive to the environment. These passions must now be held back. So a new spiral emerges. The snake passions meet a new resistance, and like two roots of creation, from these forces arise society. It forms like a great tree under whose shade all can rest, where everyone can be sheltered from the wind by its trunk, fed by its fruit, and can climb its branches, escaping the old predators of the jungle. Now we are no longer the victims of constant fear or hunger that were the daily realities in the wild. It is as though we no longer have to crawl in the dust to survive. We are allowed to walk with our heads held high. Walking has dignity. Yes, dignity. This new stage is like a miracle. It feels impossible when we start with such wild, raw materials. The magic of how society arises is summed up perfectly by the companion jar. Though the jars are brought to life by human flesh and blood, they are all rather kindly folk. Perhaps they were made to be better than their innards. Together they are more than the sum of their parts. And this benefit of coming together, the benefits of society, charms the snake. Now in this emergent environment there are new incentives. We become more soulful and less instinctive. There is less and less brutality. The snake is no longer in the dust. It is rising off the ground. Children are no longer abandoned at birth as the snake abandons her eggs. Children are raised by their parents and know their mothers. Bock is closer to human than Raya. He knows his mother, but she does not. The individual is not so competitive. It cannot work so directly for personal gain. It cannot behave so territorially. The individual now finds greater benefit working for the group. Food is gathered together and shared. This is so much easier than the way of the jungle, and everyone benefits. Just like the fire within the forge, the power of the snake is tamed. Now, under the shelter of this great tree, intellect can explore the mysteries of the world. With space from the immediate needs of the jungle, we can discover its beauty and its rules. Methods are found for further growth. Producing food becomes farms, our rivers water supplies, and the land itself is not our master, but a tool. Roads, towns, and cities grow and multiply. With more and more abundance, works of art are created and enjoyed. The academy learns from the stars. The capital develops culture and ceremony. The world has changed. In this new world, if you can master the snakes within you, then the spoils of society are yours. We see this symbolized in-game and in our own world. Snakes guard treasure, and it's an analogy for overcoming our base desires to achieve what we truly want. There is a repeated depiction of gripping one or two snakes in your hands to symbolize overcoming animal instinct, mastery of oneself. And the Philosopher's Stone, which is seen as the key to the greatest enlightenment, is guarded by a snake. In the capital of Leyendell, if you want to show just how far from snake passions you are, you trade the showy red of the jungle, a display of animal force and instinct, for a cool, rational blue. You are displaying your commitment to this new world. This new world seems to have a kind of soul or flame, a kind of life or sun. And each of us adds a piece of their own fire to it, and from this act, everyone can be warmed by a shared sun. And so the wearers of blue, whose ancestors worshipped the snake as divine, now turn away from the serpent. But the snake is not so easily tamed. The snake is far too dangerous for that. Just like metal that has melted in the forge, the snake can slip through any gap. If the snake's nature is uncontrolled, it will wreak havoc. Lust, envy, violence, these things can blot out the sun. Whether small-scale violence or widespread famine, it wouldn't take much for the wheels to come off. The gaps in the forge must be closed tightly. Snake behavior must be prevented, and so it is punished. Instead of individuals seeking revenge, society as a whole will now punish those who misbehave. But the greatest punishments of society are not clearly defined. They are simply part of the invisible societal fabric. The fear of rejection by your group, by friends and family. Embarrassment. Shame. These regulate the snake within us, whether it's a partner, your role in society, a child. Like a tide, these compel you to behave, be it as a tailor or a lord. And so the concept of evil arises in this new world. In the animal world, there was only effective and ineffective, life or death. Now, behavior is also measured by how it helps or harms society. These attitudes emerge without consensus or even a knowledge of why. But their power is phenomenal. The thread that connects evil to society can be found in myth, but it is subtle. The name Nidhogg, the serpent that tries to undermine society, became a Nordic slur. This slur meant someone who has obtained the status of a villain or who has lost their honor. Both concepts would be totally alien to a predator in the jungle. Evil is part of society. It didn't exist before it. Slowly, as the snakes are more and more controlled, we are less and less adapted to deal with them, so the snake and its passions come to be greatly feared, in others and yourself. This comes slowly, for the snake has long been loved, but eventually the monkeys climb higher up the tree. No longer is cold or starvation the killer. Under the shade and protection of the tree, many dangers are removed, but the dangers of each other are not. The snake in one another is now the top predator. In time, punishment and social attitudes are effective. Fear turns to hate, and hate turns to disgust. The snake that crawls on its stomach has no dignity, and the snake-like passions are seen as low and vulgar. Our disgust for the snake can be so extreme that it doesn't matter if someone is working for the greater good. If you show snake-like behavior, no matter the aim, you will be cast out from society. Whatever Rykard's intentions, the story was the same. As the Lord lost his dignity, so too did these knights lose their master. Now, with the worship of the snake a distant memory, there is a new change. The complexity of the jungle is forgotten under the shade of the tree. The tree is so beautiful, it seems to be the only thing, and a new religion arises. Not worshipping snakes, death and life, fertility and birth, rot, growth, strength, but simply one God, the God of order, the order that can be seen all around in society. Now the snake can be more than punished. It can become an object of religious hatred. The snake becomes a cult and pagan. Now you cannot escape your crimes, even after death. If your fellow man doesn't punish you, God will. Hell is waiting for those who behave like a snake. Ancient Norse poetry tells of a snake hall in hell that punishes those who behaved shamefully in life. There is a serpent there who eats the bodies of men perjured and wolfish murderers, and the one who seduces. The snake is no longer godlike, but a demon.
There's a demon inside of you. It's inside both of you. Look, everyone! This is what hatred looks like. This is what it does when it catches hold of you. It's eating me alive, and very soon now it will kill me. Fear and anger only make it grow faster.
And these ideas become fixed in the minds. Those born to this culture have never walked in the jungle, or even seen a snake. These ideas of sin root so deeply that they become foundational in the mind. Even those who rationally wish to turn against the rules will struggle with the effects of guilt and shame. Imagine one lives under a tyrannical regime with a king who the nation believes is placed there by God. To work to overthrow the tyrant will be seen as pure evil by the believers, and perhaps by part of yourself. Whether Icard is justified in his beliefs, you can decide for yourself, but he knew that the disgust he would cause would be so extreme that he even made a tonic of forgetfulness for his love to forget him. The road of blasphemy is a hard one indeed. Now new religious concepts come into play. Reproduction is no longer of the jungle. Marriage develops. They are spiritual and religious ceremonies where people are joined for life. Concepts around birth that had never had meaning before, such as maidenhood and soulmates, come into existence. As the Great One religion gains force, it seems the tree is growing higher and higher, and we can keep climbing as long as enough members contribute to its growth. There is now kindness, health, and longevity like never before. The brilliance of invention and the ease of life is like nothing that the jungle could have dreamed of. The sun, or the tree, exist and don't exist in a beautiful miracle that seems almost like heaven. We want to climb further to this heaven, to touch the divine. But this desire can go too far. The fear can become obsession. We start to avoid looking at any part of the snake. Disgust turns to denial. The snake is not shown, the snake is not talked about, the snake is not acknowledged. It is not part of us. It never was. We climb higher into the tree, never looking down. Now we want the sun to shine forever, an endless day. The old principles of balance are denied. Some begin to say night is not necessary. The dark Twa flame is not needed anymore. The faith begins to call what was the original state, the corrupted state. We see this paradox in our own world. How can it be true that the secret knowledge of reproduction, physical toil, and competition over resources is the new and unoriginal state for Adam and Eve? Isn't it much more likely that Eden's utopia is the childlike view, or the ignorant view of someone raised in the near perfection of developed society, shocked by the knowledge of the true original state? To the mind raised in shelter, truth is horrific, and ignorance is bliss. This theme of fear and ignorance is in stories and myth. The Chinese myth, The White Snake, involves a married man who, in brief, eventually sees his wife in the form of a serpent. The man is so shocked he dies on the spot. What might this myth be saying? Is it that the greatest fear in developed society is that, fundamentally, even those closest to us can be snake-like, no matter how well we know them? The infamous Medusa turns us to stone. But is it her magic, or our shock at seeing that a once pious woman could behave how she did? It is much more comforting to assume that all humans are not competitive, lustful, and aggressive, but angelic and touching the divine. Just don't look too close. This willful ignorance is shown in modern stories as well. In Harry Potter, when asked by the students about the Chamber of Secrets, have a simple answer. It doesn't exist. It does not exist. It cannot be a part of us, and it cannot be a part of the school. The snake cannot be so essential that it's in the very pipes. And so, ignorance grows. This ignorance combines with fear of the snake. Who is to know which fears are grounded in reality and which are fantasy? Maybe snakes are poisoning the water supply. What if we can't trust our own food? Who made the food after all? In advanced society, we don't know anymore. By now, we probably want to keep it that way.
What is this divine-looking amuse-bouche?
If I tell you, I'm afraid you won't even try it.
And one fear that arises again and again in developed society is, what if our own leaders were snake-like, or reptiles? This taps into a profound worry that has long existed. Once again, myth reveals it clearly. In Norse mythology, at the top of the Tree of Life is not a reptile or a snake, but a goat. A goat is simple-minded, milk-giving, and under our control. It may eat some of the leaves, but we have domesticated it. We may choose to be led by goats because they are safe. They will not take advantage of their position by stealing our contributions, and if they do, they will not do so very effectively. But what if a snake was leading us without our knowledge? What if the highest leaders of church and state were snakes, in disguise? Just imagine the disgust when those you believe to be the lowest of the low, the most animal of all, actually had slipped through and crawled up from the depths into a position of power. Even worse is the thought that what was once goat-like may transform. Leadership brings power and temptation. After all, Rykard was a noble, a praetor, and yet seeing the paganism he was tasked to stamp out started him on his blasphemous path. Was he corrupted, or did he see some of the reality that drives the wheels of mankind? Miyazaki himself has said that many ideas for villains have come from meeting the leaders of large companies. Now I'm president, he says. I get to meet a lot of other company presidents. They're such weird people. I'm fascinated by them. With a smile, he adds, I use some of them as enemy characters in our games. The obsessive fear of the snake continues to grow among all society members. Eventually, anything connected to the snake must be gotten rid of. Extreme emotions, sex and violence are one thing, but now even the deep snake will be tampered with. If society wants to reach the divine, that means it must overcome crude and vulgar methods of birth and death. This society says, we will take control of how we reproduce. We will interfere with the timing, the method, and the cycle. Old methods will be beast-like when compared to these. Now, society will dictate death and where the dead are taken, where they are buried, and the meaning given to their soul's departure. And so it moves higher. Birthing, death, competition, all is controlled. Those who rise up are slain. Those who reproduce outside the bounds of the rules are punished. Snake cycles are controlled almost completely. This control has been taken in the time of America. The spiral, the natural cycles of life, is there in the Elden Ring of the Dragons. It is there in the time of the Crucible. It is plain to see in the Crucible symbols. But in the present, the spiral is gone. The Society of the Erdtree has taken full control, and it has deleted what it found undesirable. No longer will life come from death. All will be bright under the light of the Erdtree. There will be no dark, no true death, no pain, no rot, no disease, and no rebellion. But did ignorance play a part in these decisions? We climb higher to flee the snake. We want to touch the divine. But as was true for every stage of life before this one, there is a balance. There is always poison and medicine. The Society of the Erdtree seeks to fix the volatile. In alchemy, this is the snake nailed to the tree, or to the crucifix. But is this a fool's errand? In Genesis, the snake is known as the deceiver. Certainly, to follow the snake as a member of society is to be deceived. You will cause yourself harm. But perhaps the deception goes even deeper. Revelation says the snake is the deceiver of the whole world. Perhaps the greatest trick the snake ever pulled was to get us to hate it too much. Because however high the monkeys climb, snakes can also climb trees, which leads us to the bottom of the iceberg, Miyazaki's paradox. Myth is full of heroes who bring their own downfall. Orpheus's wife Eurydice died of a snake bite. After a long quest, he was granted the right to retrieve her from the underworld. She would follow him up to the world of the mortals as he left. But he was warned. He could not look back, or she would remain in the world of the dead forever. Just before he finished his climb to the surface, he couldn't help himself. He looked back, and his hopes died. As the human monkey climbs the tree of society, it cannot help but look back at the snake. Take a closer look at snake charming. The snake isn't really being charmed at all. It's just afraid. And the irony is that the ones who are really charmed are every human who stands around watching. And this is why a snake can never die. The higher we try to climb, The more we deny the snake's existence, the more it gains in hypnotic power. Sin turns to taboo, which gives it more fascination. Like a hydra, as we cut heads off, more grow in their place. There is a thrill in what is forbidden.
The feeling of pure risk.
Creed, I had that in the cons column, but...
It's thrilling.
Okay. Then we'll move that. Thrill of risk.
The Fire Monk armor explains this. Taboos transform into lasting obsessions by virtue of the fear that they inspire. And these monks, tasked with protecting the giant's flame, fell into temptation. Now, some are black monks who wear a hood that says, "The seduction of a taboo is never easily spurned." Once we look back at the snake and look into its eyes, we are put into a trance, hypnotized. As we stare, transfixed, the snake seems to whisper temptations in our ear, as it did to Eve, as it did to Rykard. To try and fight the temptation is like slowly being constricted, as though you cannot breathe, as though the snake were coiling around your chest, your neck. How can it be so impossible to resist? If denial of the snake was only the temptation of the forbidden, wouldn't it be much easier to manage? The feeling of not being able to breathe is the feeling of losing something essential. If something is truly our core, of course we cannot kill it. Of course we cannot destroy the snake, because it is still what drives our actions, even in society. Look at the imagery of Dark Souls, and those who actively maintain society. Look at the human-like enemies in Bloodborne who are actually puppeteered by snakes from the inside. Or Batilda Bagshot, also puppeteered by a snake. Or the Iron Maidens, driven by snakes on the inside. And what about the symbol of society itself, the Erdtree? Well within the offspring of this tree is found something surprising. Beneath some minor Erdtrees lives its tree's spirit, a spirit that writhes, just like a snake. And the name of this boss in the game Data? Snake Soul. And there isn't just one snake in the roots of the world tree. In the Norse epic, the Poetic Edda, we are told, more serpents there are beneath the ash than an unwise ape would think. These snakes consume the dead and dying roots, and so renew the tree. And in a tapestry found in an ancient Norse ship, we can see snakes depicted in the roots of the tree, intertwining in spirals.
Let me just cut the damn thing off!
The snake is still essential, it is just hidden. Only an unwise ape would ignore its hidden wisdom. The serpent is the earthly essence of man, of which he is not conscious. It is the mystery that flows to him from the nourishing Earth Mother. In alchemy, the serpent holds secret or deep knowledge. It is beyond what is consciously knowable. Gelmir's staff shows this. It takes faith to use, because to use the wisdom of the snake requires faith. The snake, as instinct, seems to possess a peculiar wisdom of its own. It is the reason why the snake signifies evil and darkness on the one hand, and wisdom on the other. Miyazaki's paradox. 3 routes there are that 3 ways run, neath the ash tree Yggdrasil. This is Miyazaki's paradox. The roots of things are at odds with each other. It isn't meant to be easy. Society and instincts, duty and emotions. They struggle against each other because that is what it means to live in the lands between, Lordran, or our own world. It is what creates the whole damn thing. If these contradictions feel frustrating and uncomfortable, well, they're not meant for you. We believe Miyazaki's message is that if society and its usefulness was the face of a clock, then each of us are the cogs. It is only through pressure that results are created. The dark is necessary for the light. Snakes are the ones who pull the sun across the sky, and who try to swallow it. And as part of Miyazaki's paradox is a conclusion, a message that is clear in all his games. To try and resist this truth will bring tragedy. There will be rot, death, and destruction in the world, and we shouldn't try to escape these things, but work with them. As the coil shield originally said, how can you poison a poisonous snake? We need to accept that we aren't that far from monkeys after all, and that's okay. The evidence that Miyazaki, Martin and the team believe that tampering with the snake causes problems is all around us. We know that the spiral, the cycles of the world, have been sealed away long ago, and what do we find in the world around us? The roots of the great tree are ridden with insects. Worm-like creatures, even lower than snakes, have taken the place of once healthy tree guardians. They walk the land hunched and vomiting. The lands between are becoming full of tarnished, those who have lost their colour and vitality. Even wealthy nobles are old, worn, grey. The unsealable is returning, but in terrible ways. Rot is seeping in where it shouldn't be, even infecting the children of lords. The snake souls of the minor Erdtrees are becoming sick and ulcerated. The wild animals are blighted. Those who respect the cycles are rebelling. Marika has tried to seal away the Glomide Queen and her power, but the influence of her apostles is growing. Other rebels are rising up, other gods worshipped, and many colours being worn. No seal can work forever. Boggart puts it best.
Maybe something went titso with it. Maybe it's been broke for a good long time.
Dominula is a perfect example of the suffering caused by removing the spiral. The majestic windmills were once well maintained. They ground the harvest that would feed the nearby capital. Now the windmills are tattered. Whatever grain is left is rotten. The villagers have turned to the snake in desperation. They crave the renewing power of the cycle of life and death. They crave it so much that they bite their own arms as a form of attack. Strength from death. The spiral of blood. The Dominula women are doing more to kickstart renewing spirals. They are infamous for hunting their own men, skinning and burning them. But why? The answer is found in the festival. Look at the virgins who play a special role in the celebration. They are hardly young enough to still be maidens. The hood they wear is described as a stunning blue that is only permitted for young maids who play a central role in the festival. But the blue is far from stunning. The blue is even faded compared to the navy hood that lies nearby, worn by the corpse of a noble long dead. These maidens are far from the prime of life. Isn't that bizarre? Why are such old women maidens, and dancing in the hopes of losing their virginity? Well, the spiral has been removed. All the aspects of the snakes have been robbed of their power, including lust. The original turtleneck meat description says, "Turtle meat is said to boost virility, but none in the lands between seem to have much appetite for it these days. In the lands between, the urge to reproduce has waned long ago." The men of the village no longer feel physical desire, but it seems that the women still want them, and want children. Dominula villagers still dance with hope at their ceremony. They are desperate for the men to regain their potency, so they can do the deed. And this is why they are skinning their men. Just like a snake sheds its skin to be renewed, bright and full of vitality, the women skin their men, hoping that this ritual will give them back their snake power, their libido. Not only do they skin them, they burn them like metal in a forge to forge them anew. And this may not be totally insane. The men once cowered, begging not to be skinned, but as we walk by the burning pile of bodies, the men stand up, reborn. All this pain simply because they have been denied what nature granted them. They cry, not unlike the Iron Virgins, who cry as they hold a longed-for child. The world in general is transforming for the worse. Without death, the system is becoming weak.
I feel thin, sort of stretched, like butter scraped over too much bread.
And as the competitive snake knows, weakness is vulnerability. Weakness means opportunity. If the Erdtree refuses to burn in the fires of rejuvenation, a competitor will crush it. And competitors are rising. The supposed one god of Marika cannot hold its place. The many gods are coming.
And thus created the seven, where most of the peasants say, okay, we have seven gods. No, you have one god.
New kings. The god of Scarlet Rot, who is growing their presence in the lands between. They possess a wicked intelligence and shouldn't be underestimated. And the greatest threat of all is the serpent Rykard, growing endlessly beneath the manor. A threat so grave that Morgott had to wage all-out war against him. and Morgott knows what he is doing. It is essential that Rykard be stopped, because just as a demigod has a shadow that will one day shepherd them to the world of the dead, so too is everything given a time to die. And so, the Society of the Erdtree is no exception. It too will end. As those destined to kill the Erdtree begin to rise, it will be called blasphemy, just like every uprising in the past. Just as America's early resistance against the King of England, claimed to be chosen by God, was called blasphemous. But in the end, everything dies. Individuals, cultures, ages, worlds. Because it is inevitable. Death cannot be sealed forever. But have you noticed something throughout the whole playthrough of this game? Have you noticed that there has never, not once, been a true snake? Rykard has limbs. The apostles have assimilated snake biology, but are not full snakes. Snake men are not true serpents. Snake statues have wings. Some serpents are like snails as they make shells their home. No serpent is pure. So what is going on, and how is this connected to dragons? True serpents, dragons, shadows, and much more, all can be found in the deep, dark depths beneath the iceberg. But it is not just the reptilian appearance, there is something else that connects them. The ancient dragons have a full set of limbs, and on their backs, multiple pairs of wings. But just like the true serpent starts without limbs, and then seems to gain them, so too can the dragon seem to lose its limbs. The ancient dragon's weaker, modern counterparts have lost a pair of limbs, and a pair of wings. And this design choice is very consistent across From Software games. The snake and the dragon are clearly connected. In our world, the year of the snake is often called the year of the little dragon. In Greek myth, it can be a serpent or dragon that guards the famous golden apples. And the most infamous of all snakes, Satan himself, is just as ambiguous. How could the biblical serpent be punished to crawl on the ground if he started with no limbs? Well, Satan was once called a dragon in the Bible, and at the same time as lust, envy, aggression is released onto the world. In Dark Souls there is also this strange connection. One imperfect dragon is the Hellkite Drake. It is different from the eternal dragons. This difference has been important to the community for years. What is an ancient dragon, a dragon, and a drake? The mystery becomes even more confusing in the Silver Serpent Ring item description, which says the snake is an imperfect dragon. If we combine the Eastern reverence for dragons with Miyazaki's snake/dragon ambiguity, we can find the answer. A thread that links the two, like the turning of the windmills and the twisting of the whirlwind. We can see the answer everywhere and nowhere. The serpent's amnion will never dry out. The dragons are eternal. A snake can never die. The god Shiva holds a trident showing the past, the present, and the future, and with them is a snake. Both the snake and the dragon are the manifestation of time. The dragon is divine eternity, and the snake is mortal eternity. The dragon is part of the heavenly realm. It is truly eternal. But the snake is only eternal thanks to the mortal tools of survival. It has to crawl on its belly. The serpent, if it wants to become the dragon, must eat itself. This is the connection between dragons and snakes, and their difference, the way they survive through time. This is why when a dragon uses the methods of a snake, it is cast down into the base, mortal plane. When ancient dragons turn to birth, envy, lust, they descend towards the snake. Grail gives birth to offspring, and she has lost a pair of wings. Her remaining pair have fused with her front limbs. She is no longer a true ancient dragon. Modern dragons, her descendants, have the same traits. They are weak in comparison. The envious and deceitful Seath is serpent-like and lacks the eternal scales. The Hellkite Drake may be big, but it's on the earthly plane. It is not eternal, for it has been born. As it will survive with mortal methods, it has less limbs and wings. A defining part of the eternal dragons are their scales. They are stone and unchanging. To lose them is to die, but the snake's scales must stretch, change, and eventually shed. The snake must shed its scales over and over to live forever. The dragon-serpent relationship is beautifully illustrated by their two greatest bosses. The Dragon Lord whines about himself, like the coils of endless time, strikingly similar to the position of the great serpent, but the mighty dragon soars effortlessly above the ground. The dragon is of heaven and can survive effortlessly, but the snake rests firmly on the earth, amongst disparity, forced to warm itself to survive. In other stories we see the same pattern. Smaug hungers for treasure, and what does Tolkien call this dragon that has fallen into vice? There was a most specially greedy, strong and wicked worm called Smaug. Fafnir, who murders for his treasure, eventually has his limbs removed, and Yinglong, a dragon from Chinese mythology, is punished by the gods for disobeying them. The dragon's punishment is to be cast down to the earth, to lose its wings, and to be forced to live as a serpent. The snake cannot rest like the dragon of mineral stone. The snake must wind endlessly, and yet, as it crawls, you can see in it the shape of infinity. But if dragons are one end of a scale, and they can fall, it must mean that snakes can move up the scale too, and become more divine. This is the reason for the pseudo-snakes we see in-game. Around the Volcano Manor is a dream for all to see. Winged serpents. Rykard's fantasy. This is why Rykard has limbs. It is his first stage towards becoming divine. Just as the pillars around him have risen in spirals, Rykard has risen too. His snake cult is no longer the basest form of chaos. It is on the way to becoming a new society. His family is large. He has a community. The numbers of snake men in the city are growing. You couldn't call it a civilization yet, but with time it will develop, and his limbs will grow. But wings are a human fantasy. The snake can only climb so far, and the human, with the snake within him, is always of the mortal plane. You may have noticed that every mastery of the snake we have mentioned was not a human achievement. Minoan snake goddesses grip the snakes in both hands. Only Hercules could kill the Hydra, the snake that could not be killed by mortals. He proved he was the son of Zeus and deserved to be back on Olympus. Heaven is for the gods, and you must be divine to overcome mortality. Humans are the snake, not the dragon. In the Greek myth of Asclepius, Asclepius watches snakes to unlock the secret of eternal life, but Zeus watches him as he makes his discovery. Zeus strikes Asclepius down with lightning in punishment. Dragons can descend or take human form, such as Lanciacs. The reverse, however, is impossible. But like dragons themselves, the idea of transcendence is a perpetual human fantasy. We try and try, but it always ends in failure. These tragic failures are everywhere in Elden Ring. The clearest is the magma worms. They couldn't become divine, and so they are punished to be forever reminded of their snake-like mortality. Their scale sword states, "It said these land-bound dragons were once humans who partook in dragon communion, a grave transgression for which they were cursed to crawl the earth upon their bellies, shadows of their former selves." Which leads us to the secret of the gods in Elden Ring. Now we realize the serpent and the dragon are the manifestation of eternity, something else starts to become clear. There is a godskin noble in the Church of Aigle, with the skin of Rykard given in worship, and in Farum Azula there is the head of a dragon, also given in worship, which a godskin noble and a godskin apostle lurk beneath. This is a god both societies worship. Farum Azula has endlessly been crumbling, and the Dragon Lord who lives beyond time has been deserted by his god. The godskin tells a story, as though the god they worship wears the faces of all other gods, brings them into existence, and kills them. The wearing of faces is not new to Martin's work. The apostles are just like Martin's priests of black and white, who serve the god of death. They call the god of death the many-faced god. The many-faced god is all the gods in different guises. The men that serve him wear human faces to disguise themselves and deliver death in the name of this god. Arya asks simple questions after joining the black and white cult, such as who should die and who their god is. The answer could have been in Elden Ring. It is not for you to say who shall live and who shall die. That gift belongs to him of many faces. We are but his servants, swords to do his will. Arya glanced at the statues that stood along the walls, candles glimmering around their feet. Which god is he? Why, all of them, said the priest in black and white. But if the gloam-eyed queen brings the dusk, the ending of life, and Marika gave the dawn, the birth, what god unites them? Who is the god of many faces in Elden Ring? The god worshipped in Farum Azula and Volcano Manor that has deserted Placidusax, the god of the gloam-eyed queen and the godskin apostles, is the god of time. This god wears the faces of all other gods, dressing in the guise of all events and all aspects of nature. It is camouflaged. It brings things into existence and can kill them. All the gods of nature, scorpions and rot, or antlers and spirit, all function within the god of time.
One god with 7 aspects, and here are their faces, so they have 7 faces, so there's 7. No, there's one.
Placidusax's arena is an example of what happens when this god departs, leaving its lord in stasis. Time is present across the spirit and the physical worlds. Through it, fate is linked in lockstep. This god is of such power that both snakes and dragons worship it. The gloam-eyed queen serves this time god under whose watch every beginning and every end occurs. And though the gods may resist, the god of time cannot be sealed away. If it were sealed, it would be the ending of all things. For everything must pass within time. The message that time is the ultimate god killer can be learned from Hugh. Hugh wants to forge a weapon that could slay a god. What could have the power to kill a very god?
A man cannot kill a god.
To make a weapon capable of such power, we need to imbue the weapon with the power to twist time. And because this god holds the power of absolute ends and absolute beginnings, it has the power to end the cycles of mortal realms. A farewell to it all, a peace, a gift from the god of time. Death is not the worst thing, it is his gift to us, an end to want and pain. When our sins and sufferings grow too great to be borne, the angel takes us by the hand to lead us to the Nightlands, where the stars burn ever bright. For mortals, Miyazaki says that the plane we live on is where we belong, until the god of time takes us. Paradise is not for our kind. We will always have pains and passions trading places. It is the disparity of life. While it isn't heaven, maybe we should embrace the flame and the dark. If we can't become divine ourselves, we may make things together that reach that realm, greater than the sum of our parts, like a great golden tree. So peer forward, with your head held high. There's something about this mortal realm, after all. When Fia was chased from her birthplace, a place where deathbed companions were considered sacred, and beckoned to the lands between, where she is instead seen as vulgar, as a foul and rotten witch, she was met by a renowned knight who gave her solace and support. Though we never hear him speak or even meet him in the flesh, we should not assume he was of no significance. After all, until we become Fia's greatest champion, he is in all likelihood Fia's most trusted confidant in bringing about a new age a new order of death restored. He was a chivalrous and dauntless knight, widely known even before Fear's arrival as Lionel the Lion-Hearted. There are few hints as to his background, though he stands out with his distinctive and stylish attire, whose design is reminiscent of the infamous Katarina Knights from the Souls games, with a rounded shape to deflect blows more easily. One of the heaviest and most effective armor sets in the game, Lionel was sure to be a knight respected across the realm for his masterful skill in combat. He wields a great épée, suggesting he was a man of honor, preferring duels over other less chivalrous forms of violence. This is pushed further by his one-of-a-kind banner, worn as a cape, whose design features 3 épée or rapier-style weapons, similar to the 3 musketeers. Could there have been 2 other knights that Lionel once fought alongside? Or perhaps it is a more recent development pertaining to the sun and the eclipse, the protective star. Lionel, on meeting Fear, declared himself to be her father, and thus that Fear was to be his own daughter. Under his wing, she was finally safe in the lands between. If someone had a problem with her, they'd have to go through him, Lionel the Lion-Hearted, placing him as the first of Fear's new champions. In an earlier patch of Elden Ring, Lionel's armor used to say he declared himself to be the father. Though this was surely changed for a reason, the old phrasing would have called into question who exactly he would have been the father of, perhaps suggesting a secret about Fear. Lionel was brave, honourable, an established warrior, and he also possessed a degree of intelligence too. Not only can he cast sorceries, but he also wields a Carian glintstone staff, hinting at ties to the Carians in his murky history. This intelligence suggests that he did not align with Fear against his will. Fear did not manipulate him or tempt him. He was smart, seeing her for what she truly was. He knew of her methods, of her previous champions, of her intentions, and he nonetheless accepted her fully. Like Roger, a character who hides behind a facade of confidence, and in fact suffers from anger, grief, regret, and fear, Lionel found shelter and safety in Fear and her vision, just as she found safety in him before. And he believed that those who live in death deserve this same safety. Maybe it was through her that he saw the true nature of those who live in death. Or perhaps on his travels he had already seen the flaw in the Golden Order in person. Perhaps Lionel himself was in need of saving. Was he too afflicted by deathblight? Was his advanced age starting to limit him, hence his interest in restoring death? His armour is found in Leyendell, next to another that wears the deathbed dress, which suggests he may have passed some time ago, likely with Fear as his companion, trying to heal him. However, Lionel can be summoned for the Festival of War, even if Fear has passed, so he is likely not dead, at least not truly. It is important to note here that Fear does not require the death of her champions to use their spirit, and this is key when approaching Fear's questline and lore as a whole, something we will look at in a future video. But for now, to illustrate this is the boss fight Fear's Champions, a fight which features some nameless champions, as well as Lionel and, of course, Roger. Roger being a tarnished sorcerer that can be met in Stormvale and whose quest ends with him suffering and passing away from deathblight, for which Fear serves as his deathbed companion, laying with him multiple times. However, it is possible to reach Fear's champions without ever starting Roger's questline, without ever meeting him. In fact, you can reach the boss, defeat it, and then return to Stormvale and start his quest like normal. He therefore is already in league with Fear before we meet him. While this could be a design oversight, we think this indicates how Fear's powers truly work, and this aligns with our own experience. After all, Fear does not kill us or require our death to take some of our warmth. She simply hugs us. That is enough. In taking some of our warmth, we ourselves can appear as one of Fear's champions in another's world, if they are playing online. Furthermore, Fear's champions are blue in colour, colour being indicative of the powers at play in Elden Ring. Blue symbolises the soul, the spirit, and ironically, despite Godwyn's associations, those who live in death seem to live in death through their spirit, not body, more like Rani than Godwyn. Their spirit lives on, reanimating the dead body. Look at how skeletons rise again through the power of spirit. Look how untouchable Rani is, or how we can summon spirit ashes. Look how those who live in death are abhorred for choosing not to return to the Erdtree, where choice is also related to spirit. The body is a fleeting thing, but the spirit, the human in us all, is what is worth holding on to in Fear's and Lionel's eyes. Under Fear's vision, Lionel becomes her sword and strives to bring about their new Age of Order. An age which cannot be fulfilled under the Golden Order, which actively hunts their kind. In fact, at the start of our playthrough, Fear is stuck.
Circumstances have compelled my stay at the Round Table Hold.
Thanks to Darian, and she has lost Godwyn's Hallowbrand, courtesy of Devon. The Golden Order has trapped her, but Fear has her champions. While she remains at the Round Table Hold, where she is safe, she somehow manages 2 feats. One is how she learns about the Black Knife Prince, and even procures a map to locate one. Second is that she obtains the Weathered Dagger, clearly belonging to the D twins, and we believe these are both managed thanks to her most stalwart and dauntless champion, Lionel. The strongest amongst her nameless champions, and her closest relationship that we know of. And when Fear talks about her findings, she uses language that implies a specific individual, someone who she cares for, and thus makes sure to keep their identity safe from the player, and unknown tarnished.
In truth, I've heard tell from someone else about the Black Knife Prince that fascinate dear Roger so.
Lionel manages to ascertain information regarding the secret of the Knight of Black Knives, a key in locating the missing Hallowbrand, and relays this information to her daughter in the form of a map.
Could you please find the owner of this dagger and return it to them? A certain person gave it to me as a gift.
Lionel then manages to track down the perpetrator of the theft of Godwyn's Hallowbrand, Devon, the Beholder of Death. However, he no longer has the Hallowbrand on his person, only the weapon with which he cut Godwyn, and it is this which Lionel delivers to Fear, the Weathered Dagger. But this is where Lionel first fails Fear. Devon's twin, Darian, refuses to leave the Round Table Hold except to hunt Fear, thus he cannot be attacked. Fear cannot use Lionel, and instead turns to us, the new Tarnished, with her scheme. She uses the player to deliver the dagger, marred by a black gash, to Darian, and in so doing succeeds in killing her captor. Fear is finally free, primarily thanks to Lionel's heroism. And on Darian's death, perhaps we see what Lionel might be striving to become.
We, who humbly live in death, live in waiting, to one day welcome our Lord. What right does anyone have to object?
Does he plan to become Fear's Lord, the Lord of her new order? After all, he is foremost amongst her champions. He is Fear's own father. He has even been taught Fear's mist. Who else could rise to lordship but him? However, the missing Hallowbrand must be found before he can become Lord. Fear, after learning about the Black Knife Prince from Lionel, and with subsequent help from Roger, learns about Rani's role in Godwyn's death. Lionel is therefore tasked to defeat Radahn, such that Ranni's fate is unlocked and might make herself known again. It is not to reach the Nameless City, which Fia makes her way to with ease, whether or not Radahn is defeated. Lionel joins the Festival of War. And continues to protect his daughter by covering his intentions. He does not use the Prince of Death's staff, and instead uses his older Carian staff. But no matter what he tries, defeating Radahn proves to be an insurmountable task for Lionel. The mightiest of the demigods is, after all, no mere warrior. Lionel's power, for all his skill and experience, is found wanting. In the end, he is no lord at all, and if Lionel was Fia's only hope, the vision of their new age would end here, before it ever began. However, fortune is on their side, for one whose power may be fit for a lord joins the festival. Lionel's skills will not go to waste, joining our side in battle. He fights for those who live in death, for a new age, and for his daughter. Together, we kill Radahn in a battle that goes down in history, and succeed in releasing the stars and Ranni's fate. However, Lionel is not the champion who managed this feat. Lionel realizes that he has been waiting for a lord just as Fia has, and the difference between Fia's current champions and the lord they await is clearly represented in the Fia's champions boss fight. Everyone who reaches this boss is shocked by the ease of the challenge. It feels anticlimactic given the difficulty in reaching the area, especially when compared to the challenge of beating Fortisax straight after, in the culmination of Fia's quest. And we think this is deliberate from the designers, to illustrate that her champions are weak, including her father, Lionel.
Our Lord will rise, the Lord of the many and the meek.
But this is not to say that Lionel didn't have value. Without him, Fia might never have escaped the Round Table hold, meeting an end that Devin illustrates all too happily. Without him, many players may have not beaten Radahn, and without his support, Fia, his daughter, may have never fulfilled her purpose. The torch is passed to us, and Fia tasks us with finding the missing Hallowbrand, and, on rejoining the two Hallowbrands, and one last fight against the legendary Fortisax, Fia gives birth to the Mending Rune of the Death Prince, whose order embraces death as equal to life, where those who live in death can find solace, just as Fia found solace in Lionel, and that he, Roger, and many others in turn found in Fia. While Lionel may not have managed everything for Fia, this new age couldn't have been realized without him. Will Lionel find peace in his success despite the passing of his deathbed companion, his daughter? We know he is still around, but will he continue to live in this new age? Or will he soon pass, following Fia, having achieved their vision? There are few who will go on to tell Lionel's tale. That is the cost of his choices and his loyalty to Fia. But those who do will speak of his chivalry, of his sacrifice for his daughter. They will tout his bravery and commitment to make a future he truly believed in become a reality. They will remember him with respect. Lionel the Lion-Hearted may not have become a lord, but his actions will nonetheless echo through the ages. no one is that good. When someone's that good, they're cheating. They have to be. The Ancestral Followers are called Master Hunters, but accuracy like this is beyond superhuman strength or vision. This next level archery is beyond anyone, even Lars Anderson. The mystery of their archery and the answer behind it reveals a beautiful people and culture, and opens a window into some of the deepest secrets of the magical world of Elden Ring. Because this mastery is not strength, it is spirit, and these horned folk are much, much more than what they appear. So big lore spoilers ahead. When we first arrive in their area, we are limited by our first impressions. Every area in Elden Ring is challenging, so idling around and sightseeing, be it at the capital, the academy, or the mountaintops, is an enchanting idea, but it's not practical in reality, and a trip to visit the Ancestral Followers has the same problems. Anyone visiting ends up panicked, running away from lightning bubbles that cannot be harmed, or dodging the attacks of the huge horned residents. Try as you might, some will club you to death or knock you down with arrows that hit even the most experienced Souls player. These are definitely not perfect conditions for lore sleuthing. Despite that, we all enjoyed these underground challenges, at least for the most part, as well as the profound beauty of the area and the boss at its end. Many have discussed the reuse of bosses in the game, but we felt, and we feel many agree, that we were very happy to see a second Ancestor Spirit boss. One of our first impressions was their names, the Ancestral Followers, the Ancestral Spirits. We also noticed that they were exceedingly strong and brawny, and items described them as such, just in case we needed to be told. They were obviously very spiritual, between the use of their magic, the object of their faith, and their unique dances and chants. Before they become aggressive, it is quite pleasant to pretend to be one of them, sitting by a group as they stamp around a minor Erdtree, or beside a shaman chanting a haunting melody. Next was how they looked. Their clothes all seemed to be made with the raw materials of nature. Leather sandals, fur, animal pelts. Their bodies are extremely tall and muscular, with long arms and small heads relative to their body. The Ancestral Followers' ashes call them horned folk, and we find large horns upon their heads. The final first impression was of how in harmony they are with nature. They forage their food from nature, while animals crowd around them unafraid. What's more, the animals don't only go about their business, they often even follow the foragers during their tasks. Their tools and weapons seem to be made from plants or the corpses of beasts, clubs made from jawbones and bows made from horns, for example. They are hunter-gatherers with a spiritual religion that seems to unite their approach. All of these first impressions made a pattern that seemed familiar. These first impressions, what we observed, the item descriptions, even their names, were some of the first entries in a note we labelled the Ancestral Followers, and we put this in a file called Cultures Before the Erdtree. Then we moved along in the game, and we started thinking about some of the more apparent mysteries. Outer gods, the Erdtree itself. What on earth is an Elden Beast anyway? But we may have moved on too soon. The Ancestral Followers and the Ancestor Spirits are much more subtle compared to a lot of the game, but they are essential to the lore. This is because their culture is in many ways removed from and even opposite to the mainstream culture in the lands between. In this video, we aim to show that if we can understand their culture, it is a shortcut to the fundamental rules of the world in Elden Ring. If Elden Ring's deep lore is a distant ocean, understanding the Erdtree and the Outer Gods is akin to walking the great distance to the coast, where the Ancestral Followers provide a river. As we started to discern them, we seemed to move much more easily towards understanding, with greater and greater insights along the way. Both journeys can get to the same answers, but the Ancestral Followers might be a more tranquil route. So let's go downstream. Before we start on this journey, we just want to clarify that when looking at the inspirations for the Ancestrals, we are trying to show how the beauty of certain rituals and cultures in the real world may have helped From Software create a unique and compelling fictional world. No other comparisons are being made when we look at what may have influenced the Ancestral Followers culture. It's also important to emphasize that the video is not attempting to make value comparisons between different cultures or societies. Additionally, any observations made about the roles of males and females in the Ancestral Followers cultures or in Elden Ring are based only on what we believe is depicted in the game and the intentions of the game's designers. We have tried hard to be sensitive and respectful in our research, but we welcome any feedback or comments if we have inadvertently made any errors. The Ancestral Followers fell out of mind until we stumbled upon them again, this time above ground. But nonetheless, amidst more ancient ruins, they were yet again in a place that gave a sense of the ancients. Everywhere we ended up finding them gave this ancient atmosphere. We even find one wandering alone in the Lake of Rot, in yet another ancient realm of the Lands Between. This all, once again, gave the sense of a pattern of age. So, in our minds, the impression was becoming more fixed. They're an ancient society from before the Erdtree. Possible inspirations from the real world came to mind. Peoples from the world over who had a culture on their native land before a new society arrived, eventually bringing war, until the newcomers became the primary power with a new belief system. Not only did the sense of having to flee and keep their distance from the Erdtree society fit this impression, but so did the aspects of the Ancestral Followers' spiritual worship. Ancient tribes all over the world hold deep reverence for antlers and the species that carry them, too many to list. Such societies were generally established before the intrusion of urban or literate societies. So, here was another ancient society before the Erdtree, just like the Beastman, the Nox, or the Dragons. However, we think we were wrong. Forgive us. We will be wrong again, and likely a fair number of times, as we work to resolve the mysteries of Elden Ring for this beautiful community. But, on our replay of Elden Ring, combing through the game for details and insights, something struck us that we had noticed, but perhaps not understood. Their horns. What are horns famous for in Elden Ring? The budding horn is related to the crucible from before the Erdtree. Omen horns are evidence of something anti-Erdtree, and also share similarities to the crucible and pre-Erdtree era. Beasts and dragons have horns. Old things in general have horns. So horns are very important across many areas, but more than most, the Ancestral Followers obsess about horns. They worship a multi-horned beast. They have huge horns sprouting from their heads. Horns are used in many of their weapons. They carry out rituals and pray for new buds upon these horns. Horns are before the Erdtree, and the Ancestral Followers have horns, so that's more evidence they're from before the Erdtree, right? Except the horns on their head can be dropped. Now, we knew this because we picked up the item, yet for some reason we didn't think they wore the horns. We thought it was just adapted as a drop for us as players to be able to wear the horns, but on analysing their models, their horns can be removed, just like us. So they do not grow them, they wear them, which got us to look closer and begin noticing more. Such as their name, Ancestral Followers. This name feels so ancient, like the ancestral spirit, this majestic beast with so many sprouting antlers and its ethereal music. Yes, this is a beast from the ancient times, and the accompanying culture that worships it must be an ancient one. Except the word ancestral doesn't necessarily mean ancient. Ancestral is defined as of, belonging to, or inherited from an ancestor or ancestors. So in theory, something could produce offspring very quickly, such as a rabbit, and have many offspring, making it a very distant ancestor, and yet still do this during a relatively short lifetime. The European rabbit can bear young at 6 months old and lives around 9 years, so it could meet its own great, add another 10 greats and then some, grandson or granddaughter. So it is the relation of ancestry that is important, not age specifically. And we know from Elden Ring that relations are much more flexible than in our world. There are many richly nuanced relations that go well beyond just blood. The first impression of the word ancestral continues to unravel if we dig deeper. Such as when we find a shaman standing guard. And what are they guarding? Not an ancestral spirit body, but a chest. Something which stands out amidst all their natural ways. Guarding a chest containing a material possession in itself is already out of place from the rest of their culture that focuses on nature. FromSoft has always focused on themes of greed and possession, so for the Ancestral Followers to possess a chest feels almost taboo. In a culture which clearly lacks a firm system of ownership, be it property or land, they have one chest, hidden at the land's edge, beyond an archway, in a secluded room, guarded by a shaman. So what is in the chest that is so precious to them that warrants hoarding it away in secret? An ancestral infant's head. Skull of a very young ancestral spirit. Just think how many sproutings it might bear. It is young, new. It has no sproutings, or perhaps 2 if you count the tips it starts with. And yet, it is still called an ancestral spirit. It is hoped that it will bear many sproutings, and yet it is still called ancestral, further illustrating that the name ancestral is more about relation than time, becoming or creating a linchpin, a central node upon which to attach other things in relation. So, the name ancestral was yet another misleading illusion. The next thing that got us thinking was something that kept being repeated like an obsession in the item descriptions. The ancestrals are always referenced as being away from the Erdtree's influence. They are always compared to the Erdtree. The ancestral spirit is a phenomenon beyond the purview of the Erdtree. The ancestral followers live a distance from the Erdtree, says Shaman Furs. This language is almost as though the Erdtree and its society is a vital part of the locations of their settlements, as though it was taken into consideration. So, what if this deliberate referencing is because they were actually not so ancient, and had in fact left this modern society to return to nature much more recently? After all, Mog and his planned dynasty also lies deep within the earth, surrounded by structures from the distant past. But his dynasty is not ancient. And so, we believe that the ancestral followers are closer in age to Mog's new order than to the ancient beastmen. We then decided to really dig into the evidence of the timeline of the ancestral followers. The first damning piece of evidence that undermines their ancient past is nothing. Nothingness. If they are so ancient, there should be some evidence in history of their interactions, their culture, their wars, or something. Instead, we find nothing about them in any weapons, spells, or items that reference the era before the Erdtree. We find nothing in anyone's dialogue referencing them as an ancient people in history. We find nothing in any stories, whether in-game, in interviews, in guidebooks, you name it. Muriel, the greatest history buff in the lands between, makes no mention of them. We find nothing on any sword monuments. This nothingness is a terrible coincidence. Consider Stormvale, the Nox, or Farum Azula. With all of these, the fact that they were pre-Erdtree is revealed eventually. The pattern to this discovery is random and unpredictable, be it through subtle references, environmental clues, or even interviews with the developers. But somewhere, at some time, something is likely to show a placement in the timeline. And yet, the Ancestral Followers possess only one item that references any sort of history. What is this item? The Spiral Horned Shield, which says, once given to a tarnished warrior who cultivated close ties to the Ancestral Followers. While this was no doubt a beautiful connection and a beautiful story, becoming tarnished was something that happened after the Erdtree. Once again, the Ancestral Followers are referenced in relation to the Erdtree. Beyond that, the history of the Ancestral Followers is blank. But what about their neighbouring cultures? They are close to ancient dynasties, and yet there is no evidence of any interactions. No warring with them, no indications they shared culture, no alliances, no intrigues or conspiracies, nothing. Another piece of evidence is the language used in the item descriptions, and anything else that describes their culture. This seems almost deliberate on the part of From Software. First, let's look at some items from other cultures for comparison. The Dragon Lord, whose seat lies at the heart of the storm beyond time, is said to have been Elden Lord in the age before the Erdtree. Two great rivers flow beneath the lands between, the Shifra and the Ainzel. The vast region is said to be the grave of civilizations that flourished before the Erdtree. In the time where there was no Erdtree, death was burned in ghost flame. Deathbirds were the keepers of that fire. The warped remains of priests who searched for revelation in service of the ancient dynasty. These are just a few examples. The pattern continues for other cultures, whether it's the giants, the people of Zamor, or even the Onyx Lords. The language used does not try to hide the facts away. Now, listen to these examples from the Ancestral Followers. Ancestral Followers' Ashes, a spirit of the horned folk who eschew letters and metalworking. Or from the Jawbone Axe, they disdain metal. Neither of these give us any time information. In other cases that reference craft, we can glean much more. The Beastman's Cleaver says, "It's clear the Beastmen possess knowledge beyond human ken." This can implicitly tell us a lot, but for the Ancestral Followers we get eschew. Really? Eschew is defined as to deliberately avoid using, to abstain from. Not didn't adopt or gave up, not never learned or turned away from. No, they chose eschew. Hunter-gatherers could eschew technology as it came into existence, but so could we eschew using computers today. And when it comes to the Ancestral Followers, this ambiguity is all we get, that or silence. But is that just a coincidence? With FromSoft, we think not. Let us now look for horns other than the headband. What do we mean? Well, it is repeatedly mentioned that the Ancestral Followers are obsessed about buds, which is, unsurprisingly now, somewhat ambiguous. Does it mean animal horns? Or the buds of plant life? Either way, once their headbands are removed, we cannot see any sprouting buds of any kind. Even if we remove their garments in the game files, we see some impressive muscles, but no horns. If they were an ancient people and had been hoping and chanting for new buds through the ages, Shouldn't they have appeared by now? Even Mog's Albinaurics have developed some. And yet, there are none. Some can drop a budding horn, but we wonder if this is harvested from other beasts, just like the pelts they wear. If it is theirs, it is still quite limited compared to their hopes, or what other recent dynasties have achieved. In fact, the language around this hope reflects its future obsession. They are certain to sprout from their very flesh. They are certain to implies a future event. It hasn't occurred yet. Indeed, this language sounds a lot like the language used for the Mogwin dynasty. Glory to his inevitable reign, the reigning lord and hierarch of the coming dynasty of Mogwen. Language obsessed about a future of a relatively young order. With the horn headband removed, they are certainly not beast-like in other ways. They wear sandals to walk on the ground, showing their feet aren't fully adapted to nature. They hunt with bows and build quivers and axes, showing they use tools. In Elden Ring, it is ambiguous what exactly constitutes humanity. However, in a colloquial sense, they are certainly human or human-like. Importantly, they are never called demi-human, beast-like, or less than human anywhere in item descriptions or dialogue. They may be somewhat different to human. After all, everything changes in this world relative to the magics or natures things come into contact with. Just look at the possible rot versions of the Ancestrals that were cut, or the sorcerers we find who have turned inorganic. Many of our starting classes as a Tarnished have quite distinct takes on humanity, so we can say that overall they are certainly at least very close to human. After all, we would expect a significant change if a group followed a totally different lifestyle over many generations in the lands between. So we feel that they are human anatomically, even if there has been some adaptation over time, and that this adaptation could easily have taken place in a timeline that started since the Erdtree. Another clue to their timeline is where we find Ancestrals and evidence of their culture in the lands between. Remember the language that obsesses about being at a distance from the Erdtree, away from its influence, beyond the purview of the Erdtree? So let's think about this approach if the Ancestral Followers were truly ancient. What happens to those who possess an ancient culture when it is disturbed by newcomers? Consistently, across many countries throughout history, land is taken. To this day, there are many land disputes involving indigenous peoples who in the past were forced to relocate. A more well-known example in history was the Trail of Tears, during which thousands of Cherokee, Muskogee Creek, Seminole, Chickasaw, and Choctaw people were forcibly removed from their homes. This was in the early 19th century and was sanctioned by the US government, who had passed the Indian Removal Act. This authorized the forced relocation of Native American tribes from their ancestral lands in the southeastern United States to Indian territory. Of course, if a people have changed location, there is usually some evidence of their departure in history, and in the lands between. We see this in-game in several places, from Farum Azula and their beasts taking to the skies, with remnants of the culture still grounded, or the Nox banished from the surface to deep below, yet the evidence of culture lives on up above. Whether deserted or taken over, we can always find evidence of what came before. If the Ancestral Followers had been part of an ancient culture, and only avoided the Erdtree after it became the centre of the dominant culture in the lands between, then there should be locations from which they were forced out. What we mean to say is, if for some reason the people or philosophy of the Erdtree society means that the Ancestrals need to keep a distance from them, then wouldn't there have been some Ancestrals that needed to move from an old home? And if they were originally part of the Erdtree society as Ancestral Followers, and chose to distance themselves from it, then there would be evidence of their movement. But in the lands between, we find no evidence of their relocation. Nothing that correlates with the Ancestral Followers' culture is found in places that they are not. We only find evidence of the Ancestral Followers in the places where they live now. We do not find any evidence of the replacement of rule, as in Stormvale, or of departure, as with Beastmen. What if we look at what we can find and examine the sense of ancient in them? One of the first things that makes us feel their antiquity are the pillars we light to access the ancestral spirits. We believe these pillars date back to the ancient past and are part of an ancient dynasty which existed well before the Erdtree. These pillars, as well as the iconic statues often found with the ancestrals, give the followers a general impression of age by association. But in fact, that is all it is. Association, or rather, adoption. These columns are not of their making. They have taken these columns from older societies. Why? We will look into their belief system in a moment and show how many of their beliefs may align with the belief systems of older cultures. But first of all, let's take a look at the evidence for when. We find these pillars in many places in the lands between, but these places are connected with societies we know to be older than the Erdtree. There is one notable exception, where we find Mog, but Mog has also used ancient artifacts for his new dynasty, a dynasty that departs from the Erdtree. So the physical pillars used by Mog are also exceedingly old. And all these ancient pillars are fairly similar. They have the same markings, drawings, and runes. They have the same proportions, are roughly the same size and shape, and are made from similar material. However, those of the Ancestral Followers have two noticeable differences. At the bottom and top of their pillars are two alterations. To allow us to light the pillars and gain access to the ancestral spirit, we light a basin at the foot of the pillar, and at the top is a remarkable change. There is a small well carved into the stone, from which flame can emerge. There is no stone with a carved well at the top of any other such pillar throughout the lands between, other than by the Ancestral Followers. As well as it being altered, it almost seems that the stone is of a lighter, newer colour. On closer inspection, the carved basins have a pool of oil, which explains how they stay lit. Finally, and something that really pins down the Ancestrals as after the creation of these pillars, is the fact that we know the Ancestral Followers eschew letters. But what is on the pillars that light up clearly with magic? Runes. Letters. If these people have never used letters, they could not build these pillars. But more importantly, it would go against their fundamental beliefs. These pillars are not their own, and the reuse of the monuments of more ancient cultures shows their true story. The story of a more recent return to the past, not an ancient society's rejection of the present. So this is the timeline of the Ancestral Followers as we see it, at least so far, as their timeline isn't over. It's clear that they have a future, because their system seems to be working. Who knows, they may have a future that involves more than keeping a distance. The weapon Winged Greathorn says it is made to reap the lives of beings which experience no sprouting. Perhaps with enough life and enough sprouting, the Ancestral Followers could be a force to be reckoned with. In time, they might not be so reclusive, but instead a warlike people, striving to rid the lands between of all distorting manipulations of nature. With their timeline established, we will take a deeper look at their culture and gain a deeper understanding of what the Followers are all about. Now that we know they departed from the Erdtree society in their past, it makes sense that we find in the present that distance from the Erdtree is still of vital importance. We never find them too close to the Erdtree, and the majority are even underground. It seems that the Greater Will and the Erdtree Society fail to pierce underground as effectively as they influence above. The sites of grace themselves are not able to draw grace into them like they do on the surface. Below ground is also where other societies that have not aligned themselves with Leyendell have managed to sustain. And below the earth may be more than it seems in the lands between. The culture they nurture here, away from the danger of the Golden Order Crusaders, is deeply connected to nature itself. They sustain their bodies from nature, hunting and gathering. Their clothes and tools are from nature. Their worship is of a creature of nature. They have a faith in nature, that nature is abundant and will always provide, so long as it is treated with care. And while nature is balanced, it is also dangerous and powerful. It must be respected. And part of that respect is trust. Nature must be trusted despite its afflictions to be the best system there can be. These hardships are necessary, even if the why is mysterious. To believe nature can be modified or outdone risks invoking the wrath of nature, and may corrupt or even defile the great generator, the universal mother of life itself. This respect in nature runs through everything they do. Not only do they take what nature furnishes when foraging or hunting, but they do not waste anything. They use many parts of the carcass. They dress themselves with pelts. They arm themselves with horns and attach teeth to their arrows. And the animals they hunt are unafraid of them, which means they do not hunt recklessly. They chant to all the nature around them, not only for their own ancestor spirit. The mirror of these traditions rooted in nature is a rejection of techniques that go against nature. We are told by the ancestral follower Ashes that they have rejected certain crafts that are essential to other societies in the lands between, specifically letters and metalworking. On the surface, letters and metalworking sound similar to crafts in our own world. Both are of great importance to the function of society, but in the lands between, these carry much more significance. Let us first address metalworking. Metals have some important roles in the lands between. Gold, first of all, has a remarkable quality, and metalworking with gold allowed Miquella to stop the progress of rot in his sister, Melania. Copper can channel the will, allowing swords to fly in deadly arcs by thought alone. But if we have to choose one example of metalworking to illustrate what the Ancestral Followers are giving up, it would be silver. Because how do we birth ourselves anew? With a larval tear, the core of a silver tear. Silver, or what we might call quicksilver, is very linked to rebirth in the lands between, the renewing of the soul in another body. While this may happen naturally, as colours and elements in the lands between are of course naturally occurring, metalworking is the manipulation of these things. It is the imposing of your will onto the naturally occurring essences of nature. So the Ancestral Followers do not merely reject metalworking in the sense of our world, but they reject metalworking in Elden Ring. They reject control over rebirth and life. It is quite a power to ignore, and is just one illustration out of many metals. This demonstrates the unwavering faith the Ancestral Followers have in their belief system. The next craft the Ancestral Followers reject is letters. Once again, in our society, a rejection of letters would still be very significant. It would mean a loss of a great part of education, entertainment, communication, and so on. To be illiterate in the modern world is extremely challenging, yet this significance in our world again masks the even greater significance of this craft in the lands between. To reject letters in the world of Elden Ring means even more. To reject letters means to reject the power of runes. One cutscene in particular can clearly and elegantly demonstrate the sheer power of runes. As we climb into a humble coffin beside the waterfall in Nokron, we surprisingly start to rise. And we can see the reason. Letters, runes appear in the air, unlike when they are bound up so deeply in rings as to be invisible. We rise up the whole height of an enormous waterfall, reversing for a time the encompassing power of gravity. Runes are quite literally a power to affect and influence the laws of nature themselves. In this example, it reverses gravity. Runes can control the flow of these laws and change it depending on your whim. Once again, we see the enormous devotion of the Ancestral Followers to not make use of this power, and the deep commitment they therefore have to their own beliefs. Both of these rejections show that their belief and culture revolve around a faith in nature exactly how it is, a trust that nature will provide for them, and through that, a profound humility. They do not believe they could improve nature, and will not attempt to change it. This philosophy is not only shown in these consequential rejections, but even in the smallest details of their most simple crafts. It seems that they not only reject metalworking, but any sort of sharpening. They use a blunt axe, the jawbone axe. The whole axe is furnished by nature. It is meant to be that way. So they reject the possibility of sharpening an edge. The weapon forgoes a bladed edge. Their arrowheads seem to be made from teeth, which are naturally sharp. Nature provides what is needed. If nature furnishes something sharp, it is meant to be used for its sharpness. If it furnishes something as blunt, then it is meant to be used as such, in the jawbone's case, as a bludgeoning weapon. They show in their actions their belief that nature provides what is required. Another set of items that reveal their belief system are their charms. We have established that colours and their natures are inherent across cultures in our colour video, and how, whether it is the Ancestrals, the Erdtree faction, or dragons, these colours maintain their nature. What is interesting is that amongst the ancestral charms, only one is mentioned as being precious to the followers. This is the mottled horn charm. In fact, this charm is the only horn charm given the honour of being worn as a necklace, so the item is uniquely called the mottled necklace. This vividly coloured necklace has many colours and therefore many natures. It shares natures related to focus and sleep, immunity and poison, robustness and vitality, the fire of life. This sort of varied coloured item would not be so welcome in Erdtree society, and the only people we find in Leyendal who wear many colours are buried deep below the capital. This is a sign of the plurality of the Ancestral Followers' beliefs, their openness to all that is found in existence, if it occurs naturally. If it is natural, trust it, even if things are in opposition to each other, even if they cause pain or loss, even if they compete. Unlike the belief in one true God that is held as law by the Erdtree society, the Ancestrals are pluralist. Not only do they worship the many competing aspects of nature, but they even allow natural competition as part of their very system. After all, we fight more than one ancestral spirit, but only one is a king. We can guess that one may be up and coming in spiritual power, and yet they do not deny the existence of this other ancestral spirit and help its growth. They take this even further with the deep care and attention they give to new potential ancestral spirits, chanting young heads into new buds. All life is allowed, and there can be more than one vying for place. The strongest will take the crown. This strength wins approach as a belief is a much more ancient one the Erdtree society has moved away from. Here, in the culture of the Ancestral Followers, they have returned to this belief. The true king is the strongest. Now that we have laid the groundwork of their culture, let's have a look at their broader place in art. While the Ancestral Followers' culture, design, and history is unique to Elden Ring, they seem to be part of the wider shamanic archetype. Whether in mythology, real history, or Magic the Gathering, From Software has placed the essence of the shamanic archetype in the soul of this group. This archetype, whose philosophy is found in reality, and frequently in mythology and artistic works, usually presents corresponding beliefs to the ones we mentioned earlier. Faith in nature as the greatest process, faith in its abundance despite its harshness, and a respect to not tamper with it, because without these processes, all would perish. This archetype has many representations in art, whether as wood elves, fairies, druids, or representations of shamans in works that inspired Miyazaki, such as Magic the Gathering. And they all are always absolutely minimal in the damage they cause to their environment. Their actions and their tools go with the stream of nature. And one process at the very core of nature is death. All shamanic belief systems respect and value this part of life as a process. It is one rejected by the Golden Order, and as we become more familiar with the Ancestrals, we can see that the life-death cycle is central to their beliefs. How essential life and death are as a part of a complete whole is best shown from the ancestral spirit's horn. Thus does new life grow from death, and from death one obtains power. This acceptance of death as a part of life is perhaps the most important thing that defines the way of life and belief system of the Ancestral Followers. They reject any attempts to control life and death. There is no avoidance or interruption of it. It is welcomed and embraced. All of nature's systems are respected, but this system, more than any other, is sacred. Given that natural death has been rejected from the current order, with the Rune of Death sealed, this may also help with their timeline. Their focus on the importance of the natural life-death cycle makes it likely that the Ancestral Followers left mainstream society after the Rune of Death was sealed. This belief can be found in everything: what they wear, what they use, even expressing itself on their faces, almost physically embodying this obsession with life and death. Not only do they not alter what they take from nature, but so much of what they take is from death. They give new life to a corpse by using it as a weapon. From death comes power. The teeth made for their arrows are from death. The jaw worn around the shaman's neck is from death. Their coloured charms are from death. The horns that make their bow are from death. From death comes power. They nourish themselves from death, and we can even see them foraging, perhaps for mushrooms, an example of nature turning death into energy. The followers trust that nature will give energy back from death in abundance. And to look at the Ancestral Followers, they certainly don't lack in abundance. The majority of item descriptions referring to the Ancestral Followers mention death, life, or the power from death. This is not only passive or received from nature, it is active. The description of the winged greathorn states it is made to reap the lives of those who experience no sprouting. Reap meaning cut or gather a crop for harvest. Once again, a sense of the power of life from death. And what of the remarkable object of their faith, the ancestral spirits? How deeply are they connected to life from death? Before even meeting these creatures, we have to follow a ritual of pillar lighting. As we move through the area, we light a fire at the base of pillars. Flame, an energy that almost seems alive, sprouts once we light a basin filled with what looks like bones. A life from death. The pillars have oil at the top of them, and what is oil but the perfect representation of energy from death? It is also no accident that these monuments themselves are very like a horn. This symbolic power from death lights the tip, not unlike a horn sprouting with life and glowing. Once we have lit the pillars, we can go to meet the ancestral spirit itself. Not the young one, a dead skull with the potential of sprouting and power, life from death, but a mature one. But of course we do not meet it at first. Instead, we meet its remains, a corpse, death. We touch these remains, around one of which the Ancestral Followers sing and worship. In order to go and meet the ancestral spirit full of life, we must first touch death. As we interact, the body gives off a spiritual energy, and the air glows with it. We are transported by its power. But this is only the first example of the magic of death in a truly remarkable boss fight. On entering the ancestral spirit's domain, we are reminded of its name. It is the ancestral spirit, not the ancestral deer. It seems to be less physically alive and instead spiritually alive. Walking into the room, we see on the floor around us life literally sprouting from death. There are countless sprouting fungi, new life born from plant and animal remains. The next feature of the room that strikes us as embodying the life and death cycle are the spirit animals that roam, whose power will come into play during combat. And then we fight the ancestral spirit itself. Unlike the spirit creatures at its feet, this creature is much larger and more powerful than its remains. During the intimacy of the fight, we can see the ancestral spirit up close. It is powerful, but its appearance is an appearance of death. It looks skeletal, a much larger version of the dead remains used to get here. It even looks like it has been gutted or dead long enough that lots of what wasn't skeletal has rotted away, its chest cavity now hollow and open. In attacking us, it displays even more of the power it draws from death. And as the drama of the battle continues, the spirit animals remain uninterested. But if we manage to bring down the ancestral spirit substantially, it then uses its power to draw the surrounding spirit animals' energy into it. The spirits fall down, dead. And yet, the power of these spirits does not die. Their energy enters the ancestral spirit, revitalizing it. Its horns glow with power and its HP recovers. In development, its horns would have grown physically after drawing in their life, but this was cut for release. But this is not all. Life from death comes again later in the fight. The ancestral spirit can suddenly, and confusingly for the player, seem to die. It cries out in pain, while its legs crumple beneath it and falls to the floor violently. It is a death animation, and yet in the end, this spirit creature does not seem to need this body. It emerges from another spirit animal in the boss room, killing it and bursting forth from its body. Its new body manifests in front of us, expanding and growing in the air. Its limbs sprout out with a gruesome sound effect. There is power from death, and yet, is the original beast truly dead? For this power from the previous beast's soul is not only its vitality, the actual nature of the beast is now within the ancestral spirit. It attacks differently depending on which beast it has emerged from. And even more eerie, even its cry alters to sound more like the beast it has become a part of. All of this, however peculiar and mysterious its mechanics, is the life and death cycle, life and power from death. With the regal ancestor's remembrance, we can get the ancestral spirit's horn. It shows the same beautiful glowing and sprouting that lit up the antlers of the ancestral spirit during the fight. The description says that a number of new growths bud from the antler-like horns of the fallen king, each glowing with light. Thus does new life grow from death, and from death one obtains power. The horn of the ancestral spirit, the center of their worship, perfectly captures the Ancestral Followers' philosophy of life from death, and even clearer than the description is its function when equipped. If we kill enemies, it restores our focus points. Parting from the ancestral spirit and back into the wider world, we find one curious piece of evidence for the life and death obsession of the ancestrals. A lone ancestral follower in the Lake of Rot, a vestige of a group of ancestral followers who were at one point planned to be Rot worshippers. This group, removed from the final game, demonstrates the flexibility of appearance and natures in the world. Change your nature, your order, and your appearance can change rapidly. We can also see this in content that did make the final cut, such as with the Blood Albinaurix. However, more importantly, the Rot Ancestrals show how central life from death is to their beliefs. As long as this essential tenet is maintained naturally, other manifestations of worship that include it are possible. Rot is necessarily life from death, and we may see it even in the uncut boss room. As Rot embodies power from death in a natural manner, the ancestral followers could easily branch towards Rot and worship it. So this is one of the two pillars of the ancestrals' philosophy. To understand it, we could explore the game itself and nothing else. However, so much of the DNA of Elden Ring is a product of many previous sources, because a worship of life-death cycles, and of antlers, is not unique to Elden Ring. There are a wealth of inspirations that the creators of Elden Ring have definitely drawn from. So, in order to shine a brighter light on the mysteries of the ancestrals, and to help us explain the other core pillar of their society, their unique spiritual magic, we will look at some of the inspirations we believe were involved in their creation. The first inspirations are so broad that it could be taken from many of the players themselves, and our passion to maintain a healthy world, because as we ride across the lands between, we can often see pollution. Whether it is worm faces, poison swamps, or the fading of the land itself, the world is clearly not in good health. And if it's the Erdtree society that is primarily damaging the world that it's a part of, then departure may become a necessary choice, and the ancestrals may have left it to try to counter this imbalance. Another likely reason they may have left is freedom. Autonomy is a theme across From Software games. Everyone from individuals to large groups, to even those in power, all have to make sacrifices. From the toiling Bock who sacrifices his time and energy to aid his master, to even the current ruler of Leyendell, keeping up appearances to avoid his society rejecting him. It seems everyone must make sacrifices to uphold the systems and beliefs of society. And this can, in Elden Ring, just as in our world, become stifling. It can feel that it becomes so costly, and perhaps more costly as society advances, that it is no longer worthwhile. It can feel that this sacrifice has no payoff, and all turns to ash. And the sacrifices for order in Elden Ring are much more consequential than in the real world. So too are the risks much greater to those on the wrong side of what is accepted in a society. Over the long history of Erdtree society in Leyendell, there must have been many who wished to leave. The Ancestral Followers just carried it to fruition. Another is the simple call of nature. We are sure everyone can relate to a desire to escape the mundane and return to the beauty of nature, let alone in the lands between. The attraction to nature has been felt by members of ordered society for as long as society has existed. Many feel this today, and certainly the artists and designers at From Software must feel it too. They are far from the first to express this appreciation and desire for nature in the artwork they make. Some have gone even further, acting upon it in the real world. Myth, legend, and history are rich with examples that must have influenced From Software in the creation of the Ancestral Followers. Many come to mind easily. One of the first inspirations to do so are the Amish. Rather like our take on the Ancestral Followers, the Amish haven't always been separate from society. Originally from Switzerland and from only the 16th century, this is a very well-known example of a people who decided to turn away from modernity, as opposed to an ancient people who maintain their traditions alongside modernization running parallel to them. They forego many aspects of society, as we know, but an important part of many Amish groups is that it is vital to live in harmony with nature, to live a lifestyle that is self-sufficient. The next story to jump into our minds, and others who we discuss this with, is another true one. It is the story of Christopher McCandless, a young man with a desire to depart from a modern American life that he felt was inauthentic. He sadly met with some harsh conditions in the Alaskan wilderness, and faced with relative inexperience in the crafts required to survive, he died. This was adapted into the popular book Into the Wild, which was adapted into a famous film of the same name. Christopher McCandless has since become known the world over as part of a story about searching for freedom and authenticity, as well as a cautionary tale about the danger of entering nature unprepared. But what about truly ancient cultures? Many of their myths, beliefs, and rituals involve life and death, which is to be expected. What is more surprising is just how often they focus on antlers. It seems to occur so naturally that we found similarities to the ancestrals' antler beliefs across history and across the globe. Perhaps this is because antlers do have something magical in them. Antlers are a remarkably unique and beautiful production of nature. This innate sense humans have of this magic, the wonder they inspire, may be why so many cultures independently worship them. One inspiration that can be found across the globe is an archetype we will call the Horned God. This is a supernatural being that is depicted as human or humanoid, but with horns. This horned god often embodies the same traits across cultures. They are often associated with the wildness of nature. They often represent, most fittingly for the Ancestral Followers, life, death, birth, and their cycles. An aspect connected to this is fertility. Examples of these gods are, of course, the Greek god Pan, who often has goat-like features and cloven hooves. Nature and fertility are some of his essential associations. Another is the Celtic god Cernunnos. Cernunnos also had antlers and was associated with the forest and wild animals. Amun, the ancient Egyptian god, was sometimes depicted with ram horns and was associated with creation and fertility. It is interesting that there is a universal worship across cultures and mythology, not just of antlers, but also of what the antlers and those who have them represent. It may not only be the magical beauty of antlers that causes this, but how they behave. Antlers grow and split, much like individual lineages spread and grow. Most deer shed their antlers each year. Even the great red deer of Scotland grows its mighty crown only in 1 year, and will grow it again the next. These innate qualities, the form of growth and life cycle of antlers, seem to have taken the human imagination to similar places across the world. A further recurrent myth and legend across cultures is one that we will call the Wild Man. This myth is of a man who rejects society and departs into nature. Once in nature, he adapts and becomes in tune with the natural world. In some myths, he eventually develops mystical powers and may be able to talk to animals. This basic structure of the myth also repeats, of course reflecting a deep desire in people for departure into nature held across time and culture, and this desire naturally translates to story, and thus it has many unique examples in many cultures. One inspiration that's a Hawkshaw favourite is a late 14th century chivalric romance, Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, one of the most famous Arthurian stories. The Green Knight in question is described as having branches and leaves growing from his head and body. Though the Ancestral Followers have yet to experience the sprouting of buds, we can't help but imagine that the Green Knight was something that inspired Miyazaki. In this legend, the Green Knight challenges King Arthur's knights to a game in which he allows them an attempt at cutting off his head with an axe, on the condition that he can return the blow a year later. Gawain takes up the challenge. Although he is suspicious, he does it to prevent risking Arthur taking up the challenge. Gawain puts all his might into his blow, and lops the head of the Green Knight clean off. The headless body then stands, picks up the head, and says he will see Gawain in 1 year. Perhaps this connection between humans and plant life informed the creation of Elden Ring's world, or at least the role of headlessness. So in myth, this concept of the power of life and death, and the force of nature coming through humans in sprouts and horns, begins to take form. Even in the USA, a more modern country, there has continually been history involving a return to nature. Less than a human lifetime after the country's creation, developed under totally new principles for a society, Henry Thoreau decided he would leave. He said farewell to this young society, for a time at least, to live in nature by Walden Pond, publishing the book Walden some years later, which recounted his experiences. The desire to return to nature was shared by those who came after him, and his book only served to inspire them, just like spreading and branching buds. In more recent history, there have been 2 return to nature movements that swept across the US in the 20th century. The first, called New Agrarianism, responded to the economic hardship of the Great Depression. Urbanization and corporations had failed them, so many returned to the older ways of the countryside and a more sustainable way of living. Later, in the 60s and 70s, the Back to the Land movement was another large departure from cities. Many saw it a natural response to a society they viewed as materialistic and that moved them away from an authentic life. Both of these movements held Walden as an important source of inspiration, which was also one of the few books Christopher McCandless took with him on his journey to return to nature. One of the greatest inspirations we have found is a myth that is found in many countries, and despite its uniqueness, it seems many cultures invented this legend independently, the legend of the Green Man. Its strongest roots are in European folklore, specifically from Celtic and Germanic tribes. In this myth, the Green Man was associated with the cycle of life and death, growth and fertility. Once again, this matches well with the Ancestral Followers, but his story is even more peculiarly similar. The basic legend is that a man becomes disillusioned with modern society and departs to live in the forest. Over time, he becomes more in tune with nature, hunting and foraging to survive. Eventually, he grows horns on his head, becoming a symbol of the wildness and freedom he has found in nature. Finally, as he becomes more and more one with the natural world, leaves and vines grow from his skin and flesh. We find the Green Man depicted everywhere, in artwork and literature, carvings and churches, represented as a powerful and mysterious figure embodying the raw power of nature. His transformation has been associated with the cyclical nature of life, death, and rebirth. we can find the Green Man carved in stone across Europe, his features and expressions made of leaves. This is especially interesting as a lot of the beliefs implied in the legend of the Green Man are pagan, yet the stones that we find these medieval carvings upon are Christian churches. Christian churches across Europe especially, but particularly common in churches in England, France and Spain from the 11th century onwards. They are mostly carved in the form of foliate heads that incorporate leaves, flowers and other plant elements. Many famous characters and creations have likely been inspired by the Green Man, such as Treebeard and the Ents in the work of J.R.R. Tolkien. There are even many inspirations for worshipping an antlered stag, and even wearing their antlers. The Celts, who lived in Europe during the Iron Age, believed that the stag was a sacred animal that represented fertility and the renewal of life. They would wear antler headbands during religious ceremonies, including the Beltane festival, to honor the stag. The Pueblo people of North America have used antlers to fashion headdresses for hundreds of years, and in many cultures, including Native American cultures, antlers are seen as a symbol of virility and masculine power. This theme of virility is continued in Norse mythology, where the god Freyr was connected with fertility and the regeneration of the natural world, often depicted holding antlers which symbolized his connection to the forest and the cycle of life and death. Indeed, even beyond mythology, the association of fertility seems to naturally be attached to deer and antlers. This idea is symbolized very often in Japanese art. The cycle of life and death and the process of rebirth is paired frequently with antlers. They are often, and especially interesting for Elden Ring, depicted in proximity to trees and their branches, as though this reflects the similarity in their branching links, or perhaps the shedding that trees and antlers carry out seasonally. We see in many paintings deer symbolically close to or under trees. The branches of the trees can reflect the position of the antlers, often almost intertwining with them. However, to access the spiritual religion of the ancestrals and their spiritual magic, we need to get into the inspiration of their faith, the ancestral spirit worshipping faith. What is really being worshipped during the worship of deer and of antlers? Our own world may hold the answers yet again, and a clue may be found by looking at the purpose or payoffs of matching real-world ceremonies. What exactly are their practitioners carrying out? There is a Navajo ceremony called the Blessing Way. This is a ceremony that is performed to prepare and bless a woman during pregnancy, and to ensure the safe delivery of the baby. There is singing, chanting, and often gathering in a circle to emphasize the interconnectedness of all things. Another ritual practiced by Native American tribes, some among them being the Lakota, Cheyenne, and Arapaho tribes, is the Sun Dance. At the center of the ritual is a pole instead of ancestral remains, but there is still singing and chanting around the center, and the goal of the dance is to connect with the spirits and bring healing and renewal to the community. The Navajo and Pueblo tribes perform the corn dance, where they stomp on the ground in a circle while chanting and singing to the spirits of the corn. The Ancestral Followers stomp new sproutings into the ancestral spirit, which, while a different form of growth and harvest, is still through spirit, like the corn dance. The Yoruba people of Nigeria perform the Bata dance. This once again invokes spirits, and the dancers wear shoes with bells and stomp on the ground in a rhythmic pattern, while drummers play music and singers chant. So it seems these rituals are working to imbue people and plants with energy, simply through the spiritual power of dancing and chanting. Also, and very importantly, a pattern is developing around spirit, and a connection to spirit through these rituals. What of spirit connections and antlers in the real world? In fact, in many cultures, antlers are seen as a conduit for spiritual energy. Antlers themselves connect to spirit. In some Native American ceremonies, they are used to access the power of spirits. In the Lakota Sioux tradition, the medicine man wears an antler headdress during healing ceremonies as a symbol of spiritual power. The Navajo tribe also uses antlers in various animal ceremonies, such as the night chant and the mountain chant, as a way to connect the spirits. In the Ojibwe tradition, antlers are used in the Mudewawin Society, a spiritual organization that is responsible for passing on the teachings and traditions of the tribe. Antlers are not just a symbol of power, fertility, and life. They are seen as reaching up and connecting with spirit. And once again, this spirit connection for antlers is across countries and mythologies. The Sami people, who are indigenous to northern Europe, have traditionally worn antlers on their heads during certain rituals and ceremonies. They believe that the antlers give them the power to communicate with the spirits of the forest. One particular tribe that may be the most likely to have inspired from software is the Ainu people of Japan. The Ainu people of Japan were not a group who left mainstream society of Japan, but rather have tried to keep to their traditions alongside modernization. With Japan having a less diverse population than some other countries, and with the Japanese government's historic approach to smaller populations in Japan, it has been a challenge for the Ainu, to say the least. To put this in perspective, the Ainu were only officially recognized by Japan as an indigenous people in June 2008. The Ainu people have a deep spiritual connection to nature. Many of their traditional beliefs involve animism, the belief that all living and non-living things have a spirit or soul. The Ainu also venerate deer, and even in the modern day, we can see the reverence towards antlers. The Ainu have also traditionally worn antlers on their heads during certain rituals. They believe that antlers have a spiritual power and can help them communicate with the gods. More than that, antlers had a deflecting power too. They can ward off evil spirits and protect you from spiritual harm. And the treatment of the Ainu people may also be mirrored in the Ancestral Followers, not just their practices, where the Ainu have suffered from marginalization in Japan, constantly having their territories infringed upon, and so have become more and more cautious in their dealings with the prevailing Japanese society over time. So too might the Ancestral Followers have become more and more focused on staying away from the purview of the Erdtree. More and more we see antlers connecting with spirit, even across the world, accessing spirit, communicating with spirit, and the examples continue to show it. The Tlingit people of Alaska would wear headbands during spiritual ceremonies to enhance their spiritual power. The Sioux people of North America believed that the antlers of the deer had a special power to bring them closer to the Great Spirit. They would wear antler headbands during religious ceremonies to enhance their spiritual connection. The Evenki people of Siberia wear antlers as part of shamanic rituals. They believe that the antlers allow them to connect with spirit. The Cheyenne people believe that the elk is a messenger from the Great Spirit. And what about during the hunt? Certain Native American tribes, especially those in the plains regions, such as the Cheyenne, Comanche, Crow, Blackfoot, and the Lakota, which is the example we use here, were known for their expert use of the bow and arrow, and their spiritual connection to the buffalo they hunted. They believed that the buffalo were sacred animals, and that the hunt required a spiritual connection and reverence for the animal. Hunters would often perform rituals and prayers before and after the hunt to ensure success and to show gratitude to the animal for giving its life to sustain the tribe. An idea that is taken beyond a sense of faith or feeling in the real world to a tangible magic in the world of Elden Ring. The Inuit people of the Arctic have used caribou antlers for thousands of years to, once again, fashion headbands. They also believe that the antlers have spiritual powers and that they can help them communicate with the spirits of the forest and the spirits of the animals that they hunt. This belief of a spiritual connection and even permission between hunter and quarry is a common one. The Ainu also believe in a spiritual connection to the animals they hunt, that the animals have souls. even that the hunter needs to ask for permission from the animal's spirit before hunting it. Hunters would use charms and amulets to help them connect with the animal's spirit and to ensure a successful hunt. So with these insights from beyond the game, in the real world, we can return to the Ancestral Followers and see that their rituals are likely centered around tapping into spirit. And with this greater understanding, we can unravel the mystery of how the Ancestral Followers almost never miss when using the bow. We have already established the concept of the spirit connection the Ancestral Followers have with what they are hunting, but that's a belief that already frequently exists in our world. We have noticed that the arrow glows, but if we look closer, we can see this glow is in specific places, at the point of the arrow and up the shaft, and at its fletchings. If we then look at the arrow without it being used, and from the picture in the item description, we can see that these glowing parts are the parts made from animals, specifically what has been taken on the death of an animal. A sharp tooth seems to be the point, and fur runs from the feather fletchings up and around the arrow. The name and indeed the description can help us even more here. Dwelling arrow, an arrow in which the spirits of small animals are thought to dwell. Finally, as they draw the bow, the arrow seems to draw in spirit from its surroundings, spirit energy that is absorbed into the arrow. The arrow seems to already be in flight before release, much more than the Ash of War mighty shot achieves when we attempt it ourselves. It's as though the arrow is already moving towards us in essence. This is how they are so good. They aren't an archer playing by the rules of tension, air, wind, and eyesight. They are using the power of soul. And only after coming to this conclusion from the evidence did we find the description of the Ash of War enchanted shot. Archery skill that enlivens the arrow with spiritual essence. The resulting shot will fly faster than regular shots and change its trajectory to follow the target. The arrow is made to seek our soul, to follow it. Physical dodging is sluggish compared to spiritual accuracy when a soul seeks a soul. The Ancestral Followers are master hunters because they have a soul connection with their quarry. They take time to imbue their arrows with soul power. Then, when hunting us, they tune in to our soul, imbue the soul of the arrow with a seeking desire, and let spirit do the work. The spirit arrow turns and seeks us, leaving a trail of spirit in the air, before disappearing. With the soul connection, the arrow flies with its own will, which is very similar to many soul-seeking magics across Elden Ring and the Souls games. This experience is compelling evidence of the spiritual power of antlers and soul. As we said before, it is not their strength, it is spirit, further shown by how the enchanted shot retains its power over distance, unlike the mighty shot. To begin unraveling even deeper mysteries of their spiritual magic, we need to look at the window to the soul in Elden Ring, the eyes. This is a very important part of them we haven't yet mentioned. The Ancestral Followers' eyes are bright blue. Other than perhaps a slight touch of green, their eyes are overwhelmingly bright blue. This colour, as we have established, is strongly connected with spirit. It is also linked to intelligence and the mind. This blue is very familiar in-game, especially because of sorcerers. However, while the Ancestral Followers and sorcerers both have access to this spirit power, it is clear the Ancestral Followers use different techniques. The description of the Ancestral Follower Ashes says that they are versed in distinctive spiritual arts, but we don't need this description. It is plain as day that they use totally different methods to access this power. Sorcerers in Elden Ring study, read, and think. We can find them doing this in-game in various locations, often in peculiar ones. They celebrate erudition. They use their intellect to pierce the power of spirit. Their reasoning is extremely conscious, and they put it to work during long sessions of lonely rumination. But this consciousness runs against the stream of the way things are, the natural order. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to engage it in this way. There is a desire to understand, but ultimately to manipulate, to use the power of the mind to create change. And thus, sorcery is often seen associated with alteration, transgression, and exploitation. Sellen may go to more extreme lengths than what other sorcerers are willing to do, but she is not counter to her culture. We know many sorcerers have an unnaturally long life. Many have altered their forms. Renala uses the amber egg. We know that they tap into the power of stars, that Radahn holds back their motions, that the soul is used as a vessel. They have even changed their very souls into primal glintstones, and the description shows that it is not only Sellen who has done this. And while this is soul-related, it is interfering with the natural order. It is using the intellect to achieve a perceived improvement from the way things are. This is clearly incredibly different to the principles held by the Ancestral Followers. They have humility when faced with how things are. They do not wish to alter nature because they do not believe they can outdo nature or have authority over it. The Ancestral Followers access the power of spirit using a different way. They seem to be totally instinctive in their spiritual practice. To use a Dark Souls example, their sorcery is more like Ulaseel's than Vinheim's. They are accessing spirit more through intuition, through feeling, through a natural connection. After all, in the lands between, everyone is connected to spirit. Rather like their connection with nature, the Ancestral Followers are simply refining and deepening this connection. They use this connection alongside chanting and rhythmic rituals to tap into the spirit energy in a natural way. They are more like sailors using the wind rather than a propeller-driven boat. They are expanding the banks of an existing river or creating a channel for it to flow, instead of using a dam. They don't merely use the tools of their body, voice, and souls. They use the relics of corpses that have a connection to spirit. They wear horn charms and horn headbands that can channel spirit power. These antlers innately have these properties, and so are still in line with nature. It is very like a natural crystal focusing natural light when compared to a lamp. Except in the lands between, it is horns that achieve this spiritual focusing. We can see the Ancestral Followers harness spirit from the aura of blue during their dances and rituals. The ancestral remains give off this same blue. This blue is in the miasma of spirit energy cast by the ancestral infant's head. And of course, very present in the ancestral spirit boss fight. It also lights up their arrows, the arrows that almost never miss. Let's look at what exactly is at play here and try to solve the secrets of their spirit magic. If we look carefully at their rituals, we can find more insights into their spiritual arts. For example, it seems that it is only shamans that sing during their rituals. The normal Ancestral Follower warriors only stamp in rhythm. Similarly, the shaman has a different headband, one with many peaks, that also glows with spiritual light. Interestingly, the normal Ancestral Warrior headbands, while only possessing 2 points, do glow when a ritual is being carried out. The normally dull horns become bright blue as they stamp and the shaman sings. In fact, there is a further difference. The shamans seem to give out spirit energy. This energy moves in waves as though filling the area. Yet the normal Ancestral Warriors, though it is more subtle, gently draw spirit energy into them. Even after the shaman stops singing, the horns continue to glow for some time before fading again, though we see clearly that their active absorption of spirit energy stops the moment the shaman stops singing. This shows that it is more than a simple access of energy, like we might think of electricity. This spirit energy is connected to relations. There is another thing that is intensely spiritual that we only find near the Ancestral Followers: the blue balls of lightning. They glow with the same colour as the Ancestral's eyes, and they seem to be autonomous, sentient. These sparking bubbles are almost definitely associated with Ancestral Followers, because the only two locations we find them in are also very clearly where we find Ancestral Followers. And interestingly, the sparks do not seem to electrocute the Ancestral Followers. Since they are spirit channeling, one might say that they are in tune, that they are with the current of the river. They are not zapped because they are much more in balance with the sparks, where the player is clearly offsetting the natural balance. Does this spirit energy in the bubbles seek life as the spirit energy in the arrows does? Once they give off their power, they disappear, like Torrent or Rani. The next most important thing for looking at their spiritual arts is the ancestral spirit itself, the focus of their faith. Remember the importance of its name, the Ancestral Spirit. Remember that during the fight it goes on to gain extra power from other spirit animals, which are not of a physical form. And in the cut content, its antlers would have grown as it drew spirit into it, perhaps showing the process at work. But very importantly, it seems that as well as drawing up this essence, the ancestral spirit can distribute this spirit energy too. It is all about relation, and distribution is one of these relations. Just look at the remains which constantly give off spirit energy. The other word in its name is ancestral, which we have already established is about relation, not time. It can be ancestral because others can join it in relation. The antlers are very like a family tree. So this beast and its antlers are not only a divining rod, but a great system of distribution, withdrawal, and maintenance. The Ancestral Followers' soul arts seem to be a channeling and a focusing of the natural soul and souls in all of nature. The Ancestral Spirit is a being whose antlers can act as a divining rod, and can also enable the holding of souls in relation, through sproutings. It becomes an ancestor via this relation, if not literally in the sense we hold in our world. This push and pull of spirit takes life, gives it, renews it, and brings power from death. We see them channel this spirit into the growth of horns of the king of their society, and also of plants. In the north, we find them carrying out their ritual, and much more than anywhere else there are rhymed crystal buds sprouting up. These buds are frozen by the cold, but it is life that emerged from the Ancestral Followers channeling energy. The design of these buds shows it growing from a dead branch, life from death, with spirit channeled through this relation. And while they have not grown buds from their flesh yet, the fur raiment says that they hope for new buds from their flesh, and indeed, their souls. For perhaps the most important thing is the spiritual flourishing of their society. Before we tackle the deepest lore that applies to the whole world of Elden Ring, we have some mysteries we need help with. Why are some ancestral followers spirits and some physical? When they are physical, their blood is red, but when they are spirit, why is their blood white? Could it imply the relation of their spirits to time? Why is a red wolf of Radagon found down in their domain? Why did they cut the rot version of the Ancestral Followers, if only to have one roaming down in the rot lake? Did they not have time? Or have they moved the timeline of these rot Ancestral Followers into the future, which might make this Ancestral Follower a scout, about to discover a whole new form of power from death, and will then lead some of his own onto a new path? What on earth is worn around the shaman's neck? It looks like something that would be left by a creature from Dune. It presumably came to the world like that, as it seems complete, and the Ancestral Followers do not make much changes to their bone or antler jewellery. Perhaps the teeth of this creature grew in layers, shedding and regrowing, and is therefore a good embodiment of the Ancestral's beliefs. And finally, if the regal ancestral spirit exists beyond the purview of the Erdtree, then how and why is its remembrance hewn into the Erdtree? Finally, let's focus on the lore of the Ancestral Followers that has a profound impact on all the lore of Elden Ring. Now that we have looked at the Ancestral Followers' culture and practices deeply, we can break through to insights that have an impact well beyond this group, that lead us to a deeper understanding of the rules of the world as a whole. The Ancestral Followers, despite living a distance from the Erdtree and rejecting its society, still drop runes. Gold flows out of them and into us when we defeat them. Now, we already know that gold is an inherent property of the world. Gold existed before the Erdtree and before the Greater Will worshipping faith. But the fact that gold comes out of the Ancestral Followers is important. It shows that gold, to some extent, is involved in life regardless of belief system, just as all colours seem to have their own associations and properties regardless of the culture. And, despite renouncing letters, runes still emerge from them on death. It therefore would imply that runes are as inherent as colour, spirit, life, and so on, or that their existence is, now at least, as irremovable as it is possible to be. The Ancestral Followers seem to not use the power of runes, or manipulate the world with the power of letters, but it seems as though runes are a fundamental part of the world and are inherently connected to it. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Much like runes in Nordic mythology, runes in Elden Ring are truly magic. There is one fine difference between the Ancestral Followers that, while subtle, is important here. Those who wear the two-pronged horns do have bright blue eyes, as we have mentioned, but the shamans, who wear a headband with many buds, do not have the same eye colour. Their eyes are a more neutral colour, light blue sometimes, and sometimes grey or perhaps silver. This is already interesting, but is in fact the beginning of what might be a deeply profound distinction. The next thing revealed on close examination is that on the Shining Horn headband there hang discs of metal. For a people who have given up metalworking, this is an interesting choice. Perhaps it is a naturally occurring example of metal, but what is most interesting is why it is there. What does it represent? Another disparity to notice is behaviour. As well as a difference in the motion or behaviour of spirit energy during their rituals, it is only the shamans who sing. When no shaman is present, there is silence broken only by rhythmic stamping. Another difference is how they respond to our presence. The shamans are less aggressive than the warriors, and they have a much smaller area in which they will attack. During their rituals, with their eyes closed, they almost seem to be in a trance, perhaps shared by the warriors. So profoundly connected to spirit that they are much less aware of their mundane surroundings. Though when it comes to it, these shamans are definitely capable of aggression. In fact, on proper testing, they are extremely strong. They are bigger and even more tanky than the warriors, with higher HP and resistance. They can also use the ancestral infant's head to channel a life-sapping spirit miasma. Yet, despite all this power, they are not armed, and are not quick to anger. Even once we attack them, they do not go for all-out offense, preferring to cradle the precious ancestral infant head in one arm, like a precious child, while buffeting us back with the other. All of this taken together gives a clear sense of divided roles. And one more obvious observation that we have yet to mention is that these two roles are divided another way. The shaman are female, while the warriors are male. Similar separate roles are present in the Erdtree society too, and while they may have more complexity here, it is certainly telling that these two cultures share this feature, given their history. The next discovery that the Ancestral Followers give us is best discussed with a question. What is the importance of a consort? Why does Marika need an Elden Lord? Why does Ranni need us for her new order? What does Mog steal Miquella for? In general, there seems to be an essential relationship between a king and a queen, a ruler and a consort, or even a god and their king or queen. The Ancestral Followers seem to show that this too is an essential aspect of the world, and not just a whim of certain gods or omens. The distinct roles are divided by gender with the Ancestral Followers, but we don't know if this is a rule as such, though for the orders that we know have existed in history, there has been a queen and a king consort. Additionally, there is something else that is essential in Elden Ring: having a maiden. Regardless of what body type the player chooses, they are always met with the same cruel phrase from Vare.
You are maidenless.
What is it in Elden Ring that women can achieve or have been chosen to perform that men cannot? The finger readers are female, the Nox society seems matriarchal, the Glomide Queen is female. While this could be coincidence, it does seem that the importance of women, or the female role, is something essential in the world of Elden Ring to access certain domains of power. Returning to the shaman's eye colour, perhaps the paler blue or more grey or silver represents this channeling of life. We can see her channel and send out spirit power in her rituals, sending it out of her. Spirit moves out and away from her, where it is absorbed by the hunters. The shaman's differences seem to centre on the quality of life-giving. If we look closely at her shining horn headband, we cannot help but be pushed to the concept of a tree and fruit. Again and again, the similarity of antlers to branches has been made in art, history, mythology, and in Elden Ring itself. Branching, sprouting, fertility, ancestry. With the hanging medallions that seem to be silver, if we think in terms of Elden Ring, it makes us think of life. In fact, these pendants look an awful lot like silver tears. If the Erdtree bears the living out of its boughs, so too might the Ancestral King bear out the new births of the Ancestral Followers, not from its boughs and branches, but from its antlers, via its own flow of life and soul energy, and not with metalworking, but as a natural process. This form of hanging also gives the concept of fruit, or buds, similar to the Scarlet Aeonia or the Erdtree itself. But the Ancestral Follower, beyond the purview of the Erdtree, is independent from it, and can birth its own. This leads us to the more general aspect of relation. Having shown that age is not important for the concept of relation or ancestry, with an infant ancestral head still being capable of being an ancestral spirit, we are left with a conclusion.
All things can be conjoined.
Therefore, the primary quality of the antlers is to unite, to channel, to relate, and unify, all in a chain of relation. It would seem that Elden Ring emphasizes the importance and uniqueness of womanhood. And this is not surprising, given the history of the essential role women played as firekeepers in past games, or their essential difference in influence, power, and magic in Martin's work. Women may be deeply connected to the power of birth, even if they are somewhat removed from it in a traditional physical sense, and the Ancestral Followers clearly draw attention to this. The difference in their involvement in spirit energy is shown by more than just the shaman's eyes. The female Ancestral Follower is always physical, they are never in spirit form, unlike the hunters. Notice too the difference in horns, only 2 compared to many, as though the males were a peak and the female was more the central bow, the nourishing force. The males draw the force and may then expend it, but the female may channel that power. They distribute it. If this was the case, then either one without the other is powerless, as both roles contribute in relation to an effective whole. Once again, the Ancestral Followers have found a harmony in relations, unlike Marika, who damages her order with imbalance, or Mog, who violently takes Miquella without his consent. Since that day, Mog has heard nothing from him, and the Mogwyn dynasty has yet to become a reality. The female, in some form, may be required for some aspects of birth or new life, and nourishment of that life. Perhaps these aspects of womanhood are a central and profound aspect of the world of Elden Ring, and are bound spiritually as much as physically. It may be that, in a spiritual sense, everyone has a mother, even those less traditionally born. The culture of the Ancestral Followers is working. It is something rare in the world of Elden Ring, but it feels like a group that actually has a bright future. While the Ancestral Followers may not have flourished to the size and scale of certain other subgroups in the lands between, they are young, and unlike so many in our world or in art, they have succeeded in departing from society. This is an incredible achievement, as nature presents a very steep learning curve. They have adapted, they have aligned themselves with nature, and their craft of surviving with nature is more than sustainable. They have raised an ancestral infant all the way to becoming a king. They have proven their faith and have developed their own distinctive spiritual arts. All of this is a remarkable achievement for a group that turned away from a failing system to begin again on their own. Even if we slay their king, they have others ready to rise up. They embrace competition. They embrace death. Their order is young, but think how many sproutings it might bear, how many connections, how many relations. Once enough relations have been formed, it is an answer to the life-death cycle. It can be its own order, and eventually a competitor to other orders. This gives enormous insight to other aspects of the Elden Ring world. For example, Godric may not be a sorely diluted, distant relation to Marika from time-related ancestry as we would think of in our world, but from his dilution of relations, from grafting. The ancestral infant head showed us that time is not the measurement being made, and it makes us reflect. If the antlers and its relations are much more flexible than in our world, what about the other connectors at the center of other orders? The Erdtree itself may not be so different. In fact, this similarity with the tree and its fruit is more than speculation. There is a reason they use the unclear word, buds. After all, are buds horns or plants? But this term was kept ambiguous because it is ambiguous. In classic FromSoft style, they hid the answer in plain sight. For if you look closely, the tips of the antlers are becoming leaves. Welcome to another episode of Lore Before Bed, Elden Ring Tales. For this episode, we will be looking at the perception of characters compared to who they really are. In the lands between, the gods and demigods are perceived as being ferocious, cruel, kind or intelligent by the culture that surrounds them, and for the most part by the players of Elden Ring themselves. But we wonder if this isn't always as it seems. Marika is seen as monstrous, cruel, and tyrannical. She locks up her own children below the capital, she exiles her own husband, she steals a husband from Renala, she wages war and eventually causes the Shattering, forcing her own children to fight amongst themselves. While these actions aren't kind, in general they have been interpreted as deliberate. That is, that Marika is in control when she does this, a calculating goddess who is in the driver's seat. But what if she wasn't so competent? What if she was persuaded to act how she did by others, or was in a panic very often and out of her depth? While it wouldn't be cruel, it would make her less of a monster and more someone careless, selfish, and without ability to rule. We are not claiming this is the truth, but want to examine it as a way to get to the truth about Marika. Her first act of war has little Marika involved. Down comes the Elden Beast, and the Greater Will's influence is brought to bear. We follow the Finger's judgment and advice quite readily when we are promised power, and if the Fingers were present, then they would have promised Marika godhood. Pour temptation into a naive mind, and they can put things into motion. Marika was part of the Newman women, and so was involved in the society before the Erdtree. But we don't hear about Marika until she is the ruler of the Erdtree society, so she was nobody. But with Marika as the figurehead, who does the bulk of the fighting? Godfrey. Godfrey is mentioned everywhere in the lands between. Godfrey and his armies won countless victories, all while Marika seems to have stayed safely at the capital. Godfrey wasn't chosen to rule, as the Greater Will knew he would be unfit to lead. He had to take Sarosh on his back just to conduct himself as Marika's consort. He was meant for war. And so, Marika takes the credit for Godfrey's barbarism. Next is the locking up of her children. This may be totally unforgivable, but why did it happen? Who advised that it needed to be done? Were omens a surprise at this early date? Godfrey knows Morgott and seems to pity him. A culture arose that accepted and worked with the locking up of omens. So many mothers, not only Marika, that chose this act. Once again, perhaps Marika knew what to do and thought fast on her feet, and came up with a brutal solution. Or perhaps once again, it was the Finger Maidens and the Two Fingers, whispering in her ears. Let's put it another way. In every game from Miyazaki, the theme of ego and foolishness is used. Get the undead excited about being the chosen one in order to get what you want achieved. But this is true for every scale, isn't it? Look at the Greater Will's dominion. There are many world trees. The Greater Will has done this before. If you choose someone who can't understand what is going on, the simpler they will be to guide. The idea that Marika is desperately trying to keep up, and maybe even suffering from imposter syndrome, should definitely be looked into. You can be evil and not all that in control, which may be the case with Marika, and other George R.R. Martin's characters of the past. We hope you're enjoying this episode of Lore Before Bed. We actually have a whole playlist of this sleepy content, ad-free, for Hawkshaw's supporters. YouTube sadly doesn't like the format and punishes the whole channel if they're public, but through your support, we are able to continue creating these relaxed discussions around a bonfire. For less than $1, you can get access to new Lore Before Bed videos, not to mention everything else on offer, which includes early access to our videos, and even being able to have your own theories looked at by fellow lore enthusiasts in video format on the channel. We hope you'll consider supporting what we do. Thank you. Another character who may not be who they seem is Melina. She seems to be caring and a victim of her mother's wishes, but many have asked how she knows we are maidenless, and how she can fulfill the role of maiden. Added to the fact that there may be some connection between her and destined death, with some thinking she must be the Gloam-Eyed Queen, it would seem unlikely that she is acting naively. She couldn't shepherd us all this way by accident. Just how much is she pretending we do not know? There is a lot she doesn't tell us. After all, she can be summoned in a fight, and she uses a spell that conjures an Erdtree that could be seen as burning. Even being able to cast this spell is of interest. She wasn't born yesterday, but where did she learn this from? What does it imply? And how much is she pretending to not know? A few more obvious ones who are not what they first appear are Gideon, who isn't that smart in the end, Radahn, who isn't such a war monster, but instead cares deeply for his horse, and Boggart, who after some time becomes an alright guy. But what if some of the other big players were equally paradoxical? Everyone likes Rani, and she seems very likeable, but she is definitely more ruthless than she seems. It is not her against the world as she makes it seem. There are threads that link her to other plotters. She couldn't do what she does with Blythe, Egi, and a traitorous Saluvis. One ally was of course Rykard. She gave him the Blasphemous Claw as a backup on the night of the Black Knives. And Rykard had armies with him. She is also very likely linked with Torrent, who is used to start a new plot to overthrow the old order. Torrent's old owner gave her the whistle, so she has much more support than she lets on. She also knows she needs a consort, and we can fill that role. Does she really care for us, or is this requirement unavoidable? We certainly haven't done anything for her other than slay her enemies. The only sense of real affection she does show is when we stay committed to her despite the semi-absurdity of her plan laid bare. Some are exactly as they seem. Tanith doesn't surprise us from beginning to end. Devotion to her lord and cause. Godfrey lived up to his reputation. Reputation leads us to another topic in the Lands Between. What is achieved by it? Radahn needs an honourable death, and simply through his reputation he draws warriors from miles around. The challenge to defeat him in the Festival of Combat is a hard sell, but Radahn's reputation is such that many make the pilgrimage. The reputation of Godfrey would have sowed fear into the hearts of his enemies before the war even began. And Marika's reputation of ruthlessly crushing those in her way and exacting her revenge would have kept many in line. Not forever, as we know, but this reputation, whether literally true or not, makes many do as she wishes. The blacksmith Hugh, to this day, lives in fear of her. He is chained to the place he works, but surely escape is possible eventually, especially once the Erdtree is burnt. But he does not consider it. Just by reputation she holds him in place, even though she is held in place by an even stronger adversary. Reputation is also a tool of Miquella's. He is known as a young girl and a young boy, whether he is Trina or Miquella. He is known as dreadful or sweet and kind. It is said he is aware of this and uses it to his advantage. He doesn't just use materials to fashion great designs, he uses others. Some people we know only by reputation. Renna is reputed to have been a witch and daughter of Rennala, yet we never meet her. Many have wondered if this is just a ploy of Rani's. She does at one point claim to be Renna. There are other towers implying other daughters. The reputation of these daughters is rather slim, considering the amount of lore linking Rani, Radahn, and Rykard to the parents. Morgott rules by reputation. He cannot be seen by those he rules over, as he would be rejected by them. He is an omen, fit for beneath the capital, fit for a cell, not fit for a crown. Morgott has to do everything with his words. Yet with only his reputation, he succeeds. He inspires fear into others, and also love. Nobles cannot wait to meet the monarch and dream of the opportunity. They revere the ruler and respect him. His reputation makes them unquestioningly loyal. They have no suspicion that their monarch is an omen. This is before getting into the reputation of the lands themselves. The capital Leyendell is reported to be beautiful. It is desirable to live there, and living close to the Erdtree is to be blessed. When we first see it from far away, it looks stunning. But closer up, the reputation is not what it seems. The sound of those locked away comes up from below, and these practically outnumber the actual citizens. The beauty, when seen up close, is fading and damaged. Many buildings are sealed up with corpse wax, which makes you wonder where it came from. Plant growth is everywhere. There are more soldiers than residents. Conversely, the land of the Nox, while far from a paradise, has a sense that the people there live there, and are not only soldiers sworn to protect it. It is not in a good state, but it is not so rotten from within, somehow. Miquella's Haligtree has a reputation of promise, but is it long gone? Miquella himself is long gone, but even before that, there is evidence that his plans weren't working. Very few of the Albinaurics have reached this promised land, and perhaps Miquella will never succeed in sealing the Outer Gods entirely. It has never worked before. One reputation that lives up is for the Scarlet Rot-infested Caelid. Both in the Elden Ring community and in the game itself, the reputation of the awful place does it justice. Much larger than it should be, the endless Scarlet Rot is tiresome. The visuals are tiring, the enemies are weird, gross and hard to fight. The cleanliness of Radahn's feeding ground was a vast improvement. That beach is like a holiday compared to most of Caelid. We don't know which we dislike the most, the crows or the dogs. The pests are alright though. They are interesting, have lore, and have more variety. Besides, Malenia's children have a right to the Scarlet Rot land. Liurnia may not live up to its reputation much longer. As it is sinking, we will soon find no academy at all. The question is it preventable? Liurnia has the reputation of remarkable magic fame. Could it use remarkable magic to prevent the fall into the pit beneath it? Could they harness the power of the crystals beneath it? Perhaps what keeps it up? The general sense of Liurnia is not that different from the capital. Faded power. Rennala seems to have lost her mind. The other heads of conspectuses have gone. Sellen easily regains the centre of the academy, and it takes Jaren to remove her from it. In truth, there is no region that really succeeds in the game. Miquella's land is new, but already encountering grave problems. The Dragon's Land is crumbling, the Nox buried, the capital sick, and the academy sinking into the earth, its members few and wayward. The Lands Between in general lacks any sense of purpose or hopefulness. The general stalemate has led to the attempt of using us, the player, as a solution to create a new order. But to put as the ruler one such as us shows how dire things are. What would we know about ruling? And if we can be placed there, doesn't it say something about the greater will and the previous choice of Marika? We have only killed to arrive here. We do not know how to run the Lands Between, but this is what it took to shake the world out of a deadlock. The truth is the greater will knows that we won't last long. Our rule will be fleeting. We were just the kick that unjammed the engine. Ruling won't be our place, and the next true ruler to arrive will unseat us, leading to a new cycle. And this is From Software's place for us. For a simple and confused starting player, what could we be but the surprise, the bit of chaos that shook things out from stagnation? That isn't Rani's role, or Rykard's, or Godfrey's. They are too great for that. It is the role of a lonely Tarnished. The future is decided. Decided by who? Can the owner of this decision change? Are those of us in the Lands Between simply playing out these decisions? How are our senses functioning? How do they work? How are they different in Elden Ring? Do they lie to us, or do they reveal mysteries? How can we see the stars and tell the future? Why can the stars control our fate, and why is this no longer the case? Why is there no future for those with no fate? Welcome to an examination on the complex aspects of the senses, reality, the future, fate, cause and effect, the stars, and the mysterious ways that some of the basic rules of our world have been changed for the universe of Elden Ring. What exactly is the relationship between the senses and reality in Elden Ring? It seems that this relationship is much more interrelational than in our world. In our world, the senses seem to primarily uptake data. For the most part, they receive and interpret data of a certain kind. Sound waves, light, and so on. It is rare, if at all, that the absorption of the data has an impact on the world out there. Instead, our intelligence has to interpret the data, and decisions and actions must be carried out. However, in Elden Ring this is not the case. It seems that the simple act of seeing, hearing, touching, and so on, can have large consequences. An astrologer is said to have died on seeing the collapse of a star. While senses can be so intense as to cause death occasionally in our world, here that is not implied. It is as though on seeing something, the witness can become paired with what is seen. Another example of this is Founding Reign of Stars. An ancient astrologer is supposed to have glimpsed the primeval current, which became real, and the star's amber rained down on this land. This was the founding glintstone sorcery. Simply glimpsing something not only made it real, but seemed to cause a remarkable and unique weather effect across the world. This obsession with the senses and sight goes much further. Blindfolds are everywhere in the game. Even on character choice and creation, they are a theme. We were struck by this when first playing. Surely it is impossible to operate in the world with your eyes blindfolded, and it breaks the sense of realism to have your character blindfolded. It seems to overtly say that there is a person controlling you, or controlling your character. And yet, this seems to be another layer to the mystery of the operation of the senses in Elden Ring. Not only are the senses more significant in some ways, but in other ways, they can be irrelevant. They can be unnecessary, because the senses, and this time just like in our world, link to time and the future. The item Prophet Blindfold says, "Why hesitate if the path leading to the future is clear? Just close your eyes and walk." Another description, given in the CNT before the game release, says, "What use is eyesight to those who claim to know the true path?" Elden Ring seems to say here, what is the purpose of the senses in reality? Why do we really use our senses? And if you knew the future, your true path, your true course of action, knew it fully, aren't the senses useless? If you know when the lights will turn green, what someone will say and when you will meet someone, do you need your senses? To what extent are the senses needed to those who know the future exactly? The senses are required by those who do not know what might happen, for those who operate in the unknown. Therefore, a willful blindfolding may speed up your journey through your future. The fastest path to the true path, uninterrupted by other sensory data. What about another blind character, the blind maiden Hyetta? We feed her shabriri grapes. This is to guide her to the distant light. How can she be guided by light if she's blind? She says she feels a light at the back of her eyes. Well, the senses are ultimately in the mind and within oneself, one's consciousness. Consumptions of things in Elden Ring may lead to the sense of sight being affected, in that you do not need eyes necessarily to see. This is true even in humans. Ultimately, the signal is passed downstream, and the receiver is what registers it as sight, but the signal that was sent could be hacked, theoretically. Now, given this guiding light, which seems to bypass blindness and appear in the realm of sight that we experience, the maiden passes through the world, unseeing and perhaps almost unseen, and may very well find her way. Think about that choice. Miyazaki and From Software have decided to put us in a world where a minute's lack of attention can cause death. Now, imagine playing blindfolded. It would be practically impossible, and if achieved would be more impressive than any speedrun. Yet they have put in characters, plural, who progress in-game and progress far, who are quite literally blind. Perhaps this is because, after all, the future is set, and there are ways to navigate that we can't understand easily in the way we view the world. If you could tap into the absolute future constantly, a blindfold would hardly be a hindrance. Even Rani, with all her power and intelligence, cannot progress her own life for a great deal of time, when her fate or future is locked. All her action and response to her senses are worthless until the stars that dictate her fate are permitted to move again. Her intelligence seems to only have a use in pursuit of that goal. She cannot progress her future directly. Another sense that has interesting differences in Elden Ring is scent. Perfuming is, of course, the craft that takes the most advantage of this sense. It is not just that this sense is interesting, it is that this sense is so powerful and effective. These perfumers can create mad emotions, beautiful dreams, a sense of invulnerability, a real physical protection, all, seemingly, from the senses. While it may be a chemical process, it would seem that belief can be achieved from scent as well as sight. Similar to the belief that sight can imbue, how do we know that these scents do anything other than imbue a belief through another channel? And that the mad confidence and increased damage, or increased protection of those under their effects, is anything more than the reality of Elden Ring? That belief has a much more tangible effect on reality than in our world. It is a peculiar choice not to have alchemists, or potion mages, or anything else in the game that would be a more traditional choice. It is an active choice to have those who work with a sense, the sense of smell. And once again, it is remarkable the impact that this has. Perfumers effectively operate the leading medicine of the capital, a leading war tool, just by designing that which activates smell intensely. Once again, the quality of senses making something real, of the relationship between senses and reality being extreme and tangible, of senses affecting the real world. The next important aspect of Elden Ring, that links intensely to senses but is different, is thought. Thought too seems to operate differently to our world. In our world, if we think, it may lead to actions, conclusions, changes, attitudes. All of this has an impact, perhaps not as quickly or as easily as we might wish, but thoughts have real-world consequences, certainly. However, in Elden Ring, it seems that thought itself has an incredible power, and brings things into reality in a much more direct way. Stars themselves seem to be beings of intelligence and thought, and those who have become closer to them have become inorganic, still, pensive. Celestial Dew says, "Once upon a time, the stars of the night sky guided fate." Almost as if we in the lands between are the plane of thoughts of the stars themselves, directed and made in motion by them, dictated by them. Our patterns of activity only an illusion, and instead our existence entirely a result of theirs. When Radahn challenged the stars and arrested their cycles, according to Seluvis, Rani's destiny stops, and her destiny can only continue if they resume their motion, which Radahn is holding back. Is this with gravity magic? And why is Rani's fate halted? It can't simply be that a comet has to fall for her to continue. Her aim is to kill her two fingers and start a new age of the moon. it seems more that her future is literally locked. It isn't just Rani's, it is fate in general. Astrologer Hood says, "They read fate in the stars, but alas, the night sky no longer cradles fate." The stars above seemed to dictate the future, or did the reading or looking up at them cause the future to happen? This distanced meddling of cause and effect seeming to be dictated by thought or motions of other beings is shown again with unalloyed gold needle, among other things, crafted to ward away the meddling of outer gods. How does this work? The incurable rotting sickness, incurable by any medicine, perfume, activity or spell, is halted by a device that stops the meddling of an outer god. It would seem that just as Rani's fate is stalled, even the progress of what would be thought of as an inanimate thing, a rot infection, is actually caused to progress into the future by something that seems totally separate to the plane of existence we are in. To stop these outer gods meddling also does what fundamentalism could not, showing that the position of faith and religion of the Golden Order seeks not to halt or change the will of the gods, at least in this instance. It seems once again that the processes in the lands between are simply the correlation or the parallel of some other plane, a plane of gods or other beings. We can de-link from this by stalling fate and the stars or stopping the outer god's influence, but it seems we cannot be masters of our own fates. The scarlet rot does not go away. Instead, the process dictated by the outer god is simply stalled. As though these natural phenomena, our own attitudes, actions, wars, the characters and their shadows, are really a plane of thought, emotions, attitudes, beliefs, almost as if the lands between were a fantastical interpretation of the mind itself, its processes, desires, fears, nuances. Yet another example of the concept of senses and thought is in the game's mirror helms. Iji and those who live in the Eternal Cities, who have also transgressed, use such a helm. It is a mirror. That is, it reflects visual sense data back out, far less extreme than removing one's eyes. Iji is so afraid of the greater will he never takes it off. Of course, it reminds us of the tin-foil hat paranoia archetype, but Iji is unlikely to be doing this for no reason. It seems, just like the Scarlet Rot is an aspect of an outer god that is operating inside the body, the greater will may be able to get inside our heads, minds, and thoughts, through what we see. After all, is not the guidance of grace the same thing? Others do not see it. It is not really in the world as it appears to be. It is in our heads. When the greater will, or their two fingers, or however the hierarchy works, wishes us to see the path, or this guidance, we see it. If it was in the world, it would be universally seen, wouldn't it? As blackguard Big Boggart says, "You're tarnished too, ain't ya? Can you see it then? The guidance of grace, I mean? I can't see it at all no more." What if this entry into our mind could be stronger than simply the appearance of a visual illusion? What if the connection between the senses, the mind, reality, was such that the greater will could guide our hand, force our hand, make us go mad, or bend us to their will? The name may be a clue. The greater will. If this is a plane or a world of thought and desire and emotions, the greater will is the will that wins. If reality is foremost one of thought, the force of will to bring things into reality or existence is more important than in our world. Iji knows this, and Blythe may have felt it. We find once more this idea in Briars of Punishment. The concept of senses and how sight isn't restricted to the eyes, but maybe a plane of actual existence. The guilty who discovered this spell have had their eyes gouged out by thorns. They lived in eternal darkness. There they discovered the blood star. They discovered a star in the visual plane itself. Is this sight any longer? Or does the star live in the mind? And if they all discovered it together, do stars live in our minds collectively, a shared reality of mind? Or a shared reality that all can access through their mind? This other reality then dictates our fates as they dictate our thoughts, desires and choices? An example of a more overt control of desires and choices is on becoming an Empyrean. The greater will forces a shadow to pair to them, effectively splitting their intent. One is an animal side that embodies certain more intuitive aspects, as well as more bestial, less societally adapted aspects. Is this another form of work on the mind? It takes the form of the physical in the lands between, but embodying doesn't stop it being uncannily like self-control and impulse, aggression and temperance, altruism and ego, anxiousness and intuition, will, solitude, and reason compared to wildness, gregariousness, and instinct. Stars and gods seem to have profound effects, can appear in the mind as the blood star, can bring rot to spread through your body, can split your mind and aspects of yourself in two. How much of the physical aspects of all this, eyes, beasts, bodies, are really necessary, and instead just part and parcel to one thing that has thought and emotion as part of the essential foundations, unlike what is believed in our world? Sorcery is a remarkable embodiment of thought, stars, and fate. To quote Starlight, even during the blackest nights, sojourns underground, or imprisonment in jail, the stars are never far from a sorcerer's side. Note that here it is blackest night, not daylight. It is more about a lack of the senses being filled than simply not seeing the stars. Yet the stars are not far from their sides. If the stars in the sky were just the visual component of a process that is everywhere, of which the events in the lands between are part of, are made of, the same way a wave in the ocean might feel itself distinct but is part of many, all of whom part of a tide, and so on, an enlightened sorcerer might realize that the stars and their motions are within them, are part of the events that led to this jail, that the primeval current, while it is hard to see in its pure form, is coursing through everything, everywhere, all the time. Stars themselves are referred to as seemingly sentient. Not only do we find some malformed stars that are living, but Radahn challenges them as though it is a fight with sentient beings, just as he might challenge Melania. The sinners meet the blood star. It may be that some outer gods are stars and they are just not referenced as such. Interestingly, comets do not seem to be referenced in the same way as being sentient, nor do meteors. It is as though they are not the mind aspect of space. They seem more like what we would expect in our own world, inanimate bodies, yet they are given great importance in the eternal cities. We don't know exactly what is going on, but there is certainly some convoluted influence from these heavenly bodies, even if they seem less alive from item and spell descriptions. Causality in Elden Ring is given to us in the Lore of Causality. Causality is the pull between meanings. It is the connections that form the relationship of all things. Of all things. Not simply the physical, or one plane, but all things. Combined with the law of regression, that all things yearn eternally to converge, then we can begin to see how witnessing something might cause that thing to happen. A new relationship is created, a deeper relationship, and there is convergence between thought and the real world, between perception and belief and reality, and between reality, belief, and perception. They go back and forth in all orders, all connected in Elden Ring. Don't merely be careful what you do, be careful what you see, be careful what you think, because whether you will it or not, it may happen, and a great will may cause a great deal to happen. Sound is, of course, hugely important in Elden Ring, and has a great power. Spirit Calling Bell shows some of this in its own name. When we use it, it does indeed use sound as part of the method to call the spirit. Torrent 2 is called by, to some extent, sound. While it is a magical device, it is a bell we use to summon him from whatever plane he resides. Does sound resonate across planes? Across thought? Dreams? Other realities? The realm of body, spirit, and so on? Is it that the channels of the senses pierce through these, but it is hard to hear across them? Or perhaps it takes faith. Some memorable bells are the large bells on the moving mausoleums, which is rather interesting considering the creatures house and protect soulless demigods. What does our other bell do? Call spirits, and the demigod has lost its soul. Do these mausoleums travel the lands, searching endlessly for the possible location in this plane or any other, like layers of firmaments, in order to call the demigod spirit back to the body, the same way we call torrent? The huge bell ringing loudly, the mausoleum ever searching, to bring the demigod's body and soul together once more. And note, if the senses are the greatest portal to the soul, or to these deep planes, it is remarkable that the head is missing. Sight, sound, taste, smell, all but touch are lost, and touch is the most physical, the most this world of all the senses if we had to choose one. On death, certain enemies drop bell bearings, almost as if it is made to affix to the inside of a bell to ring with. With its certain tone, it will have a certain call. The bells even look as personal and unique in texture as a fingerprint, a perfect identifier to call in the perfect tone to the spirit of whoever's bell bearing it is. Sound seems to be a remarkable call to the spirit world. We shouldn't forget taste. Everything from roa fruit for our torrent, to the boss fight helping crab meat, flavor seems to be an important aid. Connoisseurs know how to keep from over-salting. Almost everything we eat in Elden Ring has an effect. Of course, this is a game, this is typical, but it is rare that a game has such an in-depth and varied network of food and drink-based systems, when the focus of these games is primarily on the combat. Pickled items, raw items, mixed items, affecting everything from focus to even life after death, when it comes to certain horrific rituals committed by one who wishes to be an omen. Given consumption has such a profound effect in Elden Ring, taste is the guide to its effect. Like in our world, it is a guide. Unlike our world, where the body effectively extracts and fabricates what it needs, in Elden Ring it seems that you become what you consume in a much more literal way. In our world, the concept of eating bear to become strong is viewed by most modern science as absurd. The nutrients and energy in a bear may be of value, and will have this or that effect, but becoming bear-like or gaining other qualities like accuracy catching salmon is unlikely. Yet in Elden Ring this is not the case. You literally seem to become like what you consume, or become robust against that which you consume. Beast's meat does make you strong, like a beast. Eating shelled creatures that have strong defensive shells boosts your resistance. Eating a dragon heart gives you nature of a dragon. Taste, therefore, may be a guide to much more, what you will become on eating this thing. And even more than that, like other senses in Elden Ring, it may have its own reality and its own impact on reality. Just as sight makes real, the perception of taste itself may give an effect on the body. The well-salted crab, kept from over-salting, may improve the taste, and make the effect as real as eating more of it. Or the belief that it will work from its very taste adds to its strength and effect. In this case, if it was more than placebo, or vastly stronger than placebo in Elden Ring, belief really has an incredible effect on the world. A chef and a connoisseur would be highly valued, and if he had lived, Perhaps blackguard Big Boggart could have been a buffing snack creator to royalty. Touch is yet another sense that seems to have a greater effect in-game than real life. Fia, the deathbed companion, is of course an obvious example of this. She feels our warmth, but it has a real and tangible effect on her and us. It seems that she can bring people back from the dead simply by sharing her bodily warmth. Somehow, life passes across her into the dead body, allowing it to revive. Touch seems to transmit the essence of life. It can also, of course, harm and kill. Fia's dress is so soft, so as not to harm even the most withered corpse. Touch can harm, and this is its great use during our playthrough. Excepting a few light tricks and perfumes, the main sense we operate with in Elden Ring is touch. And what a touch! Touch can certainly dictate fate, it seems, as a sense. Yet it only goes so far. Just as touch would remain on a headless body, the other senses would be removed. The inversion of this is that touch seems to struggle to harm the soul. We ourselves revive. Torrent is unharmed once slain, but requires life-giving vitality, i.e. energy for the physical body, and the examples go on and on. Other measures seem to be needed to destroy the soul, and there are different methods, from deathbirds and ghost flame to special knives and black flames. Rani, who likely controlled her own death, had only her body killed, yet the assassins on the Night of the Black Knives kill Godwyn's soul. Even if gameplay-wise it is not strictly adhered to, the blacksmith Gary says that he can make us a weapon to kill a god. Simple touch, for soul or god killing, is not a sense that permeates enough to be effective. Even grace is described as touching or not. Albinaurics themselves live untouched by the Erdtree's grace. This can be metaphorical, but the glow we see in certain eyes, those who drop more runes, or the glow in Godfrey's eyes when he is led by grace, seems to be a very physical thing. It may affect sight, but it seems right there, at the point of contact. Ghosts can disappear when we touch them, not from hearing us or seeing us, and the transformation of Radagon's body seems extremely physical and tactile, almost liquid-like as he is submerged in touch. Of course, in-game as in life, touch creates sound, which itself can seem to communicate with other planes. Sound is a downstream effect of touch, and has no existence without it. This is a good analogy for ourselves in Elden Ring. Our fate is dictated. Our actions are predestined. We would seem to be like the sound to the touch of the stars. It is hard to define, but these are some attempts at analogies. Cause and effect, past, present, and future, do not operate how they operate in our world, or at least how we think they operate, and the sense of their illusion in Elden Ring is very confusing. And what about simply entering the mind of others? Is this possible? Is this how we enter Fia's deathbed dream that links to Godwyn? It seems the greater will can enter the mind of others, if that is their method when we see grace, and perhaps when making Blithe aggressive. But can it be done otherwise? Is this what Soluvis attempts with Rani? Why is it again related to the amber and the amber of the stars? To quote Amber Starlight, if the stars command our fates, then amber-hued stars must command the fates of the gods. Such is the belief that inspired the use of these shards to prepare a most special draft. Remember that what is thought to be the founding glintstone sorcery, founding rain of stars, was set off by an astrologer glimpsing the primeval current, which made it real, and the star's amber rained down on this land. So perception can make things real. Amber is related to these stars and seems to be, in some way, related to fortune. The amber draft says, "Give it to Rani and ensure she drinks it, and we'll be in a position to claim the very finest puppet ever crafted." So stars and amber are incredibly connected to the future and fate, We have seen that, in a way, one cannot escape fate. Even Rani cannot progress when fate is stalled. If one stops fighting and wears a blindfold, one might meet the path of your fate, or the star of your fate, even sooner. And what if the fate, or that which guides fate, could be controlled itself? Or you hold the history, or the past of what controls the future, in the path traced by the star. By whatever the mechanism, and it is confusing, it seems as though if fate is not only stalled but fully controlled, then just as there was no need for sight, there is no need for movement, or will of any kind. If total abandon is given up to fate, or every aspect of your future is controlled, the will has no more place. It cannot change anything, however strong it is. Hence, the person becomes a puppet in this state. Their future is bound up, totally, every action or word. This is theory, as it was never achieved in-game, so we don't know how it works. But how it works is more about time and causality, past, present, future, than some sort of mind control, which is what first comes to mind when we think of making someone a puppet. In the playthrough, Rani risks several things. Not having a fate, or having it stalled. She couldn't use the Fingerslayer blade to harm the Greater Will and its vassals, because the blade cannot be wielded by those without a fate. Yet she also, though she doesn't know of Seluvis's plans, risks having a totally rigid fate controlled by Seluvis. All of this, of course, is set upon the backdrop that all the sense data and sense of interacting in the lands between may simply be a grand illusion, or at best, extra, non-consequential actions that happened amongst a chain of cause and effect that is an unavoidable fate. Rani would have no free will in this case, puppet or free. It would just be that the decisions of how this fate plays out changes depending on whose hands it is in. But whose hands is the puppeteer's fate in? From Software's inspirations are, of course, very diverse, from fantasy, mythology, alchemy, religion. Here in this video, we've looked at some strong possible inspirations, the science of the observation and interaction of the very small in our world, and the capacity for thoughts and belief to have a real impact on the world. Something observed in personal experience and in the placebo effect in medicine for hundreds of years. Who knows, perhaps Miyazaki is a believer in certain self-help books, or holds a metaphysical belief that thoughts come before reality. One might say his career hasn't disproven this, if it is what he believes. Certainly, Elden Ring operates in some quite different ways, and we are just beginning to wrap our minds around it. If you made it this far, consider supporting the channel and get early access to upcoming releases, feature your own theories on the channel, or even get access to new Lore Before Bed videos ad-free for less than $1. Your support makes content like this possible, so thank you.